Anticholinergic drugs. Also known as cholinergic blockers. Interrupt PNS impulses, prevent ACH from stimulating cholinergic receptors equals decrease in ACH. MOA, competitively inhibits the action of ACH. Used to, treat nausea, treat Parkinson's, relax the GI and GU system, manage headaches, dilate the lungs, dilate the eye, and increase heart rate. Side effects: dry mouth, dry eyes, dry nasal passage, blurred vision, urinary hesitancy or retention, constipation, tachycardia. Contraindicated in narrow-angle glaucoma, hemorrhage, tachycardia, and myasthenia gravis.
Adrenergic drugs, also called sympathomimetic drugs, produce effects similar to SNS, fight or flight equals increase in norepinephrine. MOA, direct-acting adrenergic equal the drug directly stimulates adrenergic receptors. Indirect-acting adrenergic equal drug stimulates the release of norepinephrine from nerve endings. Receptor sites. Alpha-1 adrenergic receptors equal cause vasoconstriction, papillary dilation, closure of sphincter and bladder. Alpha-2 adrenergic receptors equal cause decreased SNS activity, reduced NE release, insulin release. Beta-1 adrenergic receptors equal located in heart, cause increased HR and increased force of contraction. Beta-2 adrenergic receptors equal cause vasodilation, bronchodilation, increased release of glucagon dopamine receptors. Catecholamines, primarily direct-acting adrenergics, produce these effects: constrict blood vessels, increase heart rate, increase blood pressure, and dilate bronchi. Catecholamines are positive inotropes, make heart contract more forcefully, and positive chronotropes, make heartbeat faster. These drugs aren't taken PO due to quick destruction by digestive enzymes. Side effects: dry mouth, stimulation, appetite suppression, increased HR, bronchodilation, decreased blood flow to GI, pupil dilation, increased glucose levels. Contraindicated, uncorrected tachyarrhea. Non-catecholamines can be direct-acting, indirect acing, or dual-acting. Produce these effects: local or systemic vessel constriction, nasal, eye decongestion, dilation of bronchi, and smooth muscle relaxation. Can be taken orally and have longer half-life. Contraindicated, monoamine oxidase inhibitors can cause severe hypertension. Tricyclic antidepressants can cause hypertension plus arrhythmias. Side effects: headache, irritability, trembling, seizures, hypertension, palpitations, tachycardia, arrhythmias, flushing, angina.
Adrenergic blocking drugs, also called sympatholytic drugs, block the effects of SNS equal decrease in NE. Alpha-adrenergic blockers at alpha blockers interrupts action of epinephrine and NE at alpha receptors. MOA blocks the synthesis, storage, release, reuptake of NE, or the drug will antagonize NE or adrenergic drug at alpha receptor site. Produces relaxed, dilated blood vessels, decreased BP. Side effects: orthostatic hypotension, reflex tachycardia, nasal congestion. Beta-adrenergic blocks, beta blockers. Selective beta blockers affect just beta-1 adrenergic sites. Non-selective beta blockers affect both beta-1 and beta-2 adrenergic sites. MOA, a drug will occupy beta receptor site equal prevents NE or E from occupying the site equal decrease in SNS. Used for HTN, arrhythmias, angina, narrow-angle glaucoma. Side effects: hypotension, bradycardia, bronchospasm.
There we go. Hello everybody and welcome back to another episode of Live with Roger Hanson. Tonight is a special night. It's the last of my 12-part stream for this season. I usually do 12 streams for all of the episodes that I do. Don't know why I chose 12, but it just seems to be the magic number from what I've seen when it comes to doing videos and streaming. So, and believe it or not, 12 videos is actually overkill. Oh, and on my chat, I have WPRPN. I actually have that right this time because I can see the word, but that would be Jaffe and the crew over at WPRPN, the Pirate Network Radio. Pretty cool people. So, thanks for saying something in my chat on Odyssey. I appreciate that, guys. Okay, now, like I said before I started doing my recording, I did pull up a little bit of some talking points, but I really didn't get to go through too much of it. I can tell you, though, that it has been another interesting week, and if you're not making this a part of your show and you are streaming, then you're an idiot. It's a second attempt on Donald Trump. I'll be bringing that up, but what I want to do is I want to go through some of the stuff that I have been doing outside of this whole live streaming and doing the talking points and stuff like that. Now, here lately I have been having to deal with a lot of things concerning Odyssey. That's something that I keep forgetting to always mention because I keep talking Odyssey up about the stuff that they've been doing with R Drive and permaweb and stuff like that. But let me make it and I also do the whole thing about the live stream. But let me also make it clear it does have its flaws. The one thing that I have an issue with Odyssey is like last night whenever I was doing my episodes of Skate 3 for my gaming. For some reason, every time I get on here and I do the streams, I end up having issues with the download option, which is one of the benefits of Odyssey, okay, where if people put stuff on Odyssey and they stream or they upload recordings, you have the option of watching it and you can also download their content, you know, and I think that's a great option. That's one of the few only reasons why I get on Odyssey and do it. But here lately, and it's been going on for a while. It's been going on for about 2 or 3 months, maybe even a little bit longer. Where when I go in and I do the downloads on there, sometimes the downloads don't come down or don't download correctly. Half of the video is completely just screwed up. And the reason why I know that is because I take my videos off of the internet and then I edit them with Blender. And about halfway through, the frickin' video is just gone. You know what I mean? It causes an issue with Blender to the point where it crashes because I keep trying to go past that certain point where the video is not good. So, it does have issues there, and I know that it's Odyssey because what I end up having to do is go back into Odyssey, download it again, and usually the next time I download it, it's a perfectly fine file, but sometimes it happens with the first download. So that's one issue that I've had when it comes to Odyssey. And another one is something that happened last night whenever I was streaming the games. Now I was streaming the last episode for Skate 3, and after it was done, it was like, and I knew, or I know it was playing. I know that everything was fine on it and there was no problem because like right now I'm looking at my Odyssey screen, you know. So I know that it's playing. But when I go into update and Polish replay, the replay's gone. It's just vanished. Okay. Now this is one of the reasons why I do like Odyssey, is because when something like that is happening and my OBS is recording at the same time like it's doing at this moment, I can take the OBS copy and I can go into the replays and I can just upload that recorded version into it and it would fix the problem. Well, last night was one of those nights where I wasn't recording, because I usually don't record with my gaming videos at the same time. I've also wanted to use Odyssey in order to do some of these games, because there's editing that I want to do to it so that it could be an upload on YouTube. And that was one of the purposes for me streaming on Odyssey, you know. So when I did that, I went in and I did the last one and it wasn't anywhere. Thank goodness that I was actually streaming on Twitch, because that gave me a chance to have a backup. Well, the only problem with that is that it's in vertical, and that's the little square that's in the middle of the screen. Just so if anybody doesn't understand what I'm talking about, that's what it is. That's the format they have whenever you see all those shorts and everything on YouTube. They're doing it in vertical. So I ended up getting that copy, and it's still salvageable. I can take the little screen and I can put it on Blender, and then I can adjust the screen accordingly on Blender to where it's full screen, and then add it onto Odyssey. But it's a real inconvenience, you know, because if you haven't noticed, I always do a lot of content. I have a work schedule basically when it comes to doing this stuff, and I go according to schedule on the stuff that I have to do, and at what times during the week that I do them. So it kind of slows me down, backs me up, and that's the issue that I had. You know what I mean? I ended up. Those are the issues. Now, it's like I said with the whole Sinclair. Is Sinclair a Dutch name? Long John Sinclair. Okay, you're going to have to ask WPRMP that Parabellum Agagite, because I have no clue. That was from Odyssey, just so you guys know. I appreciate that. That caught me off guard. But yeah, you know, and like I said, like I was getting ready to say, I would have had, or I have no issue with it, with the fact that I can actually upload a video to take its place, you know. So that is that's an advantage that I believe Odyssey has over a lot of all of the other platforms, because I don't see that option anywhere else. That's the one thing that I do like about it, you know. And the reason why I wanted to bring this up, it wasn't to down Odyssey and say bad things about it, but it is true. In these last episodes, I have been boasting Odyssey up a lot higher than what it really should be, and that's my bad. I got real excited about the permaweb and checking out all the information on there, and finding out about R Drive. And I do want to also mention something about that too, considering this is the last episode I'm doing until next year. This stuff is extremely expensive. My buddy Dave on Skype pointed that out to me first, so I went in and I checked it out, and he is right. This stuff is extremely expensive. The prices, when they drop, though, I'm going to tell you right now, that's going to be the way of the future, you know. I've had conversations with Minds Gaming over this, and he doesn't agree with me. He's still stuck on the past, doing a lot of old programs and shit. But I'm going to tell you right now, and I think a lot of open sourcers have an issue with that, because like it really doesn't conform to what a lot of them feel is open source, where because you hear all of these stories and this folklore about the internet, where if you put it on there, there's no deleting it, it's always there, which that has its own little bit of a back and forth controversy between these guys, because like yeah, of course the stuff does disappear, but there is something today that we refer to as the dark web, and it's not really a dark web. This is just useless information that has been lost over the years, you know what I mean, and it's just floating out there, and it's referred to as the dark web, so that is that kind of deals with a lot of this stuff when it comes to it can't be deleted. No, it doesn't get deleted. What it does is it disappears into this fog of darkness that nobody knows about. You know what I mean? But it's still there. So that's the whole thing. And when it comes to a lot of open sourcers, they really don't agree with the idea of taking something and putting it up on the internet and it's permanent there. And that's just my observation. It's what I see. But I also see that as a positive thing too, because like say, okay, for example, Jaffe, Jaffe is having problems with getting on these platforms, and these platforms, freaking deleting his shit. They delete his shit and they freaking stop them from doing freaking stuff on their platform. But if there was a permaweb where you go on there and you put your stuff on that website, then it's there. There's nobody that's going to be able to get rid of it. It is always going to be there. So in that aspect, it prevents all of these platforms from taking your shit and just being done with it, you know what I mean? So that is something that I see. I also have, me personally, I have a issue with all of this node bullshit, you know what I mean? The Fediverse and all of this crazy shit. I find it useless. I find it like a freaking graveyard where freaking dinosaur websites go to freaking die, and that's kind of the way that I do see it. Now, a lot of people have a problem with that, but I personally do feel that way when it comes to getting caught up in stuff like that. I think that freaking autonomy is more important than being decentralized. You know what I mean? I think that whenever it comes to having my stuff put out there on the internet, I want it to be autonomous. I want it to be separate from everybody else's. If you want to come to my website and check out my stuff, then that's cool. I don't want to have my shit just pushing everywhere, you know what I mean? So yeah, here you go. Parabellum says it's on there, but if you fact checked it and make slow changes to it, you can all but remove what it is, like the Bible. Oh my goodness. You're comparing the Bible to the freaking internet. You know something's wrong with that picture. So, but I get what you're saying. It is true, Parabellum. I appreciate the feedback on that. Now, for me, my whole issue has always been the fact that a lot of people are buying into this Fediverse and stuff like that. Minds.com has even recently started doing it as well, and that's something that I have had some issues with. That I really don't like the idea of that. First, the whole thing about monetization and things of that nature. I know what all that's about. Whenever that you get caught up into that with the Fediverse and things like that, you might as well just take real money and throw it out the window, because there's it gets insane, you know what I mean? And don't get me wrong, I play around with cryptocurrency too. I've done the whole Mint Me thing with Minds Gaming and Bob Dub and all of them, and I'm cool at playing, the Mint Me game. But I know that their currency is worthless. Okay, it's the same thing with these off-chain tokens that you get from Minds.com. They are worth absolutely nothing when it comes to monetary value. And I've seen the signs happening with their monetization program on their tier systems whenever they started taking away the cash options from the off-chain or the on-chain, making money off of Minds Plus, which I did have. I'm not gonna lie, and I have no problem with telling people, that's why I got Minds Plus, was for the freaking money. I mean, I didn't get on Minds Plus for quality freaking bullshit, because there's no such thing as quality videos and articles and all that stuff on Minds Plus. And you go on there, you see freaking memes, and you see freaking gifs, and you see fur babies, and you see nature stuff, you know what I mean? And that's it. There's nobody putting quality content on there. I see the same thing on regular Minds that I seen on Minds Plus, and I had Minds Plus for 2 years too, just so everybody knows. Okay, this isn't something I'm just saying. It got to the point where I didn't even go to the Minds Plus tab anymore. When I was posting on it, I did it on my own profile, and I freaking made sure that it went on the Minds Plus rather than on the regular Minds, and that was it. But I did do that so that I could get paid for it, and it wasn't very much. I mean, I made about, altogether, I would say about 200, 300 bucks in I'd say about 300 bucks in 2 years, and that was it, so it wasn't very much. It was just enough to where I could just barely get the amount back that I made on it, and then make a profit off of it, because like when it comes to doing that stuff, that hold on, let me see what it says here. Parabellum says, have you ever noticed that we cannot make cities from the past? If you look closely, you'll see bigger doors and door handles that a normal man can't reach. Things are not what they seem. Well, yeah, I guess. If you look closely, you'll see bigger doors and door handles that a normal man can't reach. Now, I really don't understand where that's coming from. You'd have to relate to me or elaborate on that for me, Parabellum. It's a interesting concept, though, but kind of elaborate on that so that I can get an idea of what you're talking about. But yeah, the whole thing there was that was the first flag that went up, or it should have gone up whenever I noticed it. I did get frustrated about it, and I spoke my mind, but I think what it comes down to is, like, you have all these people who are on Minds.com who thinks that this stuff is worth something, and in like boosting, that was an example that was thrown at me, and that was the best example they have. Well, you get to do these boosts with these off-chain tokens, And if you were on other platforms, you'd have to pay for them. Well, I don't boost. Everything that I've ever posted is purely organic, okay? I've been against boosting and promoting for a very, very long time. I think that that's a bullshit way of doing things. I don't think that freaking people should go out and earn their freaking hard-earned dollar working 40 hours, maybe even longer a week, just to come home and use the promote button on their YouTube channel. I think that that's a waste of good money. You know what I mean? So for me, that doesn't apply, because even with those, my off-chain tokens on Minds.com are just sitting still. I don't use them at all whatsoever. They're just there. I used them twice, and I didn't even get the reach from those freaking those times that I put into it. Like, I actually spent more in these tokens and got less, So I decided that I wasn't going to do that. But there's people who think that that's worth something, you know what I mean? And I don't think that it is, because I've been actually paying more attention to the analytics than what I did when I first started doing all this stuff. And I've been noticing that there's something called freaking organic reach, which everybody isn't really aware of, okay? And with your views, okay, and organic reach, what you're getting there is you're getting real contact, you know what I mean? You're getting real views. In other words, these are actual views of people who are watching your content, all right? And when you get those, what happens is you get better reach. You get more quality interaction with the people that are around. Now, if you go in there and you hit the promote button and the boost button, what happens is all of these people are getting your shit that they don't like. A lot of them don't want to see what you're posting up there. A lot of them don't like what you're posting up there, but they're seeing it. So all of a sudden things get complicated. Now you have a click rate, okay? And everybody loves the click rate. I don't understand why they like the click rate, but they love it. And the truth is click rate is bad. When you get high click rates, when you get like a 6 on click rates, that means that you're going to get a lot of trolls. You're going to get a lot of people who downvote and all that good stuff that don't like your content. You're going to get a lot of people who watch only 15 seconds of your video, which is going to screw up your analytics, you know what I mean? Bots, that's right, Parabellum. You're going to get a lot of bots. You're going to be invaded by these things, man. They're going to be all over your shit. So that's the thing about the promote buttons, I've been comparing Rumble, their analytics compared to YouTube here lately, and I don't know if you guys are aware of it, but like on Rumble doesn't have that promote option. I haven't seen it, at least. They could have it, but I haven't personally seen a promote option on there. And I've been watching some suggestions that Mark Edworthy pointed out to me, and about views and stuff like that. And a lot of them have like a bad taste in their mouth over Rumble, and they say that they don't want to actually transfer their videos over to Rumble and use Rumble because they're not getting the amount of views. Well, I've been comparing like my views on Rumble compared to my views on YouTube. And the truth of the matter is I'm actually not doing very bad on my views when it comes to it, because they're organic, okay? Now, one of the guys, or one of the people channels that was talking about this was showing their views, okay? And I was looking at it according, because they're a big channel, and I was looking at it according to their analytics. And the truth of the matter is freaking, they have shit freaking videos. That's what it is, you know. On YouTube, they can take and put out a shit video that's horrible, that nobody freaking likes, and they can just hit boost, and bam, the analytics go up, you know. Whereas, like me, I mean, all my content that I've been putting on there has been freaking edited. It's been, it has good content. It has everybody that I've live streamed with. I mean, these are great people with great topics. They're not freaking, you know, people who are famous. They're not people who are known on the internet. Well, they are in certain crowds, you know what I mean? But they're not big names. And they've been doing good. I've actually done about... I've been able to get freaking my unique views according to raw views. I'm always staying just under 50%, which is really good, okay, when it comes to that. And it's been that way since I started. So this person who has this huge channel is sitting there showing his analytics, and he has less than a third in views than what raw views, or you know what I mean, a third of unique views compared to his raw views. So I know, hold on, I'm gonna have to pause for my Odyssey is screwing up again. Find out if anything's screwing up. See, on my OBS it says that everything's running fine, no problems. But then everything starts messing around on the loading thing. But what it is he's getting freaking a third in unique views compared to raw views on his Rumble account. So that right there is when I started noticing it has to do with this promote thing, you know. And everybody's buying into it, and they're thinking that it's so great, and it's not really all that great. There's nothing good about that. It's very, very shady when it comes to doing things. Okay, stop taking your money and putting it into promoting and boosting and all that other stuff. Because I'm going to tell you something that I learned. When it comes to this stuff, when people who do that don't get back the same amount that they put into their videos, okay? And you have to take into consideration the amount of money that you had to spend on the equipment you're using, okay? Now, I spent a pretty penny on building this computer, and I've mentioned it before on my streams, okay? And I haven't even incorporated that into the amount of money that I've spent on this, which I'll probably never make that money back, you know, but it needs to be there, you know what I mean. And plus, when it comes to not just that, but you have to think about, I just did a freaking subscription to X Prime or Premium, you know. I'd like to make my money back from that too. I was lucky enough to at least make my money back on Mines Plus when I did that one before this one. And the only reason is because Bashy was nice enough to give me, I think it was $6 on Mines Plus, to where I could reach the $100 threshold and be able to cash out. If that didn't happen, I would have been screwed. There was quite a few people who were on Mines Plus that got screwed over when they stopped doing that, because they were right there at the $97, $98 threshold, and they just only needed like maybe less than $10 to freaking cash out, and they weren't able to. You don't hear about that, you know. And a lot of the people that I've been networking with and talking to they don't seem to have a problem with that either. Like, I'm just such a bad person because freaking I thought that it would be a good idea to get paid for the content that I'm putting out. So that's the attitude that I have about it. It's not really a content creator friendly environment. This is a place where people just get on there and they want free shit. You know what I mean? They just want to type out their little messages and put memes on there, and everything can be happy and socialist. So I'm not buying into that shit. I I've been doing this stuff for too long for that kind of stuff to be going on. And to be honest with you, this was supposed to be my last year. I said frickin' enough is enough, because I'm starting to figure out that frickin' the internet is nothing but a frickin' con. I mean, it really is. There isn't anything that you can get your interests in when it comes to the internet that is actually productive, where you can actually make a profit off of something, or freaking anything, make, like create a business, whatever. You just cannot do it. A while back I was getting into selling novelty items like magic cards and stuff of that nature, so I got involved with eBay. And with eBay, I was trying to freaking just sell freaking magic cards, trade them over the internet. It cost more money to freaking ship one magic card to another person than what the actual card was worth. I had a few people that bought them, you know what I mean? But the only thing is it just felt so bad because they had to pay more for the shipping prices on this card than what the actual card was worth. They could have walked down to a freaking, or they could have gone to their freaking, shops and bought them cheaper there than what they did with me over the internet. And I find this everywhere, not just on platforms when it comes to streaming and stuff, but like with eBay, with any kind of stuff that you're wanting to do, selling seeds, you know what I mean, for planting. I was big on that. I did that. Same deal, man. It's a scam is what I'm basically saying. The internet is probably the biggest scam that you could ever get involved in. At one time when I was younger, I remember they used to have these computer freaking teaching places. They had them everywhere. Like, you could go down to the strip mall, which a lot of the younger people don't know what a strip mall is, but you could go down to a strip mall and there was always some kind of place for teaching people how to do computers, and you'd go in there and talk to these people and they're saying computers are the way of the future. You're gonna have to learn this stuff so that you can make a living, and you're gonna have to learn this stuff so that you can create your own businesses and stuff. And that's not what it's turned into. It's turned into a plaything, you know what I mean, where people just go in and they play. And that's basically the deal. There's nothing serious-minded about the internet whatsoever. You can't set up your own business and do freaking stuff like they were talking about when I was younger, you know what I mean? Back then they were teaching people word perfect, and saying that you're going to have to learn how to type. I actually can type freaking like well over 60 words per minute, and I was never freaking taught by the schools. That was something my mom taught me because she went to one of these strip mall schools, and I had to play the little game where you typed out the word freaking cadabra, or some word like that before the word hit the ground, kind of stuff. It was pretty cool game, but I had to learn that stuff, and I learned how to do it. And now today you don't even have to freaking put your fingers on the freaking keyboard properly. You just go in there, tap it, your fingers around anywhere you want it. Heck, majority of people don't even use the computer anymore. It's on the phones. It's basically set up that way to where it is just one big scam. You know what I mean? Where people come on the internet, they get scammed. It's a form of entertainment. It has absolutely nothing to do with business-minded people who want. Well, you can be business-minded if you want to go in on AdSense and pay them even more money to put up a commercial for you. You know what I mean? That maybe that'll work. I haven't tried AdSense, but I do know that freaking you can do it that way. But other than that, that's what it is. You get on YouTube and freaking gamers get more freaking views than what a person who wants to do gardening does. Now, if people who do gardening wants to make money off them, they get sponsors to come in and do it for you. You know what I mean? But other than that, no, it's not. Now, Parabellum also says America Online is a controlled America. We were a lot freer before it. And I agree with you, Parabellum. Now, I'm a believer that it is not the internet that was the goal. I'm a believer that it's not the internet that was the goal. It's the weapon system tower that was goal. Now, weapon systems tower, with me, I always tell people ahead of time, you got to take into consideration the truth about the internet, okay? Internet was never meant to be a free and open society, exchanging knowledge and all that bullshit, okay? You hear a lot of these crazy nerds talking about that shit, and that was farthest from the truth. That is not what the internet was. The internet was developed by the military, and they were gracious enough to allow this technology to us, the people, because we deserve to have that good stuff, don't we? We deserve to have all of this internet freedom that everybody seems to have created a folklore for, that, it was a free and open exchange of ideas and all this crazy dumb shit. No, that's not what it was. It was a system that was set up so that this government could hand it out to the people, and then they could stretch their influence from the government outward to everybody else. So that's the reason why we have Snowden, okay, who's sitting in Russia right now, hiding out from the United States government. It's because he openly told them, no, look, they're spying on you. Okay, they're stealing your information and spying on you and trying to figure out what the hell you're doing. They don't care about spying just on China or just on Russia. They're interested in spying on me and you. They want to know what we are doing. Okay, so yeah, that's what I believe too. I believe that it's a weapon systems, but it's meant to freaking spy on everybody. They want to know everybody's shit. You know what I mean? And that's what the internet is. And nobody seems to realize that. They don't realize that the internet was actually created by the government. And Mark gets irritated when I say the government, but by the military is what I should say. This was done on purpose, and everybody falls for that stuff. So that was something that I did want to bring up at one point, and I almost forgot to. So I do appreciate you bringing that up for me. And I believe that with the internet, okay, with it being the way it is and the way it's set up, I believe that it's set up to make people dumb. You know what I mean? I do believe that. You're talking about the 5G towers. It said Parabellum says the 5G towers are not even being used for cellular in computers. The towers can be used at setting up 10 more levels into 6G. I'm so sick of hearing the G word. It's really getting crazy how much these people are actually pushing that stuff. So it's something that I think that's going to end up being an issue. I think that they really need to chill it on how powerful this stuff is getting, because to be honest with you, there does need to be more research. It's just like and you'll never hear of any of the negative influences that this stuff has had on people. Like back in the early 2000s, they were talking about how you need to keep these cell phones away from your head because it emits radiation into your freaking ear. And they kept preaching about that for the longest time. And these corporations kept denying the fact that that was true. But then all of a sudden the phones went to flat phone, and they had a perfect example for it, you know what I mean? It was to help you to where you didn't have to drive with the phone to your ear and all this dumb shit, you know. But at the same time, you know, freaking it got rid of the whole controversy about the phone being up to your ear and causing radiation and hearing problems, I believe was what it was. And that all just kind of went away. Like, you never hear people talking about it. Another thing I noticed too that kind of went away was about the stewardess when they were talking about going up on flights. They would go to a lot of places. They were always working, always up in the air, and they found out, or they were making claims, I shouldn't say they were found out, but they were making claims that because they were in that high of an altitude, that the radiation levels were higher, and they were actually getting sick from it. And it actually did hit a lot of circles during that time period, but it didn't get very much traction. And if you notice, nobody talks about it anymore. And I've recently heard that stewardess and marshals have all had their hours reduced from uptime in airplanes because of their U.S. Marshals, because of the amount of travel they have. So that was actually taken care of below the radar, you know what I mean, so that it didn't get very much traction. And that's what I think is going to happen with this 5G. Eventually they're going to start figuring it out, and they're going to start cracking down on that, and it's going to go away. It's just like the VR headsets. A lot of people don't know that you have to be 13 or older to do it, because they don't have the information that's available to do a proper study on the effects that those VR goggles are going to have on kids or just anybody over a certain amount of time. At one time they were just letting everybody put them on. They didn't care how old you were, and eventually they started changing it around that to where you have to be 13 years or older before you could do that. I think they started putting that into place right around the time YouTube got in trouble about about allowing minors to stream on YouTube and get monetized and stuff. It was right around then, I believe. So that is a good topic. I just don't think that they are going to be, I don't think that anybody's going to actually hear about what actually takes place at the end of the day, you know what I mean? Just like all the other examples that I've mentioned, you can check. I haven't found anybody come up with any kind of explanation for why they went from flip top to flat phones, you know, other than the fact that they're flat, you know. But there's really no reasoning behind it. And people were talking about putting those phones up to your ear and it causing radiation, you know. So for me, I, 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 I get on the internet and I do all this stuff. Don't get me wrong, but I have gotten to the point where I basically, I don't have any confidence in it. I'm not, and I've been doing this for a while. I really have. I've just now started to do these live streams. That was within the last year. I've actually deleted more on my channels than what I've actually gotten posted up. I believe that I may have started doing my streams back in 2017 or 2016. I'm not quite sure, but before that I was like messing around on my Facebook and doing blogs and stuff of that nature. So it's kind of foggy when it comes to thinking about all of that and how long I've been doing it. Okay, and for me, I have found nothing that has been productive when it comes to the internet. Trying to do something for yourself and trying to be creative, because see, when you start trying to be creative on the internet, they try to shut you down. Okay, and that's the way it works. That's the reason why people are getting censored. It's because they want to be creative and they want to talk and discuss things that are on their minds. But oh no, we can't have that. We've got to censor that out. You've got to go according to protocol. You got to go according to the way they want you to do it. For me personally, I have an issue with a lot of this stuff, like with this new thing that's going on about vaccinations and stuff of that nature. You know what I mean? I'm in the United States, okay, and in the United States, we have a constitution that doesn't allow other laws and organizations outside of our country to supersede our laws. You see what I'm saying? So when I get on YouTube and they tell me that I have to abide by the World Health Organization and their guidelines, they're infringing on my constitutional rights. Okay? And that's just the way it is. Now, I don't know how Canada is, because I know that they've just recently gotten their own constitution. I don't know for sure, you know what I mean, how that all works. England is pretty much a joke. They're just falling in line they're probably in cahoots with the EU and all of them and abiding by that kind of shit. Same goes with all the other British colonies. That they're all one and the same. Don't be fooled by that, But for me personally, that's what I'm saying when it comes to this country and my rights. They're being infringed on by YouTube because they're telling me that I have to abide by the EU and the World Health Organization and the UN, which that's pretty fucked up, if you ask me. But that's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about with this censorship thing. You know what I mean? People who are getting on here and they're actually trying to freaking create something that they agree with, then that's being censored out. So what you've got, Parabellum says, when the banks fail, people will throw away society numbers because it's broke. So they want to have a cellular phone numbers to ID you. KYC, know your caller. Yeah, I agree with you. It's all tracking. Break it all up. You know what I mean? It's like, how many people actually know what their own phone numbers are today? That's something that a lot of people don't even realize. They don't even know what their own phone number is. They have to go in and they have to hit their phone information so they can dig it up. It's really amazing to me. I've seen that actually happen with a lot of people. They've they don't do it. Back when I was younger, man, I always knew my phone number from heart. Today, I don't even have a phone, to be honest with you. I, I, I despise them. And it's not the fact that they're a phone, you know what I mean? It's the fact that freaking there's all this shit that's involved with it. You know, they want you to carry it around with you at all times. You know what I mean? It's like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Why the hell do I need to have a phone that I need to carry around at all times? Well, what if we need to get in touch with you? Well, you can call me at home. That's where the landline is. Call me at home. If I'm not there, then you can call back until you do get in touch with me. That's the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. People think that it's so important that you get contacted when you're out on the streets doing business. You know what I mean? So it kind of amazes me how dumbed down people have become when it comes to this technology. Earlier I was talking about trying to make a profit off of the things you put into it, and everybody hitting the promote button. Now, I was raised up to believe that when I spend $50, I need to make $150 back. That's just the general way that things are done, you see. And this is the way that freaking our parents and our grandparents were taught. And today, in today's world, if you listen to these people and you listen to the younger generations, they're really big on trying to freaking vilify the past even and say that their ways were the wrong ways, our ways are the right way. And it's not, I mean, if the way your life is today is so great, then why is all this shit happening? It's because you're not fucking learning. You're getting dumbed down, you know what I mean? It has absolutely nothing to do with your life being better. Okay? That's just not happening. Your life is not getting better because of the stuff that you believe in today. It's just not happening, And I truly do believe that. I believe that a lot of it is getting way, way out of hand when it comes to people believing in that shit. And I'm sorry, but I do. I believe that we are freaking... There was an old movie that came out when I was younger, and I loved it to death, but now I see it coming to... it's coming to, basically, for today. And what it was is these two parents, they got freaking... I guess it's abducted by aliens, but what happened is they were driving their car and they got sucked into a vortex to this planet filled with idiots. Okay? And these idiots were so stupid they couldn't freaking even do anything on their own. You know what I mean? And these two were just like a husband and wife, and they were pushed down on there, and they were just average people, but they were freaking geniuses compared to these people. You know what I mean? And they had like this little hand grenade where it said "pick me up," and it was sitting on the ground, and these idiots would, instead of throwing these grenades, all they would do is drop the grenade on the ground, and these idiots would walk up and see "pick me up," and they'd pick the grenade up, and they would be vaporized. So that grenade would drop to the ground without exploding, and then the next idiot would walk up, pick up the grenade, and get vaporized too, And this is the same kind of society that I'm seeing happen here in real life today, because I believe that a lot of these young people are idiots. They don't understand that there's a way that they need to behave, You don't spend your entire life in front of a computer playing a video game and screw everything else. You know what I mean? You need to go out and you need to participate with people. Those people that you go to school with, go hang out with those kids. Freaking go do things that are away from your house, away from your computer, away from your video game. Be a part of life. there used to be kids playing in the freaking streets and out in the yards and stuff like that, hanging out with one another, getting dirty, you know what I mean? You don't see that stuff anymore. Austin Todd, somebody that I do a show with on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, brought it up just here recently, and I thought about it, and it's true. It's like, here's a question for all of you guys. I'll share it with you. Name the last time you saw your neighbors taking groceries in from the store. When was the last time that you've actually seen any of your neighbors bringing the groceries in? And I stopped and thought about it, and I can't remember the last time I actually saw my neighbors bringing their groceries in. It's been that long, you know. It's something to think about. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So I need to keep track on how long I've actually been streaming, because I didn't think I was going to be able to get this much content. I really did bad. Like I have actually been doing other things, and I got caught up with a lot of weird shit that I do want to go through, but I got distracted. I shouldn't have started out with Odyssey. You know, I mean, that's just one thing that I should never have done. So with that, that's on me. Now, I am at 57 minutes. I could go ahead and do the Mayan song from Austin for a while, and then come back and start on the next topic. Now, when I do this, I try to talk about video games and stuff like that, because I am doing it on Twitch on my gaming channel. So I want to come back and maybe get into some of the stuff that I've been going over with my games and things of that nature. So plus I do want to cover freaking the politics thing because of this new assassination attempt. I think that that's something that does need to be discussed, and it kind of goes into what I was talking about here, you know, with the environment and the way that people are thinking, and just the insanity compared to before, you know what I mean? So with that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open up the Mayan song, and then I'll be back and we can start from there, or start with the gaming and stuff. So stick around, guys. Go get yourself a soda, smoke a cigarette, whatever you need, make some coffee, and I'll be back here in a little bit.
Snaking through the jungles and deserts, Central America, from the northernmost shores of the Yucatan down to southern Guatemala. Vast network of thriving Mayan city-states rise tall against the sky. By night their lavish temples and palaces under the moon and stars glow white, and by day glow a vibrant palette of colors under a tropical sun so bright. Temples and palaces, there existed outlying towns, surrounded by fields fed by massive grid works of irrigation canals. These great city-states were connected by an intricate web of trade routes, stretched for thousands of miles through the Mayan highlands, plateaus and lowlands. Great city-states of Maya were under the rule of kings, trace the lineage to their gods, and were worshipped by the people. People believed that kings mediated between them and their gods, and performed religious ceremonies at the center of the Mayan culture. By 750 AD, as the warfare and sacrifices only increased, overworked land also began to lead to massive crop failures. The crop failures led to food shortages, famine across the land, and deforestation from overbuilding put an end to the growth of the city-states. By 900 AD they lay abandoned, reclaimed by the desert and jungle.
Okay, I guess that was the end of it. I was pretty sure I had that on loop too. Yes, I did. Well, I will get back to the show, I guess. I'm sorry if you guys had to sit and wait in silence for as long as, or for very long. I don't know for sure. I just went in, smoked my cigarette. Was gonna get me a cup of coffee, but found out that we were out of it. But I had some old instant coffee, and I ended up making me a cold cup of instant coffee. I'm sick like that, I know. But anyhow, I'm back. Now, I did want to talk over some of the stuff that I've been going over, or I've been doing concerning video games. So, the one thing that I do want to, or the first thing I want to talk about is Pokemon and Skate 3. These are two games that I have been dealing with for quite some time, but I've been trying to finish off my series on Skate 3, and there were some things that I completely forgot about Skate 3, which I think I should probably bring up. And this is for all you gamers out there. If you plan to play a skating game, you need to understand that Skate 3 is probably the hardest skating game that was ever brought up, that was ever made. So I'll make sure this is turned off. Yeah. Now Skate 3, I completely forgot how hard that game was until I did this game, okay? Again, now, I've been using my emulator to play the game. I usually use RPCS3, and it works out pretty good, but I have been having issues with the controller that I've been using here lately. It's gone kaput, so I've been having to use the keyboard. Now this is the only game, to give it all respect on, this is the only game on RPCS3 that I've had no problems with when it comes to my controller. Now the rest of the games that I've been playing, and this is off Steam as well, tells me that my R3 button or R2 button, the one up on top, right there on the top part, that one is out. But I use this emulator and it seems to work perfectly with no problem whatsoever. But I still am having some major issues when it comes to playing this game, and the reason for it is I forgot how hard this game was. This game, I've been playing it for well into a year now, at least, and I can tell you one thing, I haven't learned a damn thing from it. The tricks are freaking insanely hard, and what happens is I end up playing for a certain amount of time with this game, and then I have to go and I have to edit the videos and then move on to something else. And when I come back to it to play it again, I have seemed to somehow forget everything that I learned from the time before. It is that complicated of a game, and I've busted my butt on getting as far as I have gotten. Usually I try to make about 30 videos for every game, and then I move on to the next one. I like to call it variety gaming, and most of my games are Let's Plays, which means that I'm not going, there's a good chance I'm not going to beat the game, you know what I mean? And that's basically what it is. The objective to streaming that video game isn't to start the game and finish the game and videotape it. So that's what a Let's Play is. But I try my best to get 30 of them, then I move on to the next game. On this one, I am up to 26, and I also do fail videos with my video games too. So when I go through and I edit, I take out all of the spots where I've basically died in, or I've planted my face in the concrete on Skate 3, and I put it in its own separate fail video compilation, about 15 minutes worth each time. And doing that, I've came up to 26 videos now, but the amount of time and effort that I've had to put into this game at making these videos is insane. I have got to honestly say, and I do mean this, that this is definitely the hardest game I've ever played, and that goes with all my retro games too. So with that being said, I do want to put it out there that I do have to say that one is the hardest one. I have been working on it. I'm finally almost done. I think I may be at video 30. Like I said at the beginning of this stream, I had to go in and download the last stream that I did off of Twitch. I'm going to have to make some adjustments with Blender to make the screen full screen and everything. But I do have that, and I may be able to finish it off. So I'll be done with that one. Now, from this point on, whenever I do my streaming, I'm not going to do like a crap load of marathon of games like I've been doing in the last 2 or 3 years. I believe it's been 2 years that I've been doing that. I was posting, I think it was 9 videos a day the first year, and then 6 videos a day. Yeah, it was 2 years for last year or this year. But that's done. It's not happening anymore. It's going to be 1 video a day. Each video is going to, or each day is going to have a different game. And that's how I'm doing it from this point out. I'm taking a note from what Jeffy does. He likes to archive his videos after he live streams, and I've started doing that with my gaming videos. I've gone through, gotten the older ones that were live streams, and I'm archiving them for archiving uploads. Basically, I'm going to upload them with them edited and looking nice. With that being said, that comes into the next part of what I was going to also mention, which is I have 2 videos that are actually no two videos that are being archived right now, and they have been from beginning to end. That means I beat the game, and that is Saints Row the Third, and that's already being posted, but I finally finished with the rendering, and they're scheduled to be posted all the way to the end. I've got that finished, as well as Resident Evil The Village. So all of that rendering is done, and they are going to go all the way up until December. So I've got that covered. Not only am I putting that on YouTube, which is going to be synced up with Odyssey, and you'll see them on Odyssey, but I've also got them uploading too now to Rumble, so I've got that going and ready, as well as having Saints Row the Third and Saints Row the Third and Resident Evil The Village on Rumble. I'm also adding Call of Duty 4, which is a game that I'd beaten previously. I'm editing that out, or I've already got it edited out. Now I'm adding it to Rumble and scheduling it to where it'll be going. I don't know how far ahead I can schedule my videos, so I'm not taking my chances on that one. I just did 20 videos, which is all of the Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare videos, and I've got all those scheduled out and ready to go, but I have more of them for Saints Row and for Resident Evil, so I've got to schedule those out later, but I'm only going to do 20 of them right now, and that's already on my Gaming with Infamous, which is the main channel there on Rumble for my thing. It's not Live with Roger Hanson or anything like that. It's actually Infamous OG 1973, which is my my default channel. So that is going to have games actually uploaded to it. I have been doing live streams on there, but I haven't been uploading anything. I'm getting pretty close to having everything that is on the live streams with the interviews and the roundtables almost scheduled onto Rumble. I've made it up to episode 14 on everything, and I am going to episode 24, I believe, with those, but there are some that aren't there. My organization skills aren't really as great as what I thought they were, so either that or they're still in my 8-hour block folder, because what I usually do is I take these videos in their raw form and I make an 8-hour block of them, and I post those up on YouTube on this channel. So I will have those coming out too. They're starting in I believe after I'm done with this episode, they'll start coming out next week. So I have that, and then what I do is I take them from that folder and I put them into another one that was supposed to be my podcast folder, but I gave up on Spotify. I deleted my account, and that was that. So I don't do Spotify anymore. Instead, I take those videos and I put them on Rumble, and that is how all of that's working out right now. The reason why I gave up on Spotify was because Anchor ended up selling out to Spotify, and I don't like the way that Spotify is working out anymore. It reminds me really, really bad of Twitch, and I don't really like the way Twitch is actually set up, even though I am streaming on Twitch. But I just don't like their whole format and the way that they do things. So I'm not contributing to that kind of dumb shit, you know what I mean? It's not worth my time, not worth my effort. I'm almost to the point of being the same way when it comes to YouTube too, by the way. So just be aware of that. I'm not just saying that about Twitch. I do have my issues with a lot of the other platforms as well. All of them actually. And I stream on them too. Like X, I really have a hard time seeing the purpose for X, because it's just, it is insane with the amount of content that you have to put on there just to get views. They want you to at least make 10 posts a day. Them and Instagram, and there's a few other ones where if you want to get any kind of decent views whatsoever, you have to post at least 10 times a day on there. I was going over that with somebody else and talking about that before, and it blew their mind when I brought it up. Now, I don't agree with a lot of the suggestions people have put out. Like they say that you're supposed to do at least 3 videos a day for YouTube, and for I believe it was Facebook. I could be wrong, but they I don't agree with that, because I think that you need to put more on there for people to actually get your views, or for you to actually get your views on there, because I personally had to post more than just 3 a week, um, and that's my experience with it. But I've never really had very much luck when it comes to X, and I gave Instagram a try whenever I was on Facebook, but since then I've backed out of being on Facebook altogether, and I don't use Instagram at all whatsoever. I tried it for a little while, but it didn't work out all that great. So that is the reason why I had that podcast folder, is what that was all for. And I went way off into left field there. That's the reason why I said I need my talking points, because I end up losing my place, and next thing you know, I'm talking about a bunch of crazy, silly stuff that nobody really wants to hear. So now, after I was talking about those things happening, I realized something too when it comes to these blocks. These blocks that I have are 8-hour videos that are all of the interviews and everything that we've done together on Minds.com. The Live with Roger Hanson, Tech Talk, done the Minds Roundtable. I've done some with Karma Love that has to do with strangeness, conspiracy theories, history, which I've actually started using that on my wonderful World of Weirdness as well. It's called Mysterious Histories, Mysteries, or something like that. So I've been doing, or that's what I've been adding to these 8-hour blocks. So they're all coming out. I've got tons of them set up. I think they're good until the end of December. One of them ended up getting me a warning on YouTube, because I left in something that had been previously put on there. We were talking about, that medical stuff again, and how YouTube is these days. So I believe I got a warning off of that. That makes 3 of them that I've gotten on 3 different channels. I really believe that eventually YouTube's going to go down. It's getting ready to get taken out. I don't think it's going to be around very much more. If it isn't taken down, it'll end up being like MySpace is now. Just a place where people can go in and make cool little videos and share them. Which, believe it or not, MySpace is still around. It's just not very much used. It's pretty horrible, actually, but I believe that if they keep going the route they're going, it's going to crash and burn. I can see that happening pretty soon too. A lot of the stuff that they're doing on there is pretty bad, and they keep sending out these invitations to do a survey, and whenever frickin' you go into those surveys, I've been noticing that, like, they say that they're not gathering information on you, but for some reason every time I did that, bad shit happens. So I stopped doing that. I don't wish to participate in any of their information gathering whatsoever. Because it just seems as though it causes more problems and more damage to me than it does to anybody else. Um, you know, I'm not satisfied with it because, like, here in the gaming community, for me recently, I've had to, or I've experienced something that I didn't like. It was a friend of mine that's on there, and he does gaming. It's Maxie's RPGs, and everything I've seen that he's put on YouTube has been pretty good. You know what I mean? And it's had no controversy. It's just video games. You know, he was on there. He had his subscribers up to like 375, I believe, right around there. And they just literally got blocked off his channel. You know what I mean? They did it, and they said that it was because of spamming. Well, he went and tried to do inquiries and asking them what exactly it was, and he got nothing back. So he eventually he did go on Rumble and start an account, so he is on there. But he eventually went back to YouTube and started up a channel again, which I think if that happened to me, I would make my my cut from YouTube, and that would be the end of it. You know, I don't think I would be willing to invest my time into any of that stuff ever again. But that's something that really annoyed me about all of that when it comes to like the gaming thing and stuff of that nature. It's not just people who are on here, you know, talking about controversial things. Everybody's being attacked when it comes to this kind of stuff, and it's just something that needs to be understood, you know, because that's what's happening. It's not just, you know, Jaffe and his pirate radio network. You know, it's everybody. They're even doing it with gamers and stuff. So now what else was I going to talk about? Okay, I am done with that, and what I wanted to do was talk about Pokemon. Now, I have been working on my retro, getting a lot of retro games going out on my channel, and if nobody's noticed that, I'm sure they have, but let me kind of point out why that's happening. I've had a ton of retro videos sitting around on my computer that Rapid keeps making me play. Like, this dude just won't stop, you know what I mean? He keeps making you do challenges and shit, and then frickin' you do these challenges and he makes you do more challenges. So I had a ton of retro game challenges that that I had stored on my computer. So I decided, you know what, I'm gonna go ahead and store those on my computer, and later on I'm gonna post them up. I'm gonna make a video series just on frickin' these challenges that I did for Rapid G. So I did that. If you want to see those challenges, you can find it on Nostalgia Gaming Retro on YouTube, and you can see a lot of the footage that he has there. It's a pretty good channel too. So what I did is I took all of these challenges that I had with him. I also did the videos that me, him, and Matt did together when it came to the Adventures of Zelda. I put those on my channel as well. That actually came out looking better on my videos than what it did on Rapid's. Like, Rapid did that randomizer, and the game just utterly sucked. I mean, I'm not a fan of Zelda in the first place, but I'm just going to tell you right now, the randomizer and doing it with more than one person, just it was horrible. I don't even think we finished that game, to be honest with you. We might have, but I'm not quite sure. It was just that bad. So the with that being said, though, I went over the video that I had recorded for, and it wasn't all that bad. I just had to cut out all the extra stuff of me roaming around doing useless stuff, because that's what I did the majority of the time. That was my first time playing that game. When it comes to Zelda, I'm old school 2-bit world kind of Zelda games. I don't think I ever tried to do anything more than Zelda 2. I could have tried some other stuff, but I doubt if I did. But I had those going on there as well, and that was interesting. Needless to say, that was pretty interesting. I still don't like Zelda. I hate that game with a passion. And the reason for that was because of my brother-in-law and my sister, my older sister. They were obsessed with Zelda. All they ever did was play Zelda and Mario Kart, and that was it. That was it. Just, and it was bad. It was like Mario World and all that crazy stupid shit, you know what I mean? And then when I think I was about, let me think about it. I think I was about 19 when I moved from Arizona to Illinois, and we moved up here, and I met this friend of mine, Stephen Lee, and that's when the whole Sonic the Hedgehog thing started. I hate Sonic like you wouldn't believe, dude. And the reason wasn't because of the game necessarily, but it was because of these people who freaking wanted to play the same game over and over and over and over and over and over again. You know what I mean? That turned me off on Sonic, but I would still play Sonic before I ever played Zelda. Just put that out there. But I played Zelda, got that up there. Now, after I did that, I also added on my Pokemon stuff. Now, that is something I gotta give Rapid credit for. He converted me from being an anti-Pokemon supporter to actually liking the video games. I'm not gonna say I'm ever gonna sit down and play the card games for Pokemon. I find those still ridiculous. But I've got to admit, man, that Gen 1, that was a good game. A lot of people who play those games don't like the cheat option. They said that it was broke. I don't see broke. I see opportunity to do cool shit, not broke. They have glitches on there like you wouldn't believe. You could do so many cool things on Pokemon Gen 1 that it is just awesome. And I had a little bit of a conversation with the Drew Gamer about that in my comments section, and I understand where he's coming from, you know what I mean, but I also enjoy the whole glitching part of it as well. I've been making video series of this one, and I really like how I actually set this one up, because like the Drew Gamer in Rapid, they have a way of doing their games, and it's traditional, I guess, from what I've seen. All these people on YouTube do it, but they like to make it template style, you know what I mean, where you have the game playing in a little squared area, and then you have the points and for the Nuzlocke, and then you have like what the Pokemon are that you have sitting up on the side, which is cool, and I like it. But at the same time, I wanted to do something different with mine. So, being in the tradition of infamous OG 1973, that's me. I fuck shit up. You know what I mean? That's how I play. And it's all about the battle. You know what I mean? So for me, I changed it up. Instead of doing the template like they do, what I did is I freaking went through and I cut out all the fight scenes, and it's all the fight scenes, dude. It's every Pokemon battle that I did from beginning to end. Okay? And like all the boring shit, walking through the grass and getting lost in the forest and all that just nonsense, you know what I mean? Just get that shit out of there. We don't need that crap. So that was all gone. So what happened was it went from bam, one battle to the next, bam, one battle to the next. And that's what I did on them, and it's actually doing good. People are actually liking it. I'm getting pretty good views off of just the battles, and I really am glad that happened, because believe it or not, I did get to the point where I like that game. It's pretty good. We just did Gen 2. I'm not as satisfied with that one as what I am with Gen 1, but it's probably because I've had more experience of it with Gen 1 than with the second one. And Rapid keeps wanting to do these randomizers, and every time he touches a randomizer and we get to going on it, shit just fucks up, you know what I mean? So I think if we can get to the point where we can get Rapid to just leave those damn randomizers alone, then we will be able to do something really cool with these games, you know what I mean? But he drives me nuts. He freaking drives me nuts, and he keeps doing it. He won't let up on the idea of certain things, you know what I mean? This randomizer shit, he's been trying to pull something off with the randomizers for like 2 or 3 years now, and we ended up having issues with transferring files. We've had issues with audio synchronization. It seems as though I'm the only one out of everybody who can actually sync up audio, so that becomes a problem. And then it becomes a problem because they don't want to send it to me so that I can sync the audio up, because I get annoying and I freaking tell them, I'm like, look guys, you're gonna have to start learning how to do this shit, and that's one thing you don't tell gamers. You don't tell them that they have to learn shit. They're not there for that. They're there to freaking play video games, and they're there to freaking live stream, and they're there to do this and that, but they are not there to freaking learn stuff. Okay, so I have to watch out how I talk to them. Yeah, one of these days I might be able to figure out how to do it properly. I just don't know, because these gamers, they're in their own universe. They really are. And that's really the best way of saying it, to be honest with you, because I love them to death. I love all of them to death, but they are always freaking they're always stuck into this whole way of thinking where it's just it's hard to explain. That's all I gotta say. So I've gotten that. I've actually beaten freaking Pokemon, believe it or not, all the way from beginning to end. Plus a lot of the I beat them with a Nuzlocke even. If you guys don't know what a Nuzlocke is, there's rules that you have to do with them, and that's pretty cool. But I've actually beat them that way, and then I did some challenges in the beginning super rapid in my first year of working with them, and I've got that I added to it all too. So, and then, like I said, it's just one battle right after the other. It's a pretty good one, and it's all finished. I don't know for sure how long that goes. It, it's been a while since I got it all done, but I know that it's going to go for a while. Now, I've got the challenges done in October, and that is going to be switched out with Skate 3. I'm going to finish Skate 3 off, and then after I am done with Skate 3, I'm going to put another game in its place, because like I told you, it's just going to be one video a day, and they're going to be different videos. I'm not going to go over on a lot of this stuff because I just don't want it to I don't want it to get crazy, because I'll end up freaking sitting in the middle of August freaking out because I've got my schedule that I do things according to, and then somebody's going to send me a message on Discord asking for help, and I'm just going to freaking flip out on them and start getting into an argument. And I don't want to do that, because that's usually what happens whenever you start getting crazy about this stuff. It's really about time management. I've mentioned that before too, you know. Always manage your time. Don't overdo it, but don't underdo it either. You know what I mean? Make sure that everything is managed if you do this stuff, to where frickin' you know that you need to step away from the computer and go do this or do that or stuff like that, which that's something that we all should be doing. I've said that before, so I'm not going to rant on that any right now. So I believe I've covered that with Pokemon. So after that, my live stream, I've been getting back into that here lately, and I finally was able to do something that I've been wanting to do for a long time. I've wanted to play For Honor. This game was out. It came out roughly about the same time as Apex, and everybody was jumping onto the Apex wagon, and they love that game, but I wanted to play For Honor, and it was because of the mechanics, the fighting mechanics. Like, whenever you go to freaking swing, you swing to the right, you swing to the right, you swing to the left. Each swing you controlled, and in retaliation to that, the blocks were the same way. If somebody swung at you from the right, you would lift your sword up to the left, upright, and it would block a downward swing from the right. You know what I mean? And I thought that was cool. So that's what I wanted to play, and I finally got that done. I thought that was pretty cool. That is one game that I'd finished up here recently. I'm actually going in and sharing it with my WLC group on Discord, which is home away from YouTube, and getting some pretty good reviews from it. The thing that amazes me about it, though, is that they're marking it as adult content on YouTube, and that's for the storyline. You know what I mean? The storyline itself is marked adult content, but like whenever I go in after that and I do the regular server where you fight against other people, not one single thing is, I mean, at all. And that's really weird to me. I've noticed that they've done that, and then like on the weird part is like I'm doing Doom as well, the new Doom that they came out with in place of the old one. Now on Twitch, I go on there and they automatically restrict that to adult, like on YouTube, but they don't do the same thing for Honor, you know. I find that really weird. So I have Twitch that's making it adult only, or 18 plus on Twitch for Doom, and then on YouTube, For Honor is the same way. So I do find that kind of odd. I believe Assassin's Creed Unity, which is another one that I just finished up on, is the same on Twitch as well. I believe they made that one 18 only. Not positive, but that's the thing that I have an issue with about streaming across platforms, which I do it. Don't get me wrong, but I find it pretty hard to maintain what it is that you have to be careful about, because you're dealing with multiple platforms. And well, it's like with the music. I've mentioned the copyright issue that they have there. Like when you go on Facebook, they give you this free music and say that you can use it. Well, that applies to Facebook, and that really doesn't apply to Facebook, because after a while, these people change their settings or they change the status for it in some way. I don't know how they do it, but for the music that Facebook suggests to you, later on they hit you with a freaking copyright infringement notice for the same music that was suggested by Facebook. But it goes even farther than that, because like if you use that free music on Facebook and then you take that video that you've just edited and you've created with their music and you put it on YouTube, YouTube will hit you with a copyright infringement. And the same thing goes with YouTube. If you use their free music and then you put that on Facebook, then it's vice versa. So for each platform, if you're using free music, you have to use the free music for that platform rather than sharing the same music across different platforms. And that it got complicated just trying to explain that. So it's something that I really don't want to have to do again. It just, and these are the reasons why I said this was supposed to be my last year when it comes to doing all of this shit, because I was at my wit's end. I do not enjoy doing a lot of the stuff that I've had to do. I have learned a lot, but I'm going to tell you right now, if you would have asked me if this was worth it, I honestly don't know how I would answer that, to be truthful. I just do not know how I would answer it. I'm having loading issues on Odyssey again, so you got to give me a moment. Now, when it comes to these games, okay, I do enjoy the games quite a bit. Actually, I enjoy playing them. All right, I enjoy the editing to a big extent, but through the whole journey and doing all this stuff, I've had to put up with this craziness that everybody seems to be going through right now when it comes to these platforms. But I've been doing it for quite a long time, so I've become used to it. And a lot of people who freaking I've been networking with can relate to that, because they've had to put up with it too. But I don't think that the people who are just getting on and listening to these streams and listening to these podcasts, whatever, are comprehending what we're talking about. You know what I mean? And that's one of the reasons why I wanted to bring this stuff up, is because the majority of people don't understand that this is the kind of stuff that's going on. It's getting pretty bad out there. The censoring is just getting out of hand. It's copyright infringement on everything. Like for me, I've gotten to the point now to where I'm actually using my own shit It's like this background that you see back behind on my stream. I created that. That wasn't created by anybody else. Now, I did use a buddy of mine, Austin Todd's music, but I know that he gives me permission to use it. And even if I do get hit with copyright and they make it to where it's okay to use it on YouTube, I'm cool with him being the one that has the video, because if anybody will make money, it'll be him, you know. So, hold on a minute. I have an invader coming in. Gotta mute. And then I'll put music on too for you. So yeah, I basically wanted to get through that and let everybody know about what's going on there. I actually did get a lot of stuff done this last week when it comes to my gaming. I did transfer a lot of games and everything over from YouTube to Rumble. I'm having issues with Odyssey right now, just so you guys know, and it's to the point where I'm probably going to just go ahead and record and not even worry about streaming on Odyssey anymore when it comes to live stream. They are synced up, so it's not like they're going to not see, you know, that you guys aren't going to see my my gaming stuff on Odyssey. It'll be there if you're on my my gaming channel, which is Gaming with Infamous, just so everybody knows. This one is live with Roger Hanson, but I do have another channel on here called Gaming with Infamous. It's got a wizard with a yellow background on there. And another thing too is like I don't invest too much on that, other than the actual option of downloading my videos, you know what I mean, and being able to fix the stream whenever they mess up, which that's probably what I'll end up having to do with this one once I'm done with this, because I had the same issue last night when I was doing my game streams on my other channel. So for me, I'm probably just gonna record these and then edit them out and put them directly on the uploads and not worry about the live streams. It's just like I said, it's about being able to manage time management and being able to do stuff and get it organized in the way it needs to go. So I'm really surprised that I've been able to do this much when it comes to live stream with the topics and stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another break. I am going to come back after the live break, and we will we'll do the politics and get that going on. So I just need to figure out what would be a good song to put on that's really long, and come back. Now I could do within the vacuum stuff, but his is the only thing I think he has that's long is I Remember and Numbers and Letters, but I could be wrong. He's not really big on the ballads kind of stuff, so I could put his ambient music on there if you guys want to hear that. But I'll tell you what, I'm gonna do I Can Remember, because this is actually, Now I Remember is actually the one that I like the best from him. He does a really good he really does a really good job on his music. Now this is on loop, so you might have to listen to it again. So here you go, guys, and I'll be back here in a little bit. Hope you enjoy.
This one's called I Remember.
Hold on. Let me.
Yeah, we can comment about it later. It's the second song, the third song of the album. So here we go.
Actually, I'll put that one on. This is.
The visual spectacle was more than incredible. The visual spectacle was more than incredible. Immersed into the waters by your command, it elevates our souls to remember who we are. You, my love, now I remember all the things we've done in your creative field of love. The visual spectacle was more than incredible. The visual spectacle was more than incredible. Beyond the limits, there are no laws. We set it higher in the sky where no one ever flies. You, my love, now I remember all the moments in our past lives. Yeah, I remember now. Now I remember. 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 Do, 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 do. That one's called I Remember. The visual spectacle was more than incredible. The visual spectacle was more than incredible. Immersed into the waters by your command, it elevates our souls to remember who we are. You, my love, now I remember all the things we've done in your creative field of love. The visual spectacle was more than incredible. The visual spectacle was more than incredible. Beyond the limits, there are no laws. We set it higher in the sky where no one ever flies. You, my love, now I remember all the moments in our past lives. Yeah, I remember now. Now I remember. 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 Do, 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 do. That one is called I Remember.
Okay, so I am back, and now, well, before I move on to the next topic, I do want to also mention that upcoming I will be getting back into my gaming stuff with the shows, podcast format where I talk about gaming. I am also going to be doing some interviews. I have a couple of people that will be going over some stuff that concerns their gaming careers. Maxie was the one I mentioned earlier. He's going to come back on, and we're going to have an interview sometime here in the near future. Rockstar 69 said that he would be willing to do an interview as well. Rockstar Pool 69 is what he goes by. So he said his schedule should be pretty good on that one. I'm lining up interviews for that. Later on, Rapid off of Nostalgia Gaming Retro is wanting me to do a podcast with him, or a show with him on YouTube as well when it comes to gaming and stuff like that. So there are things that are coming up that I will be doing involving that as well, which I almost forgot to mention. Later on, in about 2, 3, 4 weeks, I don't know, I'll be returning to Wonderful World of Weirdness, where I will be the cameraman for Summer Todd with Summer Todd's mystery show. So that's going to be coming up here soon. We're still kind of going through the ifs and whens and what we need to do. Like, she's got her topics and everything that she's wanting to go over, so we're getting that set up, but that should be coming up soon. As well as that, in the gaming part, I do want to mention as well that I want to do interviews and shows pertaining to role-playing games as well. So expect some of that stuff to be brought up. Maybe get some people on Skype together to do that. I have ran into some people on Skype who would be interested in doing it. Even Jeff, he said he'd be curious about getting involved in that. So that'd be something cool to do over on Skype. So if anybody is interested, let me know, and we can get the ball rolling. Get some good stuff going there. So with that, I'm going to finish up my gaming part, and I am going to start talking about politics. Now, here in the last few days, we've had another attempted assassination, or an assassination attempt on Trump. Now, before I get started on it, I want to just bust into this. A lot of people have been doing some fucked up things on the internet, and I'm saying that it's fucked up for a reason, because it is fucked up. Okay, they've been talking about this being a hoax, or if it's real. The thing I want to say first and foremost is, in that first assassination attempt, which I was corrected on in the chat, it wasn't a lot of people dying from it, but there were people that were injured, okay, and one person did die. Alright, so this is no playing around. This is no matter of frickin' just talking shit on the internet, okay? These are serious situations that are taking place right now, and people should frickin' be a lot more conscientious when it comes to the shit that they're talking on the internet. For me, there's no debate on if this is freaking a hoax or if it's real, okay? And I think that this has to be something that's discussed, which I was bringing up earlier, because I think that frickin' it has to do with the mentality and the environment that frickin' is taking place when it comes to the political world. And I've mentioned this, okay? I stepped away from getting involved with the whole politics thing was because it utterly disgusted me. From when I first started getting to where I wanted to even discuss this stuff, it happened like in between. It was in the midterms when Biden was in office, or not Biden, but Obama. And it was during the time where we were having the government shut down. I think it was the first or second one. And that got me to where I actually started talking about the stuff. And then when I went in to go do the research and stuff, the animosity that was there and the freaking bullshit that was being said and the stuff that was talking about was just so outrageous, I eventually quit doing it altogether. And I believe that was right during the freaking presidential elections with Trump, because I was done. I didn't want anything else to do with it. And it had absolutely nothing to really do with the politicians. It had to do with the people that were involved on the internet and the things that they were saying. That was so ridiculous, But I wanted to say that. I wanted to point it out. People were injured and one person died because of that. So for me, I'm not even playing those games, okay? Now, when I think about that incident, what I freaking think about is the incompetence on the part of the law enforcement agencies that were involved. The thing that really gets me about the situation was whenever freaking it came out with the information afterwards, and the police department that was there said that they didn't have proper communications between them and the Secret Service. The Secret Service, they couldn't even contact them. You know what I mean? They had complete. I mean, it was I wouldn't even call it a screw up. I would say that it was botched. Yeah, I guess you could call it a screw up. But it was horrible. You know what I mean? They couldn't even properly communicate with the Secret Service so that they could work together, which tells me that the Secret Service didn't want to work with the local law enforcement in the first place. You know what I mean? And that's one thing that really gets to me. And then it gets to something else that I brought up before in the first part that I was talking about when it comes to the first assassination attempt. It was they refused to give protection to RFK, you know, back when he was running for president, which now I guess he dropped out of the race and he's supporting Donald Trump. But at the time he was running for president, and they refused to give it to him. And just because he was an independent, I guess they felt that he didn't deserve the same rights and privileges that the political parties like the Republicans and the Democrats deserved, which apparently goes into the fact that they didn't give Trump adequate security either when you look at the whole situation, because all of a sudden now, you know, he's had 2 assassination attempts. I guess that they caught this guy behind a bush or something. I haven't been able to watch the stream on it, but I did catch that part. He was apparently on a golf course hiding behind bushes, and somebody picked him out, and he got busted. So that was the good thing, you know. But when it comes to the first one, that's what really stuck out to me, was the lack of communication, or the lack of the ability to communicate with the Secret Service and the police department. They were unable to do that. And then, you know, they refused to give protection to people who were running for president. That's another thing. Another thing that really stuck out to me about that first time was the fact that the shooter wasn't only in the proximity of the former president, but he was also freaking sitting on the rooftop of the building where the local police department was located and monitoring. It wasn't even, you know, on a different rooftop or whatsoever. It was on the actual building that the police were down below surveying from. So that was kind of disturbing to me. I thought that was really, really messed up. You know, going back to what I was talking about when it comes to the general environment of today's world and politics, you know, I find a lot of things offensive when it comes to this stuff. Things that I don't think our grandparents or even our parents, well, I don't even know about our parents because my parents are still alive, but I think they would find it offensive, you know what I mean? When you go through and you look at the things that people are doing and the things that just are uncalled for and in bad taste, it really makes you, it should make you stop and think. I don't see people stopping and thinking though anymore, you know, like when you take a look at Trump's $2 bill, I think that is the most appalling thing that frickin' anybody could ever do. And this is through the frickin' U.S. Mint, or the Mint, you know. They actually have a dollar bill with frickin' Donald Trump's frickin' with his frickin' inmate number on it, you know what I mean? And I find that is very, very offensive. I find that it's in bad taste, and it's purposely put out there, you know. People had more respect back in the day than what they do now, and that is something that I'd gotten into earlier, and I'm seeing that when it comes to this, that would have never have been thought of. It would have been whoever came up with that idea would have been out of a job, all right, for even thinking of doing something that bad. And that is the kind of stuff that really sticks out to me. I find that these people have total disregard for any kind of freaking dignity for themselves or for the institute or whatever institution or whatever they're talking about. They just do not care about it. That is something. This is a former president of the United States. It doesn't matter how you feel about him or anything like that. People don't just become president of the United States because they were cool. There was something that made him president, no matter what you think, no matter what I think. Okay, that's just the facts. If you're so great, run for president, see how far it gets you. Okay, and you can say, yeah, it's the money. There was a lot of good men with a lot of good money that frickin' ran for president. Ross Perot tried and he failed. Think about it. Okay, now Ross Perot wasn't a frickin' poor man. He wasn't even close to poor. Okay, he wasn't even close to moderately rich. He was a very, very wealthy man, and he couldn't be president of the United States. So, that is the thing that really sticks out to me. I find a lot of this stuff very, very appalling, and it just shows the environment of today's politics and what kind of mentality is out there, Not to mention the 2 attempts on a former president that nobody seems to have a problem with, JFK was assassinated, but that was only one attempt that was successful, There's been one attempt here, one attempt there for different presidents, but we've had 2 within a presidential election on a former president, and nobody finds that alarming whatsoever. I think that's stuff that people really, really do need to open their eyes to and take notice of. I think that people actually, when people actually think that it was a hoax, I think that is probably the worst part about it. You know what I mean? You've got mental problems if you think that this is a freaking hoax. That's all I gotta say. You're just mentally ill, and that's all there is to it. People are dying and getting hurt because of this stuff, and this stuff is real. It's something that you need to take a look at and understand, because it's just not. It's not a fairy tale world. It's not. I mean, I know that a lot of people get on the internet and they get caught up in this make-believe world where they can say and do whatever they want and get away with it. But this is reality. Okay, this is the real world, and I think that is something that a lot of people need to take into consideration, because I think it's become more of a habit of a lot of these people getting on the internet and just running their mouth and saying bad things and thinking that it's okay to do that, and they don't understand the consequences that are involved with that. It's getting to the point where people are dying, and I'm not the kind of guy that gets on here and says, you need to censor that, you need to do this. I don't agree with that, but I do believe in personal responsibility. If you're one of those people who are getting on here and doing stuff like that, then you're in the wrong for it. I'm saying it. It's not frickin' YouTube saying it. It's not frickin' Rumble or frickin' X or any other platform saying it. It's one individual saying to you, you're doing wrong, and you need to stop it. Okay? We don't need that kind of garbage. It's getting out of hand. If you want to talk about politics, get on the internet and talk about real politics. Stop doing the hate and frickin' spreading the frickin' anger and all that stuff, And I do believe that That's what this is all about. This is about spreading hate. Now, I personally believe that the Conservative Party has been taken over by the Nationalist Socialists. And you can see that in a lot of the things that are going on in the world today. You can, or in a lot of the stuff that's being said today. I have been getting on shows and being around people who are freaking making blatant freaking white supremacist freaking propaganda. They're saying it out in the open, and I don't know if the people who are there are even aware that that's what that is. It's been used for 125 years. If you sit and you listen to it, you can recognize it if you've learned what that stuff is. But I doubt that very many people do know what it is, and they sit there and they listen to it and they jump on the bandwagon and they start listening to it, and they don't even know that that's what this stuff is. It is straight up white supremacist propaganda. Most of the people who are spreading this stuff don't even realize that it is propaganda, and the ones who do know what it is are doing it on purpose. And the bad part about it is they're disguising themselves and pretending that that's not who they are, when they know damn well that's exactly what they are. They get on there, they start the propaganda, and they start spreading it around, and all of a sudden all these other people who have no idea what the hell they're talking about, and the information that they're spreading is freaking saying this shit. You know what I mean? And they don't even know. They don't even have a clue. They don't educate themselves to the history behind the shit they're saying. You know what I mean? I was just on a show where a dude was honestly trying to say that there's photos of Jewish people playing fucking tennis in concentration camps. And that pissed me off, and I ended up freaking going off. So I ended up going off on there, and all of a sudden I have another person that I network with saying, "Oh man, I heard you freaking went, I heard you get into 2 arguments with 2 people that were supposed to be your friends." And, I never got the chance to freaking point it out that the reason why I went off in that stream was because this dude was on there spreading freaking racist, white supremacist, Nazi propaganda. And I was sitting there being quiet, and that was the end of it. Then recently I ended up going on to another show with the same guy, okay, and he was still spreading a bunch of the same propaganda and the same lies and stuff of that nature. So I ended up freaking getting into it with him again, okay. So with me, I'm not into doing all that stuff. I have tried my best to stay away from that kind of stuff, and it's getting to the point now where I'm starting to say that maybe it's a good idea for me not to really want to do a lot of the streaming and stuff, because I'm at that point now where I'm on the border of saying, do I really want to do this shit, or don't I want to do it? Because it seems that a lot of the stuff that I'm getting put into has to do with hate. It has to do with people pushing hate for different groups, you know what I mean? I'm not a freaking white supremacist. I don't agree with it. My great uncle fought in World War II against the bastards that freaking these people are on here freaking spreading their lies for. There's a lot of good American men and women who died in that war fighting for this country against those people. And when you are in the United States and you're spreading that kind of hate and you're doing it on purpose, you're nothing but garbage. And I don't care who freaking hears that and who says that that's wrong for me to say it. I don't care. Okay? You're disrespecting me. You're disrespecting my freaking uncle. You're disrespecting every man and woman who died in that freaking war, and the ones who came back and had to live with it after they came back. Okay? So, for me, that's how I feel about it. And if you don't like that, sorry for your luck, man. I'll say it again. When you start spreading that stuff and you think that it's okay to spread that stuff, you're shitting on people. You're making it freaking to where it's not cool. And it really doesn't even apply. What I just said there doesn't even apply to just the United States. You know, there were a lot of people who fought against those people. There was nothing good about them. The Nazis were horrible freaking people who deserved to die. The only thing that was bad about freaking Adolf Hitler was the fact that freaking nobody got a chance to freaking put a bullet in his fucking head. Okay? That's the only thing that freaking I think was the worst thing about it, was nobody had a chance to freaking put a bullet in the fucker's head. The worst thing that ever happened was the day that he was born. And that is just how I feel about it. So, when it comes to that kind of stuff and that kind of behavior, and I hear that kind of stuff, I will be the first one to stand up against it. I think that it's the wrong freaking way of thinking, and I do think that kind of shit needs to go, because that's all it is. It's garbage. And these people have taken old folklore, old lore from Babylonian myths, and that were incorporated into Jewish beliefs, and they've created horrible, horrible things like blood libels back in the Middle Ages, which was used in order to frickin' justify murdering Jews. Now, this was before World War I ever happened. Okay, they would take little kids out into the woods and murder them, and then blame it on the Jews, so that these freaking white supremacists and racist groups could literally go into ghettos and murder freaking thousands of Jews. And they did this for freaking a long time before World War II even started. This is a real thing that took place, and these ideas have freaking continued to go on, okay? And they continue to go on to this day. And they're being taught to people who have no clue that that's where this came from, alright? So when you hear people on here talking about Moloch, that's what they're talking about, okay? That's the kind of shit that they're spreading. They're trying to tell you the same shit that was preached back in the 1700s and the 1800s in order to freaking kill Jews, alright? And that is the reason why I ended up having an issue, okay? Just so that I can make the thing straight. And I wanted to put that out there on my last stream for this year, because to be honest with you, I'm, like I said, teetering on the edge on if I want to even do this stuff or not anymore, because I'm sick of hearing that garbage. I'm sick of hearing about frickin' the hate message that's being spread around. You know, for me, I have a really cool group of people that I hang out in the gaming community that I deal with all the time. I've never had any issues with them when it comes to stuff like this. And I just don't want to be a part of it. You know what I mean? It has nothing to do with frickin' my beliefs on if that stuff is true or not. It just has to do with, like, people are freaking dying from this stuff, and nobody seems to care about that. You know what I mean? Nobody seems to care about you're spreading hate that's freaking killing people. And they attack through the Conservative Party on issues that freaking have to do with National Socialism, okay? Like I mentioned the Border Patrol thing, okay? Now, they're making this big argument that we were being invaded by these people through Border Patrol and through aliens coming across the freaking illegal aliens coming across the borders and stuff. Well, if you open your eyes and you pay attention, you'll notice that every country that frickin' is pushing this frickin' propaganda is saying the same shit. Like, England has all these Arabs coming across the border and taking over England. And then we've got all these Mexicans coming across the border and taking over frickin' the United States. You know, all these Chinese are rushing in and taking over Korea, the bastards. You know, and that's the common theme, and it's happening not just here in the United States, but it's happening in England. It's also happening in frickin' New Zealand. I mean, you got racist groups that are pissed off because the indigenous society's frickin' upset about their rights. You know what I mean? So you got it going on everywhere. It's just a bunch of racist propaganda that's being spread from one group of white supremacists to another worldwide, and they are out there. Don't believe they aren't. Okay, they've been around. They have a network of people who are National Socialists who travel from place to place, freaking giving speeches on hate speech, on white supremacy, okay? And these groups are around. They've been around for a long time, you know? So just understand that they're out there. They're just as strong as what they used to be, if not stronger. But now they've learned their lesson from World War II, okay? They've learned that they can't frickin' take over the world and frickin' through force. So what they want to do is they want to fool you into believing stupid shit. They're wanting to believe you. They want you to believe that they have no problem with these other races. No, they don't. They just want to have their rights respected as being white individuals. You know what I mean? So they want to tempt you into their society so that frickin' they can convince you that frickin' it's okay later on when they're in complete control to frickin' go and murder other people because of the color of their skin or the language they speak. Okay? These are the kind of people that are out there now. They're not as brutal and upfront as what, you know, the Third Reich was. Now they're referred to as the Fourth, and some people even call them the Fifth Reich. So understand that they are still out there and they've been around, okay? And just understand that that's what's going on with the Conservative Party. A lot of these people who are claiming to be conservative aren't really conservative. They're actually white supremacist National Socialists who are pushing a racist frickin' agenda and all of that. And trust me, I'm not a liberal. I'm not even close to a liberal. I don't agree with them any more than I do with what I've been hearing from the Conservative Party, but understand that is true. You also need to realize here in the United States, you know, if it wasn't for the Chinese, we wouldn't have had we wouldn't have a railroad that stretches from the East Coast to the West Coast. If it wasn't for the Chinese, we wouldn't have railroads in our country, all right? And that was because of them. The immigrants from another country who came over here and frickin' actually took those jobs because that was the only jobs they could have, you know? I really, on the whole border situation, I always add that up to socialism, which I don't know, because the time frame, maybe it would be a socialist thing because of Ellis Island and stuff. I know that Ellis Island was created like back in 1892, It was back in the late part of the 1800s, and that could have been during the time when socialism started taking up, but I don't know how strong socialism was in the United States back then. At that point, I knew that it was just as popular here in the United States as what it was in Europe, but I don't know how strong it was. Before Ellis Island, there was no immigration whatsoever. And then all of a sudden they started talking about immigration. They set up Ellis Island, and they started using it for the Irish. The first person that actually was that went through the Ellis Island immigration program was Annie Moore. I believe that was her name, was Annie Moore. She was a little teenage girl, and she was the first person. So they ended up using immigration to go through and allow the Irish to come onto American soil, and I know that there was over 12 million immigrants who passed through Ellis Island. I know that much. Yeah, could have been more, maybe a little bit less. No, I know it was more than 11 or 12 million. 12 million immigrants passed through Ellis Island from the time that it started up until the time that it ended back in the 1950s. So, all of this was going on before I was even born. It ended up, Ellis Island was closed like 20 years before I was even born, and I'm 51 years old. So, like, this whole thing about borders and immigration and not having like immigration program and all this shit, this isn't something that's new, that's cropped up. All of a sudden it's become a major topic, a major issue of some kind, and they've been talking about this shit for years and years and years and years. Now all of a sudden, you're hearing immigration pop up in the middle of political debates and shit, and it's the truth, man. I mean, they closed Ellis Island down before I was even born. So now all of a sudden it's a big issue, and the thing about borders and immigration and stuff like that goes all the way back to the way socialists used to attack their enemies. Okay, what they used to do when in Eastern Germany was, or Eastern Europe, I should say, was they used to attack the pan-Slavic belief systems that used to go on in that region, like their lore and their historical beliefs. If they weren't factual, these socialists would attack their belief systems and say that they were unfounded and all that stuff, and that caused a lot of issues. Then they started moving in with the National Socialists and started talking about people who came across their borders and couldn't speak the same language that they needed to frickin' speak the language or not be there in their countries. Okay, this is all socialism. This is the way that the socialists talk. This is the things that they believe in, and this is the propaganda they push. Okay? And this is what you're hearing when it comes to this border patrol shit. Okay? And the people who are doing this are the people who don't give a rat's ass about frickin' this stuff. All they want to do is they want to frickin' be racist. They want to kill frickin' people. You know what I mean? That's what they want to do. They'll lie to you and pretend like that's not what they want, but in reality that's exactly what they want. Now, just so you guys know, I don't know how many people are aware of it, but Ellis Island is closed. The only thing that is there now is the Ellis Island National Museum. of immigration. They started that back in the 90s, but they closed Ellis Island down. It was actually abandoned for a while from the 1950s up until the 90s. So that's something that I did want to bring up. Now, they did have immigration things, don't get me wrong, here in the United States before, but that before Ellis Island, but those were dictated by the individual states, and they're the ones who regulated immigration, all right, before Ellis Island. Now, the whole thing about that was like freaking each state was the ones who dictated what happened when it comes to immigrants and things of that nature, and then they turn around and they freaking allowed the federal government to freaking take over. And this goes into what I've been talking about, and I'll get to that later on. But what happened was is these states ended up allowing the federal government to take over, and that's where it all started up. And they came up with what was called the quota law, and that was in 1921. And then they also had the Immigration Act of 1891. Now, the Immigration Act of 1891 created the Office of Superintendent of Immigration, which gave the federal government direct control over immigration. Okay? Now, this group was kind of fucked up because, like, this is how it all started. Now, with this this setup, they refused the right to people to immigrate to the United States who came from countries that they believed had contagious diseases, or polygamists. Now, polygamy, I don't understand why that would even be an issue unless it was some kind of religious kind of shit, which did happen back then. But, you know, I mean, they wouldn't let you immigrate to the United States if you were a polygamist. I mean, that's something you need to really stop and think about, you know. And they also did prevent you from immigrating back then if there was crimes that, you know, if you had criminal charges or moral turpitude. So that was a plus on that side. Except for the moral turpitude, you know, what are they considered moral turpitude as being? That's one thing you gotta ask yourself, you know, because you were a polygamist and you had moral turpitude, you know, that's pretty fucked up. And it just has those inutations where you're welcome here, but you're not, because you're from a fucking piece of shit third world country, and we don't want you. You know what I mean? So that's kind of the whole thing that I get from those vibes when it comes to that shit. Now, the quota law of 1921. There's a lot of people today which it could have to do with a lot of the liberal shit, but I don't know for sure. But it says that the laws favored Western European countries, which does make sense in one aspect, but it goes back to the Chinese as well. From what I was saying before, you know, Chinese people came over on the west side of the country, and they ended up freaking helping build the railroads across the country from the east coast to the west coast. So there was a lot of Chinese and Oriental immigration going on there too, you know. So that right there is kind of something that I could see happening with this whole changing the way things are freaking said and shit on writing, because like you can see that happening a lot. We were just talking the other day about Wikipedia, and then I brought up frickin' Encyclopedia Britannica and how horrible that frickin' encyclopedia has changed. Like, these woke people have just gone in and literally mutated the shit out of that book. Some of the information on there, most of the information that I've read on there, I don't really like anymore. And I used to think a big of the Encyclopedia Britannica because of its not just because of the information, but because of the historical value that it had. So with that, you have to take that with a grain of salt. But I do have to say though that it did restrict immigration from certain countries, from other countries outside of Europe. That is true. Like, they didn't just let anybody from anywhere all over the world in, you know what I mean? They segregated when it came to third world countries, African countries, I know Middle Eastern countries. There were countries that they were not allowed into because they had diseases and they were dirty, that kind of shit. Now, they actually set it up to where you had to obtain visas and medical certificates before coming in the United States before that. So I do have to say that is something that they did put into place, but I also think that that is something that, well, see, I'm not really big on the ID and stuff of that nature. I think that is probably one of the biggest mistakes that people are falling for, is we need to have state IDs to vote and shit like that. I think that goes against what the whole voting process was about. When you vote, you're not voting according to a state organization or anything of that nature. This is something that us as voters are supposed to have control over. Not a political party or parties, not a government organization. This is something that we are supposed to have the power over. And when you start bringing government organizations like the DMV into the whole process, you're handing your rights over to the government. And that's something else that I wanted to kind of get into, especially whenever I get into the conversation about separation of federal and state. And I've mentioned it before, we hand our rights over to the federal government all the time, and we just keep allowing it. And I personally think that it's because Americans are taking the easy way out and allowing other people to make decisions for them. And you see that a lot, okay? Especially here lately, whenever we've had situations with COVID and everything where companies and businesses had to literally close their store because of the government having the power to come in and say, look, you need to shut your doors down, and you don't have any rights to make a decision on keeping them open or not, you know what I mean? Also, when you look at companies and businesses, when it comes to hiring people, they're not allowed to hire who they want to hire anymore. And it's all been set up because according to it's a control method. First of all, you have to have certification for some jobs. Second of all, the state identification, like I said, and things of that nature. You have to have a W-2 form and shit like that, and it wasn't always that way, but people just allowed that to happen, you know what I mean, because it's so much easier to let other people make decisions for you instead of making them yourself, you know what I mean. And that's what we've done over time. We've just allowed the government to move in and take away our rights, okay, and I think that's one of the most scariest things that's taken place, and it's been taking place for a while now. at least 120 to 150 years, we've been allowing our government to just take more and more power as they see fit. And that really needs to be looked at. I don't think that that's going to work out anymore. I think we've finally hit our boiling point, and eventually some bad shit's going to come down the pipeline if we don't allow, or if we don't stop allowing this stuff to take place. You know, we're allowing ordinances that are forcing our communities to do things according to like what other people want. You know what I mean? Like, I've mentioned it before, you know, they've got freaking ordinances now to where they can freaking drive by your house, and if they see freaking your grass is too high, they can literally fine you because your grass is too high. You know, that's fucked up. They can do that with everything on your property, which is private property. Okay? This is property that you bought and paid for. They've been able to manipulate their way in and figure out how to freaking take away your property because you didn't pay taxes. You know, property taxes. Property taxes for land that's supposed to be yours. Okay, they can come in and they can literally steal that away from you because you're obligated to pay freaking taxes on that land that you paid for. You know, it's completely ridiculous. And I think property taxes, private property taxes, and private property laws, period, should be brought into question and reevaluated, because I don't think that that's right that they can take away your land because of frickin' these taxes that they actually put into place illegally. It's constitutionally illegal for them to take property taxes and to frickin' tax you for the labor that you frickin' put out. And they continue to do it, and everybody's just accepted it. You know what I mean? It's okay now. It's just the way it is. And I believe that it has to do with frickin' the private property laws has to do with land grabs. And I made a post on the Minds chat earlier because of this thing that's been popping up when me and Mark Edworthy were doing Roger's Real-Time Talk Show. Something occurred to me during that show with these constitutions. Like, England's supposed to have a constitution, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, all of these places are supposed to have all these constitutions. And the one thing that I noticed when I was doing my research is the United States is the only thing that mentions our right to own private property. So that was something that really stuck out to me here with these taxes and stuff and land grabs. It's like they're trying to reach out and steal our land from us. I think that frickin' that's really got me interested there. And through the research, I actually started checking around, and I found out if there was any other countries that explicitly recognize the right to own land. Not implies, but explicitly recognizes the right for the individual to own land. Alright, and the only 3 countries that I came up with that actually do explicitly recognize the right to own land is Czechia, and that's through the Charter of Fundamental Rights and Freedom. Then you have Brazil, and that has the 1988 Constitution, which explicitly protects land rights of the indigenous people. Okay? And then you have India and their 44th Amendment of the Constitution, which was in 1978 when it first came out. But those are the only 3 that I found that explicitly recognize the right to own land other than the United States. So that is basically all the information that I wanted to spread. I hope that wasn't drawn out and long for everybody. And you know, with the stuff that I said about freaking the hate and things of that nature. I just wanted to bring it up because there was a comment that was made to me in private that said that I went off on two people who were friends of mine. And, you know, I sat back and I kept quiet about it. And I did that because I do have respect for this person. I have so much respect, I'm not even going to mention the name, okay? But at the same time, it just irked away at me because freaking I don't know for sure if that person's aware that the conversation that was taking place at the time was very racist. It was very, it was disgusting, okay? I find it disgusting that there is any person that could look at the Holocaust and tell me that frickin' Jews were sitting in these concentration camps playing frickin' tennis. Okay, that's disgusting. And that's what caused that. That's exactly what caused that. I actually get very fired up when I hear stuff like that because there's something inside of me that just can't let that go. And I've tried, but I still can't let that go. I'm not racist whatsoever. I don't agree with it. There's a lot of it that I do overlook, but when it comes to stuff like that, that just really sets me off, and I will not tolerate it, okay? And that's just who I am, and I've come to actually say that that's okay, you know. The thing that really does bug me is that. So I just hope that actually explains a lot, and that, you know, that kind of brings out a little bit to light. Now the second argument that I went off on somebody was about, I couldn't tell you what that was, but I know what the first one was about, and I went into that. So I'm not going to kick a dead horse. I'm just going to leave it at that, and I hope you guys enjoyed. We actually made it to 3 hours and 6 minutes, and I think I'm done. I hope you guys enjoyed, like I said, and I will get off here. This is going to be my final episode for this year. Hopefully I come back. I don't know. I will hang out and see if things get better. But if they don't, I may not come back to do any more streams for this stuff. I'll stick to my paranormal stuff and my video games, and that'll be enough of it, you know. I've dealt with a lot of issues, you know. There's a lot of this stuff isn't what it's made out to be. You have to deal with different people from different backgrounds. I've met amazing people, you know, but I've also met people who freaking are just completely fucking crazy. That's just the best way of saying it. I've met people who just gone from freaking one person to another overnight. I've gone through people freaking turning around and thinking that freaking other people are freaking like Elon Musk and shit. You know what I mean? And going nuts because the wrong thing was said to them, and just over time it's like a rubber band getting ready to explode, and you're there waiting and watching, you know, and eventually it happens. I've had people freaking get mad at other people and take it out on me. People who said that freaking they were all there with me and cool with me and loved me and everything, but the moment they got mad at me, they freaking turned on me like a freaking turned on me in a heartbeat, basically, is what I need to say, you know what I mean? So I've met a lot of people who say one thing, and then later on they just completely turn into completely different people. I'm not really all that much of a people person in the first place. I isolate from a lot of people. I used to not be that way, but I've become that way in the last 15 years or so. And it's hard to open up to people and try to talk to them and become, and be myself, because that's the one thing I can't handle. I can't handle freaking people betraying me like that and turning on me like they have. I and then try to turn it around on me like I was the one responsible. You know what I mean? That's the part that really gets me. You know what I mean? If you freaking don't want to hang out with me and you don't want to be cool with me no more, at least say it. Don't freaking run around deleting my fucking groups and then saying freaking that it's my fault when you're the ones that was freaking bailing on me. You know what I mean? Come on, dude. Telling me that freaking I'm treating you like a freaking employee, and then you turn around and go and do the same thing with another person. The exact same thing, man. Freaking acting like an employee to them. I was just hanging out. I do a lot of shit on the internet. Okay, I do a lot of shit. And that's all it is. I don't try to employ or imply that I'm freaking your boss or anything like that. If you can't keep up with me, it's cool. But just don't try to turn it around like freaking it was me. You know what I mean? When I know damn well it wasn't me. I think that was the final blow for me that really turned me off on this live stream thing, and trying to collaborate with other people. The one person, or the one group of people that I actually do enjoy doing my stuff with now is actually the people on Wonderful World of Weirdness. I just can't handle the crazy shit, and they're not really the ones who are crazy, you know what I mean? They're actually nice people who don't want to hurt people and treat people like shit, and those are the kind of people I'm going to stick with. They're the ones who I started out with, so I'm going to stick with that. I'll keep up with the gaming stuff, and that'll be the end of it. So, with that being said, I'm going to end this, and hopefully I'll talk to you guys later. Bye. Hello everybody, and welcome to another episode of The Storyteller. I'm Roger Hanson, and today I have got, well, to be honest with you, I have nothing. I had plans to do or continue into my story and stuff, and things got really swamped. I've got a lot of projects that I've been working on within the last week, and to be honest with you, I've had no time to actually sit down and do any kind of writing. So what I decided to do is to kind of go over some things that's been my mistakes when it comes to writing that I've actually learned, and things that people have been teaching that I should be practicing. Now these are things that if you really get into the writing community, you'll hear people talk about. So I want to cover some of these things because these are actually some of the habits that I do need to be practicing while I'm in the process of writing. Especially with me doing these live streams, because I do want to have a part of my story that's outlined and the plot going on and everything, and kind of give it to you step by step as I go through. But I'm starting to see that that's probably not going to be the case, because that's what tonight's episode has pretty much led me into. So before I get started, though, I do want to say I added that background in. It's a wood that I've had as a picture for a long time. I've been wanting to use it as much as I could on a project, so I finally got the chance to do it, and I did that. I'm also going to stick with using text on my live stream for the storyteller, because I haven't really had too many chances to do that, and I'm getting drop frames, or I'm losing my internet right now. It's bouncing in and out, or it did. But I'm gonna start using that, because that's something that I've been wanting to do a lot more of in the streams and recordings and stuff, and I haven't really had much of a chance. So I figured now, while I'm actually doing the topic of writing, that this would probably be the best place to start doing it, so I am going to use this text as I go along, so that we'll have like PowerPoints of where I'm at. So basically what happened was, is I have a lot of projects that are being done. I'm doing the 3 stories that I've been putting together on the storyteller. The Odyssey, I've got that going. It's a narrator story that I've been doing. I also have my short stories that I've been doing. Those echoes in the stars, and now I finished that one, and now I'm doing the Shadows of Mesopotamia. Now those I've been working on, and plus I'm doing a story from John G on Minds that I've been putting up on the channel and sharing too. And besides that, I've also got what I would like to call like a sister channel to the storyteller. And the reason why I call it a sister channel is because I started both of them right up at around the same time. There's the storyteller, and then there's this one. It's called, or this one, and then the other one that I have, and it's called Earth. Now Earth is a mix of a lot of things. When I first started it out, it was about gardening. I wanted to get into nature and gardening and things of that nature, but I soon found out that not too many people on YouTube really enjoy gardening. Just like it's hard to find people who are interested in writing stories and streaming about it and talking about their experiences. And regretful to say, yeah, I ended up giving up on it, and I really shouldn't have that kind of an attitude about it, because I should be doing this stuff for me, not for the same purpose as somebody who's gaming, or doing a live stream when it comes to talking about politics or current events and stuff. I should be doing it because I'm wanting to put something out concerning writing, and that is why I came back to this, to give it another go and maybe see if I can come up with some content that's actually interesting to people and who are like-minded, that like to do that too. But on Earth, I've been doing 3 other video series as well. One has to do with stuff that I was working with a friend of mine, Bob Dub, on when it comes to duality, as well as other things that I've been researching. And here on the storyteller, you'll see some of that influence on it too, because like a lot of the science and a lot of the history and a lot of the other stuff like philosophy and things of that nature are going to be all on Earth, that's going to be where some of my story ideas come from here on the Storyteller, because I'm going to take that and create my own stories with it. So I've been doing 3 videos on there, as well as 3 videos on here that I've been uploading, and that's not even talking about the live streams. I've also started getting into live streaming a podcast on my gaming channel called Gaming with Infamous. So I haven't been doing any uploads or editing on any of the games, just the live stream. So I've got the live stream there with the gaming. Then I have live streaming on Earth, as well as no, I'm not live streaming on Earth. I'm just uploading videos. But I have 3 videos on Earth that I've been uploading and editing and making them, that I'm live streaming on the Storyteller, as well as doing 3 of them. So that in itself is enough. But on top of that, I've been getting caught up with Blender and making computer graphics. So on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, I ended up doing a fireplace setting so that I could do my fireside stories, which is something that I should mention on here too, for anybody who's interested. Here on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, I'm doing short stories, just quick little stories that you want to make up that's scary. Before it was called Campfire Stories, and they're just compilations of scary stories, and I put them on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. First, since it was in spring, summer, and the last part of summer, I was calling it Campfire Stories, and here recently we decided to change it over to Fireside Stories, since it's more towards the fall part of the year into the winter. So that's what I did, and to go with that, I started working on a project with Blender where I created a fireplace with a fire, and I tell the story while the fire is burning, and we've started that up. So what I wanted to say to you guys is, if you have any type of scary, spooky stories that you want to say for the holidays, like Halloween, Thanksgiving, which I know a lot of people in different countries, or other people in a lot of different countries don't have Thanksgiving, except for us in Canada. But if you guys and Christmas too, scary stories in Christmas as well would be cool. If you have those, and you want to share them on my channel, feel free to send them my way, and I'll put them on there. So that's what I'm basically doing there. I'm doing the Fireside Stories as well, and I almost forgot about that when I was getting ready for this, because I didn't really it didn't catch my mind. I always keep forgetting to mention the Wonderful World of Weirdness, but it's something that I have been working on now since last January. So if you guys want to check that out, you can. If you're into the weird, unusual stuff in life, then that's probably what you want to check out. So what basically happened is that I got caught up in a lot of this stuff, okay? And I really should know better than this, because not only with streaming I should know better than to do that, but I've learned this from personal situations that's happened in my life, as well as from my writing, when it comes to writing stories and things of that nature, not to overwhelm myself and not to overdo it. So tonight, since I didn't have anything written down concerning my outline and my plot and stuff, I figured that I would go over some of these things, these habits that I should be practicing, that I know I should be practicing, because a lot of other writers have spoken about it, and they're really, really important tools too. Not just that, but there's also different things that I think that'd be a good topic piece. You know what I mean? So the first thing I want to talk about is just basically focus, having focus when it comes to my writing. You know, the one thing that I notice that I have a problem with when it comes to writing is I have a problem with focus. And I've heard a lot of different writers talk about this too, where they want to write a story and they're really into the research and they're into all the other stuff, but when it comes to sitting down and taking time, this is actually an oxymoron, but having the patience, and the determination to actually sit down, and instead of running out and doing stuff and taking care of this and taking care of that, just sit down and be still and think about your writing and putting things together. That seems to be a problem. Like, I will go out and I will go out of my way to think of things to do before I actually sit down and start writing my story. And I've noticed that happens a lot in a lot of different places. I believe that's called complacency. It could be. It could be another terminology, but I'm pretty sure that's what that is. I've had, and there's no reason for it. You know what I mean? Because it's not like I consider these stories to be tedious and something that I don't want to do. It's not like it's a burden. It's just there's something in my brain that makes it to where I don't want to focus on my writing, And I do find that pretty odd that I have to deal with that, because it is an issue. It's something that I do need to be working on, And these are some of the things other people have discussed as well. When it comes to that kind of stuff. So that's something that I thought would be good to have a conversation on. The whole thing about focusing on sitting down and actually taking time to write out what you want to do. Now, the one thing that comes along with doing that, though, has to do with time management, setting goals and time management. And I've talked to other people about this stuff too. It's a big issue when it comes to setting up a schedule and sticking by it and making sure that you're actually doing it, because I was never, growing up or even in my earlier life, I was never really big on anything that concerned schedules and being organized and things of that nature. So whenever I first started getting involved with time management, it had to do mostly with, first of all, writing. I had to learn how to schedule what I was going to do in the day. This is what I'm going to do. This is what I'm going to do after that. And this is what I'm going to do after that. And this is the big issue with what I'm having right now today as we are talking, because focusing on doing the writing causes me to where I want to go out and I want to do all this other stuff. I'll come up with excuses to actually do something else rather than sit down and focus on my writing and come up with this stuff, because something in my brain, keeps messing around. It makes it to where I want to be distracted. And I've noticed that happens in other parts of my life too. Things that I freaking need to do, but instead of doing it, I want to find other things that I can do instead. I think it's just this like part of my brain that tells me, it's something you need to do, so go figure out something else that you need to do, rather than focusing on it. So what I ended up doing is I had to start practicing time management, setting down goals and say I'm going to do this at this time, and I'm going to go ahead and do this at this time. Now, one thing about goals that I also learned is you're not going to do everything that's on your list of to-dos, so that's fine. The thing of it is you just take what you haven't done for that day and you add it to the list that you're going to make the day after. And as time goes by, eventually you're going to get those things done. And you set them according to priorities and stuff. So that works. But also it doesn't work, because keeping the focus on my writing is one thing that I need to always prioritize, because I will justify not doing it. You know what I mean? I will say that, well, I have to go do this, and I can't sit and go, or I can't avoid doing this, so I'm going to have to postpone this until later. And eventually my story is getting postponed for quite a bit of time because I've justified my reasoning for not doing it. So I have to constantly keep focus on my writing and make sure that I understand that even though I have all this other stuff that's important to me, I still need to focus on my writing. That's something that I really do need to work on. And for me, here lately, I've had these issues because I've been wanting to do other things, Like I said, I do have my gaming channel and everything, but I don't want to just be sitting in front of a computer playing a video game for views, I want to actually do my writing. I want to do other things too, like computer graphics. That's something that I've been really dealing with, like wanting to do my computer graphics and writing, so I'm cut in between the two of them, and I need to work on that too as well. And this all has to do with my time management. Well, I can do both, but I have to say, okay, this is when I'm going to do my computer graphics with Blender, and this is when I'm going to sit down, I'm actually going to write, because that was my issue for today's stream, because I just did not take the time to sit down and actually say to myself, okay, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I'm going to do, and just stick to it, Now that leads me into something else that is another horrible thing that a lot of people do not want to hear, and I'm just gonna say it, because it is something that's very important, but the next thing that is really hard for people, and for me especially, is repetition. Now, repetition is that horrible, dirty word that nobody wants to hear, not even me. On Twitch, I put it in big words and put it right out there where everybody can see it. So that's something that a lot of gamers don't want to hear. They don't want to hear repetition. They want to do something new and something cool. And repetition and more repetition is something that I've had to deal with, because it's excruciatingly painful doing the same thing over and over again. it's a form of insanity, because insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, and that's when you're doing something wrong. But with developing habits that are positive in place of habits that are negative, you're going to have to do the same thing over and over again. You see what I mean? So in order to freaking get rid of the insanity, you have to do the same thing that causes insanity. You have to do repetition. You have to do positive things over and over again. And for me, writing is one of those things. I have to not only focus on time management, making sure I set time back for my writing and focus so that I can actually say, look, I need to write, and I need to think about the things that I want to write about and write it down. But I also have to make a habit of it. I have to make an effort of turning around and making a habit of writing and making doing it on a day-to-day basis, maybe 3 times a week. It all depends on what it is that I want to do, and that has been an issue that I've been working on. No, I haven't really, actually, to be honest with you. If I was working on it, then I would have material for today to bring to you guys, but I don't. It's good too, in a sense, because now I'm actually able to sit and I can talk about this stuff to you guys, and we can I can have some content that I need to, I'm actually talking about a topic that most people usually don't talk about when it comes to writing. Now you'll hear them talk a little bit when they're doing their little video vlogs about how they don't want to read and they don't want to write and they want to run off and do this, and I've done that too, but nobody that I know of really gets into this topic where you actually have to take time and effort and put it into wanting to actually sit down and write a story. I do find that is probably one of the hardest things that I've had to do, and I am keeping track on my Rumble. I think something is going on there. It doesn't seem to be moving, so I hit refresh on it, and now commercials coming on. But this is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about. It's pretty hard to do, well, a lot of people say that, like, when it comes to time management and being able to multitask, women can do it better, and I don't really buy into that too much, because, like, I have a buddy of mine, Bob Dub, she's a female, and she's very good. She is really good at at managing stuff, but she has problems with doing tasks too, just like I do. I think it's an issue that all of us have, that we have to work through. And I would love to say that it's just because it's tedious and time consuming and stuff, but it's not. It's actually more than that. It's something that seems to be just embedded into our mind, or embedded into our minds, that makes us not want to do what it is that we're supposed to be doing. So usually what I have to do is I have to talk to myself and tell myself, look, man, you have got to buckle down, and you've got to do this. There's just there's no way of getting around it. It's just something that you have to do. And that is basically how I end up doing it. Now, with all of that being said, though, I also want to point out too that I did start my storytelling channel on Rumble. It's just starting out, and the only thing I've put on there so far is live streams. Just to let everybody know, whoever goes onto Rumble and is actually, uh, I think, who is actually watching these live streams, I want to let you know that I will be putting my uploads on there soon. It's just it's the last channel that I wanted to add on to it, and eventually after that's done, I will go and set up I'll set up the uploads to where they'll be scheduled out and they'll come on there on a regular basis. Right now I'm doing all of my uploads on YouTube. I've been live streaming it, the Storyteller, on Odyssey as well, but that is on my main account right there, which is Roger Hanson, I believe. I believe that's the name I've gone by on there. No, live stream with Roger Hanson is what that is. But the Storyteller is getting out on the other platforms. On Twitch, I have been doing my live streams on my infamous OG, or infamous 1969 channel. It used to be infamous OG, but then it ended up getting screwed up, so I think my stream is also messed up on Rumble, because it's saying that it's only like at 4 minutes when I've been streaming for well over 15, or no, well over half an hour, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 28 minutes and 50 seconds. So that's just messed up. I apologize for that. If you guys want to watch that, you can watch everything that's on YouTube. I'm also even streaming on X. Now on X, that one is kind of touchy. I'm not even sure what I have my name as on X. That's how crazy that stuff is. Like, I know I have at infamous. Yeah, it's Roger Hanson. It's at Rog LOL 1973. That's ROG LOL 1973. And that's where you can find me on there. And I also want to point out too that on X I have been getting follows, and I do appreciate that. I want to thank everybody on there who's actually come in and started following me and helping me get my follows up, because I went in and I did the X Premium, and the reason why I'm doing that is to help support Wines Gaming, as well as Bob Dub and Within the Vacuum, who have been liking my posts and supporting me on there, because we're doing a project together through MintMe, where I've got a token for cryptocurrency. It's a token that I've created called the WOW token, WWOW token. And the reason why I set that up was because I want to create a system where content creators, or just creators, writers, anybody who's artistic wanting to create their own content can go to, and they can use these tokens in order to boost each other's stuff or anything of that nature, you know what I mean, to where they can network with one another and not have to pay for it, basically. Now at the moment it's not monetized. In other words, you can't like make money off of it, you know what I mean, but it can help you in other areas, like I mentioned, where like on YouTube and on On YouTube, you have to promote your stuff, whereas on Facebook, you boost, and on Minds, you boost too. Where Minds has the same kind of setup to where you do that, and I believe you can do it on X as well. But that's basically another use that you can use this token for. And don't get me wrong, eventually I would like to figure out how to change all of this over to where you can monetize, where you can go in there and you can actually monetize yourself and not have to worry about getting monetization from big platforms like YouTube or X or even Rumble, or Twitch. You can go in and you can do it all on your own, make your own money off of it. I do eventually wish to be able to do that, and that's kind of what I've been doing with these guys. We've been working together, trying to figure out some stuff to do. Now, this is about writing, so I want to stay on the writing part of it, and I can bring it in because I do. I know that like Bob Dub's really big into writing. She likes to write basically, and she's really good at reading. So she's probably one of the people that I should have come back on here. She told her story on the channel. If you guys ever have a chance, check that out. It's in the playlist for the storyteller. She's a wonderful woman. She's actually one of the people that I actually got to come on here and actually tell her life story. So you might want to check her out on this channel. It's probably the only place where you'll see it too, by the way. So now I know Minds Gaming. He's also got groups on Minds.com where people can go in and they can write their stories and stuff, and they can share it on there. So if you guys are on Minds.com, you might want to go and check that out. So it's pretty good deal. There's a lot of people that are in that group who are interested in doing good things when it comes to writing and trying to collaborate with one another and get things done. So what it basically is they're working together with MintMe to come up with like an ecosystem to where you can actually monetize yourself and you don't have to worry about outside influences. You don't have to worry about having to be regulated by YouTube, the mighty YouTube police, and stuff of that nature. You can actually do it yourself, and it all depends on how much effort you put into it, you know what I mean? So when more people see your content and they come in to the platform, they can actually participate and freaking, that's a real connection there. That's a real view, you know what I mean? That's not a promoted view. So you've actually gone out and you've got these people to come in and participate with you on your platform, which I that's the one thing that I do like, because I want it to be autonomous, and I do want it to be connected to my writing. I want my writing to be a big part of it, as well as my computer graphics and things of that nature. So that is something that I did want to bring up. That's something I should have brought up a long time ago, especially on here, because this is I've been going through and dealing with different areas of this, and I've actually restructured my streaming to where I'm doing different things. Like this year, I actually pushed to get the first season and the second seasons of some of my streams done early, so that next year I can have it scheduled out at a different time. And that comes down to the time management. you know. I was pushing. This whole year has been different for me because I actually started getting involved in live streams, and I'm able to do that now because I have a somewhat better computer. So I've been getting involved in live stream a lot more, and whereas before I was editing videos, putting them up as uploads and stuff of that nature, not really doing much of live streams. I was live streaming, but it was in a different way, if that makes any sense. But I ended up this year started going out and asking people for if they wanted to do interviews for me and doing my own shows and stuff of that nature. Is what it basically comes down to. And I overdid it, you know, instead of trying to use proper time management techniques that I know I should be doing. I overdid it. I overextended myself. On my gaming, I ended up backing off of that. And when I started backing off of that, I just started moving into these live streams like they were a replacement for a lot of the stuff that I'd done with my gaming, you know. Because on my gaming channels, heck, 2 years ago, I was posting like 9 videos a day on minds.com, and then 6 videos a day on YouTube. And then a year ago, I dropped down to just 6 gaming videos on YouTube, and I said screw Minds, you know. They they didn't like my stuff anyhow, so so that's basically what I did. And even then, I was still like going off and doing other projects that were taking up more responsibility, and my time was still being held to this chair, sitting here with my butt hurting because I was sitting here all day, you know. And that is an issue that I think is a big, that's one of the things that's actually a good idea of why I need to be discussing this, is because this is something that I learned from writing, you know. Whereas it's more of me having to actually sit down and do the writing and make time for the writing and schedule it out and be focused. But it also has to do with these distractions, you know what I mean? Where instead of doing something that I know I need to be doing, I want to distract myself and go do something else. So that is something that I've been delving into and having to work on, actually just managing my time and saying, look, I need to set this amount of time up to where I can sit down and I can actually work on my writing. Try to bring that out more. Now, there's been a couple things that I've been working on too that I wanted to expand into when it comes to scripts. Like I said, I mentioned Minds Gaming and Bob Dub and all them, and they've been doing this script thing where we get on the internet and we read from a script, and it's edited out and made out to, you know, a video for Dude, Where's My Wallet? Minds Gaming's video series, which Bob does for him. So I decided, you know, that maybe that I should get into that too, you know, start focusing on writing some scripts, because I've been wanting to write scripts for a while. Now, I've done just regular writing, and here lately I've been trying to do this, making a plotted short story. And here recently I decided I was going to try to work on some scripting as well. I incorporated one into my gaming. Just so everybody knows, I have a script of a roadman script. Now, roadmen are like little gangsters from London and England that have like this unique language that the only thing I can compare them to is like gypsy language, the Romany, you know, how they have their own set of language, and that's kind of what the roadmen are. But I don't know for sure if it's a part of Romany or not, because I know they're both popular in England. But anyhow, what I did is I set it up to where there's this script where people who have to come in and read the script all the way through, and if they are the best at reading this script, and or if they win it, they get a free game key, a game key. You know what I mean? From it's a game of our choice, of course, because that stuff's just a little bit too expensive to be just asking people what game they want. Of course, you know, they're going to want the $60, $70 games. So it's going to be a game key of my choice, our choice, and that's something that we're doing now. I've got Maxi Plays RPGs. He's offered to do it. Detective Fallen is kind of on the fence. He said that he might do it, he might not. Bob Dub and Auto Excelsior from Minds.com said may do it. Bob Dub said that her and Otto is going to get together this week and try to do some rehearsals on it to see if they can come up with something. So there's 4 potential people that are willing to do this. If you guys want to be a part of that, then you're more than welcome to join in and leave a comment in the comment section below, and we can reach out to you with the script and get you set up. I'm also on Skype. I'm on Discord as well. If you guys want to hook up with me there and maybe do some projects together and stuff of that nature, I'm always on those 2 sites. Now with Discord, I am just Roger Hanson, I believe, and I also have Gaming with Infamous on there. That's where the contest is at. So you can hook up with me there through Gaming with Infamous. I'm also doing this with Home Away from YouTube, which is another Discord channel. So you guys, if you're interested, hook up with me on Discord through Home Away from YouTube or Gaming with Infamous. Or I believe I am pretty sure that my name is Roger Hanson on there. I'm not sure. If not, it's Infamous. But I can give you all the details if you get in touch with me on there and you want to do it. Also, you can find me on Skype as just Roger Hanson. You know, I've got groups as well that I'm a part of. I got WoW Talk, Roger's Real Time Talk Show, Live with Roger Hanson. Minds Roundtable weekend event is something that I've been doing throughout the year, and Tech Talk, of course. You know, so Summer Tide is another one. Now we're supposed to be doing some stuff with her here in a little while. I don't know exactly how that's gonna go right now, but you can reach me through that on Skype. I am also wanting to do other things with scripts too. Within the Vacuum has this really cool character that we've been working with on Infinite Imaginarium on Minds Chat, and like I said, we do, you know, scripts and we read through them, and we do these videos for Dude Where's My Wallet, and he's got this really cool character called Two Blades. Now I'm wanting to do a script where Two Blades is kind of like Ash, you know, Ash versus the forces of darkness, I want to do freaking Two Blades versus the Forces of Evil or some shit, like that. Excuse my language, but and I just think that would be a cool thing to do. So I mentioned it to him. He said that he'd be willing to do it, and his character is going to be an anti-hero. He's not going to be, the guy that saves the little kids from a burning house, you know what I mean? He's going to be the guy that tortures a freaking demon and to get his information, and then later on has to pull a freaking ear out of his pocket, you know what I mean? Because it accidentally got stuck in there. He's going to be one of those people. So with that being said, I think after that, I will. Well, Nancy Paletto actually talked or mentioned the script on Skype, so yeah, I'll send it to her. I'll post it up there, or send it to you we can actually. I can send it to anybody whenever they want to have it. So it's not really that huge of a deal. It's a matter of copy and paste, if anything else. So whenever you come in, just tell me you want the script and I can send it to you. I have endless supplies of it, so just to look at it or anything. It's not like a top secret thing, you know what I mean? So other than that, the best thing I can say, man, is later on I'll come up with some more content that I can think of to do on here, because I really messed up this week. I am completely unprepared. This is on me. This is all my fault. It's always my fault. That's the way I like to say it. That's pretty much the best way to deal with it. You know what I mean? I'm still looking for that darn freaking script, but that's my problem. You know, with it. It really does come down to the fact that I need to buckle up and get things straightened out and do what I need to be doing, get my schedule straight, and get it going. So I am going to send Nancy a copy of this now. I do have it in my collection. It's or in my files on my computer. So I'll send it to her through Skype. If anybody wants a copy of it, then go into Summer Todd's Mystery Show, and it will be there. I've got Nancy tagged on there. If you guys have a chance, check her out. She's a pretty cool chick. She does a show called Cafe Enigma, as well as some her own shows. Other than that, there we go. Something Vixen. I remember that, but it's if you want to check that out, you're go check it out. It's good stuff on there. So I finally sent it, and like I said, I am on Discord. I am on Skype. That's where I've been active mostly. I backed away from Facebook. That's kind of the writing part of me that got mad about it, because at one time, I had a whole bunch of notes in the notebooks on Facebook, and I think that was the beginning of the end for me, when they went in and they just deleted all of that. I had so much research that I'd taken, and I'd pulled up and found out, and I put it on YouTube so that I could go back and I could be able to pull it up and use it as a part of my stories and everything. And they just deleted it. It was all gone, and this was a lot of stuff. So that, like I said, was the beginning to the end of it. And I don't want to get caught up in a lot of the conversation of that when it comes to this channel. I'm trying to kind of keep things going on a respectable tone when it comes to the storyteller, because I've wanted this channel to mean something to me. I don't want it to be anything that spills out into crazy politics, or the way Facebook has been, or the way YouTube has been. But I will say that I'm getting tired of all these surveys that they keep popping up on here. I've been a small channel for years now on the storyteller, and not one time has YouTube ever offered to freaking help me whatsoever. And then all of a sudden, we want your opinion, like they wanted it before, now all of a sudden they want me to do a survey. I'm suspicious about that. They never seemed to care about my opinion before. Now all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they wanted me to do a huge survey, which I know it's a huge survey because I did it on another channel that I have. But they never wanted wanted my opinion before. I've busted my hump on Earth, and I put tons of gardening videos on there, and I was lucky to get anything from it, any kind of views whatsoever. People just weren't watching it, you know what I mean? And that really did upset me. It got to the point where I finally gave up and I walked away from it. And now all of a sudden they want my opinion. So I'd rather just not be irate, about it, and just leave it alone and not do the surveys or anything of that nature. Now you can catch me on I always have a hard time with keeping track of all the stuff that you can find me on, but you can find me on Odyssey. I do a lot of streaming on Odyssey and YouTube. I've just started doing X, and like I said before, you can find me on X as Roger Hanson, which is actually at ROLGOG, I believe. Yeah, Roger Hanson, ROGLOL 1973, Roglo. There's a weird story behind that. You can find me on there as ROGLOL 1973. Besides that, you can also find me on Twitch. I go by Infamous 1969 on there. And I am on YouTube as the Storyteller. Now on YouTube, I also have other channels that you can find me on. I go by Roger Hanson, that's my main account. Then this channel, which is the Storyteller. Then I have the Praetorian and Earth. Besides that, I do working with audio and video, and I also have 2 other channels besides Gaming with Infamous, and those channels are Strange Stories and The Wonderful World of Weirdness. So those are the platforms that I am on. Like right now, I am streaming on the Storyteller on YouTube. I'm streaming on Live with Roger Hanson on Odyssey, and then, so forth and so forth. I don't get on Facebook. I have been getting on X more here recently, and I want to continue or finish my what I was saying before, but thank you guys for following me on there. It's much appreciated. The reason why I got X was because I want to help support these guys and help them get their idea off the ground. I usually never get on X. I haven't for a while. Sometimes I'll get on there and bounce back and forth, but I don't usually do that. I've started getting active on X so that I can help promote a lot of their stuff. That's why you see a lot of the posts on X from Mint Me, is because I'm helping them with getting it going there. So I want to thank you guys for helping with the subscriptions. I'm actually up to 285, which is a big deal for me on X, because I believe I've actually gotten tons more of people on there subscribed to me. I'm not quite sure how many, to be honest with you, but I can actually go and check, I guess, and I guess that would technically be followers, wouldn't it? New follows. Yeah. So in the last let's go with the last 3 months, because I know that's new followers. I've gotten 91 within the last 3 months, and that's pretty good, because 121 in the last year. Yeah, that's pretty good. So that's actually a lot of appreciation. I do like that. Now, if I can actually get like 120, I'll continue with the premium stuff, but there's no guarantees on that, because I do want to try to find a way of monetizing, getting a little bit of cash for the little bit that I do put on here. So hopefully, if that does pan out, I'll be able to do that. If I find that the follows are actually good, to where I'm at least making progress at getting close to 1,200 views or follows, then I'll stick with it. But if I don't, then I probably won't do another year of it. I was doing that stuff on Minds.com, and these platforms, they just have a way of changing the goalposts. That's how John Clark, old John, always talks about it. Changing the goalpost. And it's true. That's what they do. They'll give you one thing, and then next thing you know, they're changing the goalposts to fit their needs, and you end up suffering from it. So I don't really want to play that game, So to be honest with you, I have nothing that I can talk to you about when it comes to writing anymore. So I think I should probably I should probably end it here before I start talking a bunch of crazy stuff. So let me go ahead and end the show, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. And maybe there's some conversation pieces in this whole topic that concerns writing that you guys can probably talk to me about. Feel free to make a comment in the comment section, because I'm not just saying that. I really do love freaking talking to people in the comment section, okay? And you can ask my gaming buddies. They'll tell you right up front, dude. This dude just loves to freaking talk in the comment section. I'm not lying about that. So, leave me a comment. I'd love to have a conversation with you. Just like my buddy Jaffe says, don't be a dick. You know what I mean? Just keep it civil, and don't be a dick. And we can have a conversation about writing. The things that we've had to go through and learn in the process and stuff like that. That's all I want to do here on this channel. So I appreciate you guys being here. Thanks for watching, and I'm going to get off of here. Bye. Alright.
Well, I had read earlier that there are some old Victorian-style houses here. We wouldn't need a real huge one, but something in fairly good shape, not too far from the downtown area, and I guess it would have to be affordable too, Sarah replied. Victorian style, huh? I know there are a few for sale in here, Carl said as he reached over to the binder and started flipping through some of the pages. He stopped at one for a moment. This one is Victorian style. It is a one-story house, but it is nearby and in your price range, Carl pointed out to them. Peter and Sarah reviewed the photo and description for a moment. Sarah commented, "This still looks a bit small. What others are available?" Sarah asked. "Well, I'm afraid most of the others are not going to be much bigger in this price range," Carl replied. "So they're really not much bigger, Carl." "Well, let's have a look at them at least," Sarah commented with some disappointment. Carl sighed and said, "Well, there is a house that may be what you are looking for that I have been trying to sell for almost 2 years now, and I have to keep asking the owner to keep dropping the price. What could possibly be so wrong with it that it has not sold in 2 years? Does it need a new foundation or roof or something else?" Peter asked, a bit puzzled. "No, the house is in pretty good shape. There are some outdated features, like an old furnace and no air conditioning. That's not what is making the place hard to sell," Carl replied as he sat back in his chair. "Okay, what's the background on the house, Carl?" Peter asked. "Well, that is the reason we are having so much selling it. I'm going to be honest with you on this. The house is being sold by a sister of the previous owner. The sister lives in Grand Haven and just wants to sell the place for the money. She only took a few things from the house. The rest she wants to try to sell with it," Carl explained in a more somber tone than Peter and Sarah have seen. "Okay, so the previous owner willed the house to his or her sister. I'm not seeing anything that would keep us from wanting the house yet," Peter commented. "Well, the problem is that the previous owner, Mildred Croft, disappeared in 2001 and was never found," Carl said. "Disappeared? How old was this Mildred Croft?" Sarah asked. "Oh, I believe in her late 70s or early 80s. Not someone who would up and move to California or somewhere like that. The police did an extensive search and never found much of anything that would explain the disappearance," Carl replied. "Did she have any mental problems or something?" Sarah asked. "Or could she have been confused, left the house and got lost?" Peter offered. "I don't remember everything, but I know the police investigated all leads, including those, and did not get any closer to finding her," Carl answers. "So this missing woman is enough to keep people from buying this house?" Peter asked. "Well, for the most part, local people are aware of what happened at this home. I guess some people believe there's something wrong with the house. Another thing I had forgotten, but some people had reminded me, that Mildred's husband had disappeared in the mid-80s, under similar circumstances. I haven't looked into that any further though," Carl replied. 2 people missing from the same house. This is getting a bit strange. "Peter, what do you think about this house?" Sarah asked, a bit skeptical. "Well, I suppose we could look at it at least. If I assume right, it would be in our price range," Peter asked. "That it is. I think I may still have this in the over 200,000 section, but it has dropped below that now," Carl said as he flipped through the next section. Carl stopped on a page for a moment and said, "Here it is. Look it over and tell me what you think." "Wow, it looks very nice and actually a decent size as well. It also looks like it's in good shape too," Sarah commented. "We have a contract with a crew which keeps up some of the vacant houses that we are trying to sell around here. You know, mowing and cleaning to keep the houses looking nice, Carl replied. Okay, I think I would be interested in seeing the place. How about you, Peter? Sarah asked. It can't hurt to see it. Would we be able to see this house this afternoon? Peter asked. Certainly, it's a few blocks away and a bit further than the restaurant. Do you want me to drive or walk to the house? Carl asked. Oh, why don't we just drive this time, Carl? Peter suggested. Sure, my car is parked on the side next to the building. If you are ready, we can go now, Carl replied. We are ready, Peter said as he and Sarah stood up from their chairs along with Carl. They walked out to Carl's car and got in. Sarah sat in the front with Carl, while Peter rode in the back seat. They drove down Main Street for a few blocks before Carl turned down a side street, and then turned down one more. As he approached the house, he pointed it out to them. He parked in the street in front of the house. Peter and Sarah got out of the car and stared at the house for a moment to size it up. Carl made his way from his side of the car to their side. He asked, "Are you ready to go inside?" "We sure are. It looks even nicer in person than in the photo," Sarah commented as they began their way up the front walk. Sarah and Peter followed Carl up the front steps of the house. The wooden steps groaned slightly with each step, but only enough to make the slight noise. They seemed sturdy enough. The boards on the porch also creaked as they walked across the porch to the front door. They could already see that the exterior furniture was left behind on the large porch, which extended across the front of the house. There were 2 wicker couches on each side of the door and a swing attached to the ceiling at the end of the left side of the porch. Carl removed a set of keys from his pocket. He used an odd-shaped key to open a lockbox that hung from the door handle. From it he removed the house key. After inserting it into the somewhat corroded brass lock, he turned it to unlock the door. There was a muffled click as the door unlocked. He depressed the latch and pushed the door inward to open it. The door creaked as it swung into the room. Carl gestured to Peter and Sarah to walk inside of the house, and said, "There, let's go inside and have a look around." Sarah walked in first, followed by Peter, and then Carl. Sarah commented, "Hey, this place is cooler than I was thinking it would be, even in the afternoon heat." "You are right, Sarah. Hey, if this stays like this, maybe we should be able to get by without air conditioning for a while at least," Peter commented. "We will have to see about that," Sarah replied as she turned to look at the foyer. Carl closed the front door behind him and asked, "Okay, where would you like to start?" "Oh, we can start down here first," Sarah replied. "Well, obviously, this is the foyer, with the stairway to the second floor in front of us. Through this opening to the right, we have a sitting room," Carl said as he motioned his hand toward the room. "And to the left we have a living room," Carl continued as he turned to face the opening across the foyer. "To the right of the stairway, there's a hallway, which goes to the kitchen and to the back of the house," Carl said. "Does this house have a basement? We do have things that we may need to store somewhere," Sarah asked. "Yes, the stairway to the basement is off of the kitchen. I'll show you that later, if you would like." "Let's go into the sitting room first," Carl suggests as he extended his arm toward the sitting room to the right. As they walked into the room, Sarah commented, "This room is nice and open. We probably could put the TV in here." "Sure, that may work. We'll have to see if there is a cable or some type of antenna outlet nearby though," Peter replied. "I don't believe this house has cable or a satellite dish. There should be a cable line behind the house. They should be able to connect to it and add an outlet in this room for you, if you wanted it," Carl adds. "Yeah, I think we could handle that, Carl." "Thanks. What's next?" Peter asked. "Through this doorway is the dining room," Carl said as he walked toward the closed door on the left side of the room. He twisted the knob and pulled the solid wood panel door, which squeaked a bit as it swung into the sitting room. As they walked into the dining room, Sarah commented, "Wow, a separate dining room. That would be a change from our little eating area in the apartment." "Yes, this table and chairs looks nice and sturdy. We should be able to just use this set rather than the cheap set we have now, unless you want to keep it," Peter said with a smile. "Oh, maybe we could just leave it in the apartment, like this stuff was left here," Sarah replied, smiling as well. "If you do take the house, the furniture that is here will be yours to keep or sell as you wish," Carl reminded them. "Well, so far what I have seen is much nicer than most of our stuff. So we would likely keep a fair amount of it. This will actually save us a fair amount, since we do not have enough furniture to fill up many of the rooms in the house," Sarah commented. "Hey, that's right. We would likely have several empty rooms or an empty bank account," Peter agreed. "With the dining room here, is the kitchen nearby?" Sarah asked. "Yes, the kitchen is right through this door on the other side of the table. The other door there goes back to the hallway from the foyer," Carl answers. "Okay, let's see the kitchen next," Sarah suggests. "Sure, let's just walk around the table here to the door," Carl said as he walked toward the closed door. He reached for the knob to the kitchen door and pushed it open. Like other doors in the house, it creaked as it swung into the kitchen. Peter and Sarah walked in first and Carl followed behind them. "Well, other than being dated, the kitchen does not look bad. There's a fair amount of counter and cabinet space," Sarah commented. "As long as the appliances work, we can replace them gradually, when we have the money," Peter added. "That would work for me." "It looks like we may need to get a dishwasher, and maybe we could bring our microwave from the apartment," Sarah replied. "That should not be a problem," Peter commented. "The stove is gas, as you probably can see. It's in working order, so as you mentioned you can use it until you're ready to get a new one." "Did you have any questions so far?" Carl asked. "No, I do like what I see so far though," Peter replied. "Well, that's great. Next I can show you to the office across the hall to the left here," Carl said, as he began walking toward the short hall. "This is the back door here. You may use it to come in from the single-car garage in the back," Carl said, as he gestured to the door on his right. "What's this door on the left?" Peter asked. "That goes to the basement." "I'll show you that in a few minutes," Carl replied. Carl grasped the handle of the door ahead of him and swung the door into the room. He then stepped aside to let Peter and Sarah take a look at the office. "Here's the office, which also doubles as a library," Carl said to describe the room. Peter and Sarah walked a few feet into the room and looked around. "Hey, there are already a lot of books and papers in here, and there seems to be a lot of stuff left on the desk," Sarah commented. "Like I said, the previous owner's sister only took a few things from the house. So you can sort through everything here, keep what you want, then give away or toss the rest," Carl replied. "Well, there may be a few rooms that may take some work. This one's a bit stale, with all of the old books," Sarah commented. Carl was still at the door when he asked, "Would you like to see the basement now or continue on this floor?" "Oh, I suppose we can take a quick look at the basement now," Peter replied. "Yeah, let's get that over with," Sarah added. "Okay, the door is just to the right here," Carl said as he still held the door while waiting for Peter and Sarah to exit the office. Carl walked to the basement and opened it. He reached past the door and found the light switch on the wall. "I'll go down first, to show you where to go. Please be careful, the steps are a bit steep," Carl advised as he turned his head away from them to proceed down the steps. "It's probably good we are getting this over now. This already seems a bit creepy," Sarah commented as she followed Carl down the wooden steps. "Wow, now I can tell why the rest of the house is a bit cool. This is almost what I would call cold down here," Sarah commented. "Well, you know it does seem a bit strange, but at least it will help in the summer months," Carl added. "Right," Peter agreed. Peter ran his hands along the uneven dark green painted concrete walls as he made his way down the steps behind Sarah and Carl. They reached the basement floor, and they stepped into the room a few feet. "This is pretty musty and stale down here," Sarah commented. "Most old basements are unfortunately around here are like that. And this is one area of the house the cleaning crew has not done much to. It probably could use a dehumidifier," Carl suggested. "That's something we could look into, I guess," Peter replied. Peter and Sarah continued looking around the basement. "The washer and dryer are over there to the right in the end of the basement. They are fairly old, but they do work," Carl said. "Is the dryer gas?" Peter asked. "Yes, it is a gas dryer. As is the water heater also to the right," Carl replied, nodding his head. "What's this monstrosity on the left?" Sarah asked. "Oh, that's the furnace. It's an old gravity furnace that was converted to gas years ago," Carl replied. "Converted from what?" Sarah asked. "It used to be a coal-burning furnace. I think it may have been converted in the 30s or so," Carl replied. "Well, as long as it can heat the place once winter arrives, we should be okay," Peter adds. "That's a strange wall behind it though. Is that painted orange?" Peter asked. "I believe it just is a very rusty steel plates welded in that pattern. I'm not totally sure, but it may be there to protect the wall from the heat, or possibly it was part of the old coal system," Carl replied. "That is ugly. At least it's not in the main part of the house," Sarah commented. "There's a small workbench area past the furnace on the left," Carl added. "Okay, I'm not sure how much I'll use that, since I'm not real handy, but it'll be there if I want to try to do something, I guess," Peter said. "Have you seen enough down here?" Carl asked. "Oh yes, let's head back upstairs," Sarah replied. "Sure, I'll let you two go first," Carl offered as he extended his hand toward the steps. Sarah began to walk up the steps, and was followed by Peter, then Carl. When Sarah was near the top, there was a muffled metal ping sound emanating from somewhere in the basement behind them. She stopped mid-stride, and asked, "Was that sound from the steps?" After stopping behind Sarah, Peter replied, "It almost sounded metallic, and the steps are wooden." "Well, that's one thing about an old house that you'll have to get used to. There will be occasional odd sounds from the house settling and other sources," Carl added. "That'll take some getting used to, I guess," Sarah commented. She then turned and continued the rest of the way up the steps. When Peter and Carl reached the top of the stairs behind Sarah, Carl suggested, "Next we can take a look at the family room." "Sounds good. Where is it?" Sarah asked. "It's through this door next to the basement door," Carl said as he closed the basement door and walked a few steps toward the door to the family room. He pulled the door open. It squeaked as it swung back into the small hallway. "I guess the squeaky doors are something else we'll have to get used to as well, huh?" Sarah commented. "I suppose I could try to fix them," Peter suggested. "Like I said, I'll have to get used to them squeaking," Sarah said with a smile as she started to follow Carl into the family room. "Okay, you're probably right," Peter conceded with a smile as he followed her into the family room. "Just remember, Peter, you just have to sell houses, not fix them," Carl said as he turned toward them while in the family room. "Thanks, Carl, that's a good point," Peter replied. "Hey, this is a cozy room. Maybe the TV would work better in here," Sarah suggested. "Yeah, I agree. We could put the TV in here," Peter agreed. "The furniture in here is a bit worn, but I think it fits well in the room. We should be able to pretty much use it as is," Sarah commented. "No problem from me. That would keep things simple," Peter agreed. "Oh, just to let you two know, we have had this house thoroughly cleaned, including the carpets, curtains and furniture," Carl told them. "Yes, that does make things look nicer," Sarah replied. That'll save us some work, Peter agreed. Sarah noticed a set of portraits on the wall to their right. Who are the people in the old portraits? The photos look fairly old, Sarah asked. I really don't know. You know, the sister didn't take them, so they may not be of anyone related to her or the previous owner, Carl replied. Could they be of the owners before her? Sarah asked. I suppose, but I would just be guessing. Did you have any other questions on this room? Carl asked. No, what room is next? Peter asked. Well, the living room is just through this door opposite the one we just walked through, Carl replied as he pointed toward the other door. Okay, we will just follow you, Peter replied. Carl walked toward the door to the living room, then he opened the door. Carl held the door to let Peter and Sarah enter the living room. Oh, I see, this leads back to the foyer through the archway on the left, Sarah observed when she walked into the room. Yes, this level is well designed for good traffic flow around the house, Carl agreed. That would be nice if we have parties, Sarah said as she glanced at Peter. This room is more formal than the family room, but I suppose there will be times that will be nice to have, Peter commented. As they paused to observe the room, Sarah heard a clock ticking. She turned toward the sound and said, Hey, this is an old grandfather clock. It's beautiful. It has got to be worth quite a bit. I believe it keeps pretty good time, too. It'll need winding every week or so, just to let you know, Carl adds. Someone did wind it, I take it, Peter asked. I suppose, the person who helps to keep the place clean probably wound the clock as well, so it's not anything weird happening here, Carl replied. I guess that's good to know, with the way that some people view the place, Peter commented. Carl sighed and replied, Yeah, I just try to be honest and upfront with the house. So far it hasn't helped yet, though. Well, so far you haven't scared us away from the house yet, Peter commented. That's good to know. Thanks, Peter, Carl replied. Would you like to have a look at the upstairs now? Carl asked. Sounds good, let's have a look upstairs, Sarah replied. The foyer and the stairs are to the left through the alcove, Carl said as he used his left hand to point toward the opening. They walked together into the foyer to the stairway to their left. Carl reached for a light switch. With the lights turned on, Carl waited as Sarah and Peter walked up the steps first. He then followed behind them. When Sarah reached the top of the steps, Carl said, We can start out by checking out the bedroom off the hall to the right. You mean through the door there? Sarah asked, pointing to a door across the hall. Yes, that's the one, Carl replied. Sarah proceeded to the door and pushed it open into the bedroom. Peter walked up to her side and peered into the room. This is simple, but nice, Sarah commented as she sized up the room. The rooms up here mostly use wall-mounted lighting fixtures, Carl commented. I noticed that, and I do like the style of the sconces, Sarah commented. That will save us from having to buy more table lamps, Peter added. How many bedrooms does this house have again? Sarah asked. There are 3 bedrooms and 1 full bathroom in the house, Carl replied. Oh, that's right. I take it the bathroom is up here somewhere, Sarah asked. Yes, it is up here. Would you like to see the bathroom next? Carl asked. Okay, which way to the bathroom? Peter asked. I believe the door is just on the other side of the stair landing, Carl replied as he rotated around to face the door. Carl made his way to the door and pushed it open. He then stepped back to allow Peter and Sarah to have a look at the bathroom. I'm not sure I like the yellow wallpaper in here, but I suppose that's something we could change at some point, Sarah commented as she gazed into the bathroom. Removing wallpaper can be a pain though. Hopefully it's not something we have to do right away at least, Peter commented. I can live with it for a while, I suppose, Sarah said looking back at Peter with a smile. Thanks honey, Peter said. The tub looks in relatively good shape even though it's old, Peter commented. It's an old cast iron tub with the claw feet, which along with the pedestal sink add a classy touch to the room, Carl replied. I see a shower head at least. I believe some of the old houses just had baths, Sarah commented. Yeah, that's nice that we won't have to add a shower head, Peter asked. I see 2 doors in here. Where does the other one go? Peter asked. That one to the right goes to steps to the attic, and the one on the left to the master bedroom. Would you like to see the attic? Carl asked. No, seeing the basement was enough for my fill of creepy places for me today. How about seeing the master bedroom? Sarah replied. We can go through the door here in the bathroom or back around the stairway to the main door, Carl offered. Going through the bathroom door looks closer, why don't we just try using that? Peter suggested as he stepped further into the bathroom and continued to the left door to the bedroom. He twisted the knob and pushed it open. It squeaks as it swung into the master bedroom. I guess with a squeaky door like this, I won't be able to sneak into the bathroom in the middle of the night, Peter notes with a slight smile. Yeah, you will probably wake me up, since I'm a light sleeper, Sarah replied as she approached the door behind him. Well, I'll try to be quiet at least, Peter said. Wow, an old canopy-style bed. It's beautiful, Sarah commented while admiring the bed. Yeah, we can definitely keep that, Peter agreed, nodding his head. There's a walk-in closet straight ahead to the left, Carl stated. I see the nice large old dresser too, with the closet, that should hold most of our clothes, Sarah commented as she walked to the closet door and held it open. Oh, that reminds me, the clothes in the closet and dresser have been removed. They were donated or tossed, Carl mentions. That's good, we won't have to go through the woman's clothes, Peter replied. That would give me the creeps, Sarah adds. Let's see, there should be one more bedroom, correct? Peter asked. Yes, it is across the hallway, Carl replied as he pointed to the door. Sarah walked through the master bedroom door into the hallway. Peter and Carl followed behind her. She arrived at the door to the bedroom, and she opened it. This looks about the size of the first bedroom. Again more antique furniture, but it looks like it's in relatively good condition, Sarah said, as she scanned the room. How many more rooms are in here that we should look at? Peter asked. Well, that is about it for the inside. I can show you the backyard and the garage, if you would like, Carl offers. It's a single-car garage, right? Peter asked. Yes, Mildred had sold her car a few years before she disappeared. So other than lawn equipment and some other things, it has some room in it, Carl answers as they stand outside of the last bedroom. So it'll at least have room for one of our cars. That'll be nice. We just have a carport at the apartment now, Peter commented. Okay, let's take a quick look at it, Carl, Peter said after pausing a moment. Well, then let's go back down the steps and we'll make our way around to the back of the house, Carl said as he used his right arm to point in the direction of the stairway. Sarah walked down the steps, followed by Peter and Carl. From the foyer they walked past the stairway to the kitchen and head toward the back door. When Carl reached for the doorknob, he realized it was locked. He unlocked it, then opened the door. He held it open and said, "After you." "Thanks, Carl," Peter replied, starting through the open door to push the screen door open. Outside he propped the door open for Sarah, and then Carl. When Sarah was on the steps, she commented, "Wow, it's hot out here. Are you sure this house isn't air-conditioned?" "I'm sure, Sarah. It may just have good ventilation, shade from the trees or something, which helps it stay cool," Carl replied, following them down the back steps. "Whatever it is, I like it," Sarah said, as she reached the back sidewalk. "So this is the garage?" Peter asked, approaching the garage. "It's a relatively simple building, but it will keep a car, lawn equipment, and other odds and ends dry," Carl said. Here, let me open the door so you can have a look inside, Carl said, reaching down for the handle to raise the garage door. Oh, this door does lock too. There just isn't much in it now to lock up, Carl added as he pulled the multi-panel door open high enough for them to walk inside. Gravel floor with a few spare rugs on the sides, Peter noted. Most of the older garages around here have gravel floors. Some people add old rugs to cushion their feet when they get out of the car, I guess, Carl replied. I suppose that makes sense. Actually, it reminds me of my grandparents' garage, Peter added. The lawnmower looks old, but in good condition at least. It'll be nice having most of the outdoor equipment already, since we don't have any right now with an apartment, Peter said. Yeah, it's not like you need a weed whacker for carpet in the apartment, Sarah joked with a smile. Peter and Carl both got a chuckle from her comment. Well, maybe before I met you, I've cleaned up some since then at least, I hope, Peter said. Oh, you have, sweetie, Sarah said, as she patted him lightly on the shoulder. Thanks, Sarah, Peter replied, as he nodded his head. Okay, let's have a quick look at the rest of the backyard, Peter said. Let's step out of the garage here, and I'll close the door again, Carl said, stepping out of the garage and waiting for Peter and Sarah to be clear of the door. He then pulled the door closed, and they walked around to the side of the garage for a look at the backyard. They stopped just behind the garage. This is a nice size yard. Not too big, but I would have to mow for hours on end, you know. The crew you have working here has done a nice job keeping the yard up as well, Peter said. Yeah, they have been reliable. Once you get some vacant listings, I'll make sure to give you their contact information, Carl replied. Thanks, I'm sure I'll be able to use them, Peter commented. Okay, what next? Sarah asked. Well, if you are still interested in buying this house, we can go back inside and find a room to sit down and discuss the details further. I have the file on the house back in the car. I can get it while you wait inside, Carl suggested. Peter and Sarah looked at each other, and once they had reassured each other, Peter replied, I think we are pretty much sold on this house, Carl. Even with the history, it's a nice house that we don't want to pass up. Well, that's great, Peter and Sarah. It is a lovely house and it will be more than just a starter home as well, Carl commented. It's nice with the furniture too. It'll be pretty much ready to move in even without our own furniture from the apartment, Sarah added. Okay, let's go back inside the house, Carl said, as he motioned his left arm toward the back door.
I cannot pinpoint the moment when my descent into madness began. It was not a singular event but the culmination of years spent delving into forbidden texts, piecing together fragments of knowledge that mortals were never meant to possess. I, Dr. Leopold Yates, now stand on the edge of this final revelation, looking back at the monstrous path that has brought me here. As I sit beneath the cold stars, writing these last words, I realize how little time remains before the inevitable end. It began in the quiet, musty aisles of the British Museum, where I had long been an unassuming scholar of ancient civilizations, with a focus on the esoteric and obscure. My obsession was Sumerian mythology, particularly the figure of Lilith, a creature that eluded most records, mentioned only in fragments, her image warped by millennia of mistranslations and forgotten myths. Though more prominent in later texts, Lilith's true origins lay in the earliest civilizations, long before she was cast as a demon or succubus in popular folklore. She was not a mere femme fatale but something far older and far more dangerous. My quest for her true form began in earnest when I stumbled upon an artifact labeled Tablets of an Unknown Origin. The curator seemed hesitant to give me access, muttering something about curses and ill omens, but I dismissed it. I was driven by curiosity, a thirst for knowledge that blinded me to the warnings that would soon prove prescient. The Liltu tablets, as I later came to call them, were inscribed with a forgotten dialect of Akkadian, one that spoke of Lilith as more than a demon. She was a cosmic force, older than the gods themselves, a being who existed in the void between stars, beyond the reach of time and light. The tablets painted her not as a seductive woman but as a presence that devoured the essence of life itself, a bringer of silence and stillness. The translation took months of painstaking work, but with each word I uncovered, I felt as though I were unraveling the very fabric of reality. The more I read, the more it became clear that Lilith's nature had been misunderstood through the ages. She was not bound by the laws of this world. Her dominion extended into the heavens, into the empty spaces where no light could penetrate. She was a creature of night and nothingness, a force of entropy. Once the Liltu tablets had revealed Lilith's true nature, I found myself scouring occult libraries and forbidden manuscripts, seeking further understanding of what I had uncovered. The texts I found were cryptic, but they all spoke of Lilith as a cosmic devourer, a being who had existed before creation, who had watched as the stars were born and would remain long after they had died. I had read accounts of ancient summoning rituals, spells intended to call upon dark forces, but I had never taken such things seriously. Now, I wasn't so sure. One particular manuscript hinted at a ritual that could open a gateway between worlds, allowing one to communicate with beings that resided beyond the material plane. The instructions were complex, and the warnings dire. Those who attempted the ritual would invite not only madness but utter destruction. Yet, the more I learned, the more I felt compelled to see this ritual through. The night sky seemed different to me now, strange, as if they held a secret that was just beyond my reach. The astronomical alignment required for the ritual was approaching, a rare event that would occur within days. According to the manuscript, this alignment would thin the veil between worlds, making it possible to glimpse the true form of Lilith. I knew I was treading dangerous ground, but the lure of forbidden knowledge had me in its grip. There was no turning back. I arrived at the site of the ruins near the ancient city of Ur, deep in the Mesopotamian desert. The location had been noted in the texts, a place where, in ancient times, rituals to Lilith had been performed. It was said that these ruins marked one of the places where Lilith had descended to earth, bringing with her the silence of the void. The desert air was suffocating, but there was a stillness in it that unnerved me. As I set up camp near the crumbling stone remnants of the old temple, I could feel an invisible weight pressing down on me. I had expected to feel excitement, but instead, a cold dread gnawed at the edges of my mind. The ritual was set to begin at midnight, when the stars would be in perfect alignment. I had everything I needed, the arcane words, the symbols drawn in the dust of ages past. But as the hour approached, I began to question my sanity. The sky darkened as the sun disappeared beyond the horizon, and the stars began to reveal themselves one by one. They twinkled in patterns that seemed almost familiar, as though they were constellations I had known once, long ago, in another life. I could feel the pulse of the earth beneath my feet, an ancient rhythm that matched the beating of my heart. I began the incantation, my voice steady despite the fear creeping through my veins. The words felt wrong in my mouth, as if they belonged to a tongue not meant for human use. The air around me thickened, and I could sense something stirring in the darkness beyond my small circle of light. It was then that the sky seemed to split open above me, and the stars themselves began to shimmer with an unnatural light. A crack appeared in the fabric of the night, and from it, a presence emerged, something vast and unknowable. I could not see it clearly, for it did not exist in a form my eyes could comprehend, but I felt its gaze upon me. It was Lilith, the ancient being I had summoned, and her presence filled the sky. She was not a woman, not the seductress of legend, but a thing of darkness, a creature whose form was constantly shifting, stretching, and collapsing into itself. Her limbs extended into the farthest reaches of the horizon, her face a black void that consumed all light. There were no eyes, no mouth, just a featureless expanse of nothingness that filled me with a terror I cannot describe. The wind ceased, the insects fell silent, and the world around me seemed to vanish. I stood alone in the presence of a being far older than this world, far older than the stars that glittered above. She was death incarnate, the end of all things. Her mere existence threatened to unravel the universe. I could feel my body weakening as though the life were being drained from me, not in a physical sense, but something far deeper. My soul, my very essence, was being drawn toward her, pulled into the blackness of her form. I tried to resist, but it was impossible. The force was too strong. She had me in her grasp, and I knew there was no escape. As I stood frozen, unable to move, I heard her voice, not with my ears, but inside my mind. It was a low hum, a vibration that seemed to resonate with the very core of my being. She spoke in words I could not fully understand, but the meaning was clear. She offered me something, a release from the burdens of existence, an end to the pain and suffering of life. She promised me oblivion, a state of nothingness where time and space no longer mattered, where I would be free from all that I had ever known. For a moment, I was tempted. The idea of ceasing to exist, of being absorbed into the void, was strangely comforting. I could feel the weight of my mortality lifting, the struggles of life fading into insignificance. All I had to do was surrender to her, let myself be consumed by the endless darkness that surrounded her. But then something inside me rebelled. I thought of the world I would leave behind, of the people I had known, the lives I had touched. I thought of the knowledge I had sought for so long, the mysteries I had dedicated my life to unraveling. Was this really how it would end? Was this what I had been searching for all these years? I struggled against the pull, fighting to regain control of my mind, my body. It was a losing battle, but I fought nonetheless. I could feel her anger, her frustration, as I resisted her. The darkness around me seemed to grow heavier, more oppressive, but I refused to give in. Then, in a moment of clarity, I understood. Lilith was not offering me oblivion out of kindness or mercy. She was a predator, a cosmic being that fed on the very essence of life itself. She had existed for eons, feeding on the souls of those foolish enough to summon her, drawing strength from their dissolution into nothingness. She was not a demon or a goddess, but something far worse, a force of nature, an embodiment of entropy. The myths and legends that had grown up around her were mere shadows of the truth, attempts to explain something that was beyond human comprehension. Lilith was not a creature of this world, not even of this universe. She was a remnant of something older, something that had existed long before the stars had ever formed, and she would remain long after they had all burned out. I was nothing to her, a mere speck of dust in the vastness of her existence. My life, my struggles, my desires, they were all meaningless in the face of her eternal hunger. And yet, I had called her forth, thinking I could learn from her, thinking I could grasp the knowledge of the cosmos. I had been a fool. Now, as I sit beneath the stars, my mind unraveling, I write these final words, knowing that they will soon be consumed by the same darkness that has taken me. Lilith's true nature is beyond comprehension, and to glimpse it is to invite madness. She is the end of all things, the queen of nightfall, the bringer of silence. And soon, I too will join her in that endless void.
Hello everybody and welcome back. This is another episode of Into the Abyss. I'm Roger Hanson and I am here today again with Sonia Galactica, and Bob Dub is in chat, and Mark Edworthy is in chat too as well. But we do have Sonia Galactic. I believe Mark Edworthy said he's coming in, didn't he? He just said
I'm not sure. That would be great.
He says, I just received a phone call from a friend inviting me to go down to his place, so I'm not going to be able to join the stream, but due to my nice 8-inch, fairly impressive ultra mobile PC that I am currently using at my workstation, which is generally being used with a Dell D600 docking station hub, I will still be. He has to do that editing thing. I will still be contactable. He is something else.
Contactable.
Yes.
I haven't heard that before. That's cool.
He is
I like
something
that.
else. Oh, Mark Edworthy. Okay, so we are coming together with another episode of Into the Abyss. And before we get started, I'd like to introduce Sonia Galactic. Sonia, if you'd want to tell everybody a little bit about yourself before we get started and stuff of that nature.
Okay. I am a t-shirt designer and tattoo artist, and I guess you could say experiencer. And I know a little bit about a lot of stuff, but not everything about everything. I don't think anyone can ever know everything. So I'm just trying to have some fun and check it out. Yeah.
See, that's what I like. When you say I know a little bit about a lot of stuff, a little bit about a little bit of stuff, or a little bit about a lot of stuff. I might have messed that up, but I thought it was cool how you said it.
Yeah. Thanks.
No problem, man.
I do. I've had a lot of experiences about a lot of stuff that isn't your everyday, normal type of thing.
Now, that is important because we actually freaking left off on the last one when we were doing astrology. And what we were getting into was about the archangels in the Book of Enoch. And,
Right.
And just before we started this up, you said that you have had experiences when it comes to the Book of Enoch, right?
Yes, I have.
So
Yeah, it's really kind of interesting stuff. It's crazy, actually. It's like a normal person would be like, oh, whatever. But it happened to me, so.
So
And
before I get into my crazy reading, and because I've got shitloads of notes, okay? I mean, I'll just put it out there. I've got tons and tons of this freaking information, and like we're not going to use it all and everything. But before I get into all that crap, you know what I mean? Do you want to kind of share with everybody your experiences so that
Sure.
we can start it out and everything with that and go from there?
Sure. Well, I was doing some research. I call it during my second awakening. And you know how when you're kind of researching, you kind of one thing leads to another kind of thing. And I ended up in the Book of Enoch because I was researching old scripture, right? And, you know, trying to find out some stuff going on in there. Because I think that can lead to a lot of insights for who, you know, people. So I was checking it out, and it came to this one part, and I don't remember what book it was in, but it was when he's meeting the, I guess, 4 or 5 angels or something like that, and they have names which are similar to Greek mythology names, like there was an Ares, but it wasn't necessarily Ares. I have it in my computer. I guess I could have prepared a little and went to find that, but I didn't. In any case, one of them was called Zeus, but it wasn't spelled the same way. It was Z O or Zoues, I believe, or Zuoes. In any case, so I wanted to research it since they sounded like the Greek gods. I wanted to see, well, what's the connection there? So I went and put the Z guy's name into Google, and wow, I got some results that I've actually gotten weird, I call it weird search results. And I even have a folder for that on my computer where I take screenshots now, because it's happened throughout the years where, and maybe it's happened to you before, where you put in like an IP address, or, you know, I'm not even sure if it was an IP address. It was numbers associated with an IP address when, you know, out of one of the apps I had on my phone that was seeing who's connecting to your phone and stuff. And I've gotten super like specific results from like .gov, but like in countries I have never heard of before. And so this particular time, there were a lot of PDFs, and they were all educational PDFs, and a lot of them were from colleges and universities that in countries I've never heard of before. I mean, I didn't even know we had that many countries in the world, okay? But a lot of them were associated with marine, like tests in marine biology, and they were all bio this or bio that, and and there was one link. So I was, downloading all this stuff because that's what you do when you research. You download what you can find and then check it out whenever you can or whatever. At least that's what I do. And so there was one that I downloaded that when I opened it up, it was a Jewish like newsletter paper, like maybe 3 or 4 pages. It looked like a regular newspaper. It looked like it was on microfiche or something. And so I was browsing through it, skimming through it just to see why this came up. Where's this Z guy's name in here, or how is this connected? And I couldn't find anything. They were just talking about, oh, we're having coffee this weekend, and I don't even remember the name of the Jewish newsletter. You figure I would be a better researcher, but that was when I was just starting out. I had no idea that you should keep, like a record, like even on paper next to you when you're doing these things. And yeah, and so I couldn't find anything. And then, I was me and my husband at the time were sitting around, and I looked at my phone. I just picked up my phone, and it said the recorder had been on for 12 hours. And I'm like, what the hell? Why is this? And then my husband picked up his phone, and it was the same deal. And I was like, whoa, what's going on here, And so as it turns out, and then I got back onto my computer at some point, and it's like I had, I call them remote hackers that were in my computer doing stuff and like moving things around. And I even got sent to and this wasn't on my computer, on my phone. They had my phone, anything that was connected to my internet at the time it was just jacked. And they had, I would go to Google, but it wasn't really a Google page. It was like a fake one. And I'm not sure, at the time I didn't know that was, you could even do stuff like that. But so it was crazy. And that's what I had in my tattoo shop, where I had 3 other computers, and we had the cameras 24/7 connected to the internet. So when I got to the shop, bam, all my computers there are now they're going crazy whenever I would go on to do something, because you need that type of thing for reference and tattooing and stuff. And I would notice that shit was weird in my computer, my folders were not in the same place, and I would go see what happened in there, And I'm not a computer wizard or anything. However, I know a little bit, enough to, kind of know a little bit about how things work. And wow, it was just crazy what was going on. And I could not even get online to find whatever I was looking for online if I had went to investigate what was going on in my computer. It's like I got blocked or something. And then other people could, though, the guy that I had working there, he got on there no problem. And I'm like, watch out for your phone, man, because the internet's messed up. You might want to unhook it from Wi-Fi. And he didn't have any problems. So what I ended up discovering with this whole thing, and I know it's a little bit off topic from the Enoch thing, but that is what started it. And it was that I could get online and look up whatever I wanted to look up, as long as I just completely ignored anything else that was going on in the background of my computer. Like if I pretended like I was stupid about it, then it's like I was quote unquote allowed to go online and get whatever I needed. But if I went and investigated, it was like I was blocked in 4 ways to Sunday. My computer would end up shutting off. It was crazy. And it was with Apple too. We did have one Apple computer there, so it wasn't just restricted to Windows or anything, or Android. It was crazy. So we ended up, getting new phones and took our computer to the computer guy, and that was the computer that I had all this information saved on, the hard drive. And he's all, well, the hard drive is corrupt. And I don't really know what they mean by that, because if there's any way to get the files off of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know that much about computers, but I figured there might be something that he could, and I told him everything, and he acted like it was, like he had no response to anything. I don't know. I was thinking maybe after all that he was like, computer guys are in cahoots with these folks or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
Isn't
you
it
know,
heavy?
yeah. I've heard a lot of people say some weird things that connect technology with things that you're talking about right there. It just seems kind of strange that that does happen. You know.
Yeah, and it's like they call it a virus when it was active. I mean, so there's a couple more points I'll point out, and then we can move on.
Okay.
One extraordinary thing that happened was on my laptop, and my husband didn't know much about computers at all. And when I would call him over and say, "Look at what's going on," he'd be like, "What?" And so I don't have any witnesses, and I'm like, "Don't you see what they're doing?" And he's like, he had no idea. So, I was on my laptop one time. He was sleeping, and I noticed, and I had Windows, I think it was 8 maybe, or 7. I can't recall. It might have been 8. In any case, all the folders I was in my Explorer, and, they're on the left there in the panel. And a lot of them were like duplicated, and then they were locked. The duplicates were locked of my documents and other of my files, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, well, what the fuck? So I knew how to open up folders, just go into the properties and the security and you jack around in there. I just trial and error that the same way I did WordPress, actually. So anyway, I got into some of these folders, and there in the folder was pictures that I had on my computers at work, at the shop, that weren't even on this laptop. They were from, like from the kids when they were little or whatever, that I only had the family pictures on the computer at work. And so here they are in this folder that I'm accessing on my laptop at home. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? And I had opened up, I guess it was a notepad or something, but I had seen where this guy, and I think these are people who, okay, that work on computers, like the ones that do the Windows updates or whoever those people are who have access to your computer, and they do stuff on your computer while, it's updating or whatever the scenario is there. And so this guy had written something about how it was like there was a couple of guys in this folder that were chatting, and they would leave .txt's to each other. And it was like they were having this bet or this battle over, well, I got more of these, these rounded up than you did, or whatever, like some competition type thing going on. And I'm like, what could they possibly be talking about? And so I freaked out. Okay. I freaked out, and I was like, this is like completely crazy. And I took my hammer in the middle of the night while my husband's in bed next to me, and I smashed the shit out of my fucking laptop, dude. I was like, oh my God, I wish I didn't do that, because there was probably things off of the hard drive I could have checked. I do have a couple of discs that's called Weird Windows that I saved from back then.
Mm-hmm.
And I've opened them up, and I haven't found anything strange about them, but I haven't put them into my computer because I didn't want it to contaminate that if it was some sort of virus thing, which it's probably not. It's probably just they all look benign from this perspective, although I haven't looked at all of them, if you can believe that. And this was over 20 years ago. It was like 2010 that this happened, or 11, or somewhere in there. Yeah, pretty crazy. So that did stop my search for the Z guy.
we'll call him the Z guy.
Yeah, because I don't know how that's connected. The only thing I can figure is that whoever is in charge of all this, computer business or whatever, the big, huge thing they got going on, where everybody's connected to the internet, everybody has a computer that's on 24/7, and the only thing I can figure is that it has to do with some sort of deity that they are involved with, or some kind of, they have code names for their projects that they do, or whatever. Maybe that was like a code name for something, and whoever put that into a search engine was like, because they swooped in on me. I mean, I was swooped in on. That's what it feels like. And I even moved during that period to a different house, and I could not get on my internet. It would not let me get on there. And they would change my pass. I know it sounds crazy, but seriously, they changed my password as soon as I put it in there. Till finally I was like, please, in the name of Jesus, get me on my internet. You know what I mean? That was my password. It's like, to communicate to these people, leave me the fuck alone,
Yeah.
So I think that basically what it was that I kind of got on the radar of whoever, you know. And I got hassled for a little while, and actually that was during my second awakening, as I had said. But there was something odd that happened to me, and I'm still not exactly sure what it was. When I was going to sleep during that time one night, I had a zap, like an electrical zap happen to my solar plexus, and it came in through my back. And it went yeet, and I was like, what the fuck was that? You know, and it scared the shit out of me. And I just like laid there, because, you know, when I was growing up, I was always scared of the dark, and I would just like get all the covers and be under the covers all the time. And so that's what I did. And I still don't know what that was, but it was definitely something that had to do with the solar plexus chakra, I believe.
All right. So
Yeah, crazy.
I do have my theories on that, and
Yeah.
this could kind of open up to where I want to start out, because like when you're talking about the Z guy, okay, or the Z dude, or you know that, the freaking one that comes to my mind is Arakio. Okay, now Arakio is the second fallen angel mentioned in the Book of Enoch.
Okay.
Of the 20 Watcher leaders, and there's over like 200 fallen angels in the Book of Enoch. All right, so there's a whole bunch of them. I could be wrong, you know what I mean?
Right.
But Arakio's also called Eritzekafa, I believe is how it is. It's Aretzikapha, and that means world of distortion.
Wow.
Okay.
That's nuts.
And he's actually the second fallen angel mentioned in out of the 20 Watchers. So that was what kind of stuck out to me. Now, I wasn't going to actually like allude into him too much, because other than the fact of the numerology that goes with him, you know what I mean? But it basically what it says about him is Arakio is the fallen angel, the second mentioned of the 20 Watcher leaders of the 200 fallen angels in the Book of Enoch, who taught the signs of the earth, which suggests geomancy, and
Yeah.
to humans during the days of Jared. Now, Arakio is also called the Eritzekafa, or whatever that word is, meaning world of distortion. His name is generally translated as Earth of God, a combination of Arak, earth, Babylonian in origin, and El, God. Now, this right here also goes into the numerology, and last time that we did the streams, I asked you numerology for some things and everything, and you didn't know them, so I went ahead and I researched on them, and
Wow.
I came up with the numerology for a couple of things, and this was one of them for 200, 2 and 200, and what they mean.
Okay.
And once I find my note on it, I can pull it up, because this is some pretty interesting stuff. Now you have to realize that these fallen angels, the reason why they were considered fallen angels and they were called the Watchers was they were given roles to where they had to watch over the heavens and watch over the humans. Okay.
Okay. Interesting.
And why they were called the fallen angels was because they rebelled against God, and how they rebelled against God is they gave forbidden wisdom and knowledge to humans.
Okay.
Out of rebellion against God, and that's the whole premise behind it all. Okay. So once I find, I'm at 4,200, but there's like 3 of them that I have, and it has the whole. Here it is. Here it's for the numerology of 200. Now the number 200 is primarily influenced by the vibrations of the number 2 and 0.
Right.
The presence of two zeros after the two implies the qualities of the two, while the zero themselves, no, after the two, like the presence of two zeros after the two amplifies the qualities of the two. So it's amplifying the number two. While the zeros themselves carry an intrinsic meaning in numerology, okay, so basically what they're saying is like the more zeros that are after the number, it amplifies the meaning for that number. Okay. So if there's 2 or 3 zeros after it, then that makes it amplified even more. It's more important. So I'll move on to now the core influence of 2: cooperation and harmony. The number 2 symbolizes balance, partnerships, cooperation, diplomacy, and duality. Now, it is often associated with relationships, teamwork, and the desire for peace and harmony, intuition, and sensitivity. The number 2 is connected to intuition, sensitivity, and empathy. It highlights the ability to understand others and see different perspectives.
Right.
Okay, now
I agree, totally.
Now, significance of the zero: potential and infinite possibilities. Zero in numerology is considered a symbol of the infinite, the void, and the untapped potential. It represents both the beginning and the end, the alpha and omega. Spiritual, see right there when it says void so much right there, within the vacuum should have been on here. I told him earlier he needed to come in here, and he said that he was making noodles and pasta and all that good stuff, so that's his loss. That's his loss. Now, spiritual emphasis is zero amplifies the energy of any number it accompanies and can indicate a spiritual journey or a deeper calling. Numerological breakdown: when we add the digits of 200 together, 2 plus 0 plus 0, the result is 2. This means that the number 200 fundamentally carries the attributes of the number 2, with the added influence of zeros amplifying its essence. Meaning the symbol of 200 meaning of the symbolism of 200 in numerology. And that's amplification and cooperation and relationships. The number 200 symbolizes strong associations with cooperation and relationships, but on a larger scale due to the zeros. It emphasizes building relationships that are not just personal, but also communal or spiritual. In a sense, 200 represents the potential for harmony and balance in a broader context, family, community, or even global interactions, new beginnings, and spiritual awareness. The zeros in 200 are connected to new beginnings, a sense of unity, and journey towards spiritual awareness. The number may suggest a phase where you are asked to look within, understand your higher purpose, and explore latent spiritual abilities. Support and patience. This is the tough part. The influence of the 2 brings patience, compassion, and a supportive energy. When seen in the context of 200, it suggests that patience will yield significant growth and development, particularly in areas involving partnerships and emotional connections. And now here with the divine guidance and trust. In numerology, the 0 often denotes a presence of divine guidance, urging one to trust in the universal flow. Thus, 200 can be seen as a reminder to trust in divine timing, have faith in the journey, and recognize that your actions are being supported by a higher power. Balancing.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. Now, this with the 200 too, let me remind you that the reason why I got the 200 is because Ezekiel was in charge of 200 angels. He had 200 angels that were beneath him, or that he commanded. So
Hmm.
that's basically what he did. And this was before he was a fallen angel. This was when he was a watcher. So the number 200 also symbolizes a need to balance material ambitions with spiritual growth. It could indicate that while you focus on worldly achievements, equal importance should be given to spiritual development and emotional well-being. Symbolic interpretation of 200 in various contexts in personal life. Seeing 200 in personal circumstances could indicate a need to nurture relationships, be more diplomatic, or work towards peace and reconciliation. It could also be a sign to be patient and trust that everything will work out in its due time. In professional life, in a professional context, the number 200 can signify partnerships or collaborations that lead to significant advancements. It suggests that working with others, sharing responsibilities, and maintaining a cooperative attitude will be the key to achieving success. Now, in spiritual life, spiritually, 200 points to the exploration of potential, the start of new spiritual paths, or deeper meditative practices. It encourages the individual to look beyond the surface and connect with their higher self. And that kind of goes into what you were talking about. You said you were going through your spiritual awakening, kind of. Right?
The second time I woke up is what I call it, because I had an experience in 1992 where I had a spontaneous oneness of the universe come over me, and it totally took me out of this realm, I guess you could say, for just a split second. And then I had remembered, oh, I'm in this body, I'm born here, and in this life, actually. And it seemed so tiny, teeny tiny compared to what I had just experienced, which was also me, but I guess a larger me, which was connected to everything. That's why I call it oneness. And, that was back before anybody was talking about stuff like that. So everybody thought I lost my mind. but anyway, in the second time, I had read David Wilcox's book, The Synchronicity Key. And that was fascinating. And he had talked about oneness in there, and in a way that I was familiar with. So I was like, yeah. And I'm like, that's right. Why am I sitting around here just doing nothing? Because I had went to go to the, get some books from the bookstore, just because me and my husband had decided to do reading before we went to bed. And it was actually his idea. and so I grabbed it was like a 500-600 page book, and I'm not like a reader, so I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I have to read all this, but I did it. And in any case, it's like after that I had, I guess, remembered who I was again or something. And it just re-sparked the entire thing. I mean, I'd seen UFOs all the time, but I was seeing them like differently. Like they were hovering very low in the neighborhood areas, and they were like the black triangle ones, and I had never seen shit like that before. But I could look across the yard or whatever into the neighborhood and see these like UFOs just hanging over certain areas, and I was like, whoa, because normally you just don't see shit when you look up in the sky, unless you tune yourself into it. So what was the original question?
You pretty much answered it. Trust me. You answered it. Now, associated keywords for 200 is harmony, cooperation, patience, spiritual potential, divine guidance, infinite possibilities, new beginnings, which that one stuck out to me whenever you were talking right there. Relationships, and that's it. Now, they have a numerology message of 200. It says, when 200 appears repeatedly in your life, it is often seen as a divine message that you are on the right path, especially regarding your interactions with others. It may be urging you to practice patience, work in unity, and trust in divine timing. It also reminds you to remain open to spiritual possibilities and maintain a balance between your emotional and spiritual needs. In essence, 200 in numerology emphasizes the growth. It emphasizes growth through harmony and cooperation, suggests that your future will flourish when you focus on relationships and remain in tune with your inner wisdom and spiritual guidance.
Wow,
So that's it.
that's pretty deep.
Yeah, it is. I didn't know there was so much love and compassion in numerology.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, whatever exists in the world, I think is reflected in numbers in some way, huh?
Well, I mean, it's just strange, because I like reading that stuff earlier. It was like, oh my God, dude, this is way, way more than what Pythagoras was talking about.
Right.
You know what I mean? It was like, God, that's some pretty intense shit.
Right.
It really
Right.
is. Now I know, like, that really didn't have much to do with like your whole thing, your experience with the bad shit. You know what I mean? But it did stick out to me that it mentioned what was it, delusion or illusion? So that really did stick out to me when it said that. Did anything that I read there make sense to you?
Oh, absolutely, all of it did. Yeah,
Like-
totally.
Like in your
Yeah. In numerology, the one thing that came to mind though, because I've done a little bit of numerology just for people's names and destiny numbers and life lesson numbers and stuff like that. So I've messed around a little bit with numbers as far as that goes and learned a little bit about their meanings, you know, and what is interesting to me is that when I'm doing numerology for someone, I just completely ignore the zeros. You know what I mean? And I know there's different ways you can do numerology, like you can count the double digit numbers before you count the end number, the single digit. But I always just counted the end digit. So, but zeros never really came into play. So I find it interesting that you had included that in there. Yeah, I never really thought about it like that. That's cool.
Yeah, it amplifies the meaning of the number that it's going according to, which is what I thought was interesting because I never knew that either. Like I get into Sumerians writings and stuff, and I found out like their concept of zero. They didn't even have a concept of zero. It was like space. They put a space in between numbers,
Right.
So, that was the kind of mindset I had whenever, and then I seen that, and I was like, that's pretty interesting. That did stick out to me. That's pretty good.
I wonder why it's left out of numerology pretty much. At least that one part of numerology I was doing where you just kind of ignore the zero and see it as 2 rather than 20,000 or however much it is,
It's because people hate math. People.
That's a very simple way to put it, yeah.
I mean, shit, dude. It's like nobody wants to do math. You know what I mean? Come
I think
on.
math is fascinating. I mean,
Oh wow.
there's something you can find in numbers you can't find nowhere else,
I thought you were weird, dude, but you freaking are weird.
Thank you. That's a compliment. Thank you.
Okay, so we were talking about physiognomy. I always have, but face reading basically the last time when we were doing astrology. Okay, and the thing that really stuck out to me in that whole thing that we were reading there was whenever we were discussing the way that it was treated throughout history. You know what I mean? Like face reading goes all the way back to the philosophers back in Greece. You know what I mean? And this physiognomy, face reading.
Yeah, I don't know how it's pronounced, but yeah, I've heard of face reading before.
Now,
You're talking about the divination part of it?
yes, all of it.
Okay.
And the thing of it is what stuck out to me with all my readings on it is this never goes away. Like, it'll lose favor for a while, and then it'll pop back up, and then it'll pop back up, and it's been that way since, like, for thousands of years. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
And the thing that really caught my attention to that was whenever I freaking came across Sir Francis Galton. Okay, now he was into I mentioned this in the last one. He was into compositive photography, and he thought like he could use composite photography to freaking figure out who had freaking like criminal tendencies and stuff like that just by freaking putting their photos together. You know what I mean? Different people's
That's
photos.
pretty severe. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
And the weird part about that is it didn't hit off good when he did it, because when he combined all these people's faces together freaking in the photos, it actually made the original person look better. You know what I mean? Like he expected him to be some kind of deranged, ugly-looking dude, but what happened was the photo actually turned out to where the guy looked better because he combined all these pictures together.
Wow.
Okay, and whenever he did that, it kind of flopped. But after that, people started using compositing for police work and stuff like that. You know what I mean? And that's something that I found interesting that happened there. And then it goes on even further, because now what I've learned is from people who use AI and people who are into machine learning, they don't realize that this is the same thing that is enhancing freaking AI and freaking machine learning.
Oh, really?
Yes. And
Wow.
they're progressing in leaps and bounds with AI because of this form of divination. And scientists consider this as a pseudoscience, just 100%.
Well, of course they do. They don't want anybody to think that they're actually using it for something serious. You know?
Yeah.
That's a way to get people off their trail, kind of thing, if you ask me.
And now they call it anthroposcopy or whatever, however they say that. That's how they pronounce it, you know. But what it basically is this physiognomy, not ognomy. I hate these big words.
That's cute. That's cute, Raj.
Yeah, I mean it is. It's a big word, dude. It's just
Yeah.
like how do you say that? Like, if Bob Dub would actually talk, she could say it properly
Yeah,
for me. But
I'm sure, huh?
yeah,
I know what you mean, though.
she's always been the good reader. You know what I mean? Like, she's the one who knew how to read properly and say all the right stuff. So, but facial recognition. You know what I mean? And she goes, dude.
Dude. Yeah. Well, what comes to mind with that is that in what I've always felt is that your body is an expression of your spirit in a way that I guess it would be like an analogy of, if you're a spirit, okay, so, and the 3D is a pool, so you dive into the pool in your spiritness, and whatever you're covered with when you are in the pool, like, I guess underwater, maybe that's not the greatest analogy, but, but you end up expressing this thing or that thing, or and of course that has to do with your like your physical lineage, the genes coming through, but not all of it, of course. I don't know, but I think it's really cool because people are shaped by their spirit, is because everything happens on the spirit level, in the ethers before it is expressed here. We're like an expression of that, is how I see it. So yeah, so your facial shape would be an expression of your spirit form, basically.
Okay. Now, within the vacuum did join the conversation. He's in chat, so.
Oh, goody. Fantastic.
Now, before if he comes in, I'm gonna tell you right now. I have a new nickname for him. Okay, I call him Spanish Fly. Okay.
Yeah.
Like,
Did he bring spaghetti? That's what I want to know.
Okay. But I'm just gonna tell you, he has this Latin accent that'll turn you to butter because it just. So be careful.
Oh, sweet.
Yeah, so he is in chat though. He might be just listening. I don't know. But if he wants to come in, he's more than welcome. And
come on in, bruh.
Come on in. That was cool.
Yeah.
Okay, now I gotta find my place because I got distracted. All this cool stuff.
By the Latino.
Well,
energy.
Well, him and then frickin', Bob Dub had some cool stuff to say. She said that she can read some things, but I should check out Satori's words because he's got big words, and he does. He has huge words. I've actually paid attention to it because I try to say the words. I'm not good at it, but I do try it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that's how you get good.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the only way to become good at anything is
entheogenetic. See, she said entheogenetic.
Sweet.
So now, Bob Dub, if within the vacuum doesn't know how to get into the video part, kind of help guide him through if he wants to come in, because he might not know how to do it. I'm kind of hoping that I don't have to like break into the show to kind of give instructions on how to do it. I don't know if he knows how to, so just letting you know. I know he showed up in there. Okay, so facial recognition. What's your thought on facial recognition? No, to be honest.
As far as the way they're using it now, like with technology and stuff?
Just off the top of your cuff, everything. Just spill it out there.
I think that it's been digitized, and which is really cheating, in a way.
Mm-hmm.
And the way it's being used and to categorize folks or not necessarily even categorize them, but to recognize them is pretty much evil, of course, because it's being used to take people's rights away, the God-given rights that they are born with, and sovereignty, crushing type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So that's really what comes to mind with that. When I've done tarot and researched all kinds of divination over the years, but facial reading faces or even palms, I got into that a little bit, which seems like it's kind of similar to that. But I've never actually, had any experience with reading faces. I think that's very interesting. I'm not in the traditional way anyway. I do know that, when you look at someone, I find it interesting the way that their faces are shaped, because I think that does say something about them. But to me, it's on an unspoken level, like you can't really put it into words, kind of thing. So it's kind of a different type of energy transmission that goes on there, I guess. So that's what comes to mind for me on that whole subject, really.
Okay, yeah, and I do agree with it on that, and then plus like the privacy laws, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I think that's really going a little bit too far on it when it comes to privacy and stuff. Like they can pinpoint your face right in the middle of an airport because you walk through a freaking metal detector. That's pretty insane. So
It is. It's cheating. It's like really cheating.
now,
Totally.
within the
Yes.
vacuum has reached the freaking stream. If I don't know if you know how to unmute, but you can unmute if you want to say something within the vacuum. Hello.
Hello. Hello, Latino. Did you bring spaghetti?
It was good.
It was,
Yeah, I bet. Huh?
no, I already told her that you have a voice that's like fluid and hypnotizing to the ear.
Yeah, you got some big
Thank you,
shoes for you.
Roger.
Yeah.
I boosted you up there, bud. I mean,
Yeah.
I even told her about my new nickname for you, Spanish
Oh.
Fly.
That's hilarious, Raj.
So,
So,
was you able to hear some of the stuff that we've been talking about physiognomy?
Yeah, I heard a little bit about reading faces.
Yes.
Yeah, that was it, pretty much.
Now, do you know much about that?
Uh, you're talking about machine identification,
Yeah.
face identification. No, not really. Well, I know there's a bunch of new possibilities around that, right? And issues about security and privacy and here and there, as always. Yeah, I heard a little bit. Yeah, what's the news on that?
Well, that's kind of what I was wanting to get from you is like, what's your feelings about it all? I mean, how do you feel when it comes to like facial recognition and you know, and
I
I
say smash the machine. Smash it. That's what I say.
Uh, well, I don't know, really. Um, uh, I think it might be unnecessary in certain context, completely, and important in other. You know, like when you need to find someone who did something bad, or so, you know. But it's complicated, you know. We always get into this point with, if you notice, we get into this point with every new advance, every new technology we develop is the same debate, which is, I think, is very reasonable to have it, right? But yeah, I don't know what's the well, I think we all know what's the common sense point for these. We hope the ones who have in control this technology think something similar.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, exactly.
Hopefully.
Now, just before you came in, too, what was with this physiognomy, or face reading? Okay, I was explaining what I found out about it is like this goes all the way back to the ancient Greeks. Like they've been talking about this in all through time since then. It's fallen out of favor, came back and came back. You know, and like when it comes to composite photography, you know what I mean? I was talking about that a little bit, and then I got into how this is also, and let me remind you, this is a part of divinity, okay? And this has also been used in machine learning and AI, and they're actually finding, AI, artificial intelligence, is freaking growing in leaps and bounds because of this, and the scientific community is actually considers this like a pseudoscience, but it's really, really beneficial when it comes to AI, you know. So that was basically what we were talking about just before you came in, and so with that, I'd like to ask you, what do you think about that when you hear that like AI is actually benefiting off of divinity or divination?
I still don't get where is it connected.
I was checking through it, and I know they were talking about the facial recognition, and they were more precise on it. But like with the AI, well, I guess when you have to generate a face, an artificial face, because you know how when you get into the AI and you want to create a character, they
A deep fake.
yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, I've seen some of those very very funny. The same, it's the same thing, same problem.
Same.
Yeah. What's the difference? We need to find common sense with all of these, because it won't, it's not something that it's gonna stop now. It's going to grow exponentially because of the AI and because of everybody uh, getting into these frequency, which I think is also related with what we are already in the future, and we are like in having a little encounter with ourselves.
What?
You know, I don't want to go there.
Well, you
because
you already
that,
did,
that's
man.
now.
Encounter.
He's like,
Yeah, we like we're getting in contact with ourselves, our
Yeah.
future version of ourselves, and
We're like embodying our
techno-
higher selves, kind of thing,
well,
more and
yeah.
more as we go.
Yeah, maybe it's manifesting, and it's first happening at the information level, then we can have it under.
I have something to say about that. I think that we all have latent or innate abilities, such as telepathy, for example, and a lot of people are waking their abilities back up if they're able to know themselves or take the time to do that. And then others are being subdued and maybe even abused by technology, because cell phones are an example. See, as long as we have cell phones, we're not going to develop our telepathic abilities, because we could just call somebody, and especially if we don't know about telepathic abilities, if those are labeled as nonsense to the masses, then of course they're just going to brush those aside and move on. And then that's a way to stop humanity's ascension from evolving, the way that we're supposed to be evolving. It's like harnessing their humans' energy, or blocking their evolving. Really, is what it is. Because if they let folks evolve, then they'll have less energy for their energy farm, kind of thing. Is how I see it. There's a lot more to that, but that's kind of just what came to mind.
Definitely, right?
Yeah.
But we are virtually or theoretically all the possible possibilities. So in this case, I think this particular timeline that we are surfing together, we somehow decided to go this technology path, right? It's weird, but it's also cool. But yeah, I'd say I've said this before also, that it might be that, well, when you have it right away, you don't have to develop by yourself telepathy and all these abilities. And yeah, definitely in this timeline, it seems like we are using these other external devices to acquire our own abilities, but it's not only our own, but in nature, right? We can see
Hmm.
the mirror, and we can see all these um, engineering principles in nature that if we can follow and align with it, we can take we can develop a technology that it's more according to those patterns and those uh, type of really advanced technology that nature is, right?
Right.
Right, right. I mean, it could be used for to help us learn how to hone our own abilities rather than just have us avoid them altogether.
And you see,
Sure.
whenever you was talking about, or whenever I was talking about that slight physiognomy, I was able to find it in my notes because, like, again, before you came in, I was telling Sonia I've got like tons of freaking notes here. Not that we're going to use all of them. It's just I came prepared. You know what I mean? But I uh, I
Good show host.
I found the
Yeah,
note.
yeah,
I
yeah.
found this note, and it kind of helps out with the thing. Like you were talking about using it for the good or the bad, okay? And then like for this, it says the term can also be referred to the general appearance of a person, object, or terrain without reference to its implied characteristics, as in the physiognomy of an individual plant. You know what I mean? So it doesn't only just apply to like the human face, but it can also apply to an individual plant's characteristics.
Wow.
You know what I mean? So that would
Yeah.
also make sense when it comes to AI because it's generating this new world,
Yeah.
you know? So yeah, that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Right.
A while ago, a friend sent me some papers about some research about the Uber recognition system, right? And I was looking at it, and yeah, he got confused and make some very uh, tragic mistakes. So I was thinking, like, okay, how you avoid that kind of mistake with this technology? And, well, I think is about to read. You know, if you want to do it well, you will use another type of sensor,
Mm-hmm.
like the ones capable of reading the electromagnetic field of whatever you're pointing out, and then you assign a name to it
Hmm.
and give an
Or a
image.
number.
Yeah, exactly. But not backwards, because it will get confused. You know, it's not the same. It's not the same process for the machine.
Right, right.
I think what also makes people or the scientific community nervous is when it comes to this is the algorithms too. You know what I mean? Like facial recognition is one thing, but with that also comes algorithms. You know, and like
Hmm.
whenever you guys are talking about frequencies and stuff like that, if you apply that to technology, that's what it would be. It would be algorithms. You know, I've just recently started my story with the AI thing where I've been doing uh, uh, hummingbirds and bumblebees, and it's really fascinating because the whole thing that I based it off of is Bob Dub's show that she did on the Wonderful World of Weirdness with me, you know, or I did with her because I was actually just a camera guy, but um, you know, we had talking notes that I'd saved up and I'd applied it to the freaking chat GPT and it came up with this shit. You know what I mean? And it's an amazing, it actually changed my whole way of thinking when it came to how I was going to approach this stuff. And
Wow.
yeah, it's, you know, and I'm not going to use it for my own stories. Don't get me wrong. You know what I mean?
Right, right, right.
But it actually helped me to say, you know, this would actually be good for one of my own stories, so I can apply that to my story rather than use it, I can say.
Yeah, I think that comes with the whole AI thing, even though overall AI is not necessarily benevolent, in my opinion. But I think that that's interesting and actually a benefit for folks is that when you encounter something like that, it gives you a different way of looking at things that you might not otherwise find. Not another person per se, or even a book somewhere, or through spirit. It's definitely presenting a unique way of looking at things that can help your brain like grow, in my opinion. So that's a positive part of it, I think.
Yeah. Now, when I was mentioning Galton, I found his notes too, and it's a short one, but it says Galton's process involved the photographic imposition of two or more faces by multiple exposures. After averaging together photographs of violent criminals, he found that the composite image appeared more respectable than any of the faces comprising it. This was likely due to the irregularities of the skin across the constituent images being averaged out in the final blend. With the advent of computer technology during the early 1990s, Galton's composite techniques have been adopted and greatly improved using computer graphics software. So he basically took people with freaking criminal images of people who
Felons.
were criminals, felons, and he put them together and they look better.
Right. Yeah, they smoothed over in spots, huh?
Yeah,
it sounds like to me.
Yeah, they got a makeover from it. So I think that's kind of cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting.
If you really think about it, it really is cool. I mean,
and it explains why the anti-hero or the villain is sometimes very hot and attractive.
Well, that's what I am. That's why I'm so hot.
Oh, is that it?
That's what it is. It's my.
Finally, the mystery is solved.
Now, do you guys have anything else to say about facial recognition? Because if not, we can go right into the Book of Enoch.
I'm good.
You good within the vacuum?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we finished up on what we were starting off with last week when it comes to that. The Book of Enoch, the reason why I mentioned the angels and everything before and was because of what I wanted to talk about when it came to this subject, okay? And I mentioned it before within the vacuum got in here, but I'm going to say it again so that he knows. Now, with these fallen angels, they were watchers, okay, before they became fallen angels, and they were also referred to as Grigori, and their jobs was to watch over humanity and freaking to kind of guide us and stuff like that. And out of rebellion, they came down to earth and they taught humans the forbidden wisdom of the cosmos. And because of that, they became fallen angels. And that was what I was alluding to in the last episode we did according to astrology, but I ended up losing track of everything at that point because we had just finished astrology and now I was starting to go into this area, which I really didn't want to do. I wanted to kind of keep them separate, go from astrology to divination. And I'm glad that I did stop it at that point because then I was able to go through here and I was able to pull up some information and get things going, on the subject. So I'll read this a little bit, and if anything sticks out to you, talk about it, because if you don't, I'm going to end up reading, and you know how horrible that shit is. You don't want me.
Whatever.
I've got tons of shit, dude, and I will just read, and You know how that is. Like, that's just so. If you got something to say, man, say it. Or if anything sticks out to you that you want to talk about while I'm reading, just say, hey, hold on a minute. Let me say something real quick, and I'll stop. So I promise. Okay, so the Book of Enoch is a collection of ancient Jewish apocalyptic texts that delves into the hidden knowledge imparted to humanity by divine beings. Within this work, the Watchers, or the Grigori, are angels tasked with observing and guiding humanity, but some deviate from their path, leading to their downfall. Central to this narrative are key figures such as Kokabiel, Barkiel, and Shamsiel, whose roles tied deeply into cosmic and celestial themes, particularly as found in chapter 8 of the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch holds a unique place with Jewish apocalyptic literature, particularly in its detailed portrayal of the Watchers, the angels sent to observe and guide humanity. However, in a turn of events marked by divine rebellion, a number of these celestial beings, led by Semyaza, transgress their heavenly duties, sharing forbidden knowledge with mankind. This act of defiance leads to their inevitable fall, setting the stage for divine retribution. Among these fallen watchers, Kokabiel, Bartiel, and Shamsiel emerge as significant figures with particular roles tied to the cosmos, stars, celestial wisdom. To fully grasp the interplay between these three entities and their relevance in chapter 8 of the Book of Enoch, we must examine their symbolic, theological, and esoteric implications in the wider context of celestial lore. Now, Berikiel, also known as Berikel, is one of the archangels of Judaism, as well as Byzantine, Catholic, and Eastern Orthodox tradition. He is the archangel of blessings. In the third book of Enoch, he is described as one of the angelic princes, with a myriad of 46,000 minstrel angels attending him. He is described as the Almighty of Solomon, as one of the chief angels of the first and fourth Korah. Now,
Those servants?
yep.
Man, that PTD was nothing
And
in comparison to these guys.
Right.
now I do have the numerological meaning for in numerology for 496,000. So, with that being said, I'll read that off to you guys here after I'm done. But keep talking because that was good. I just wanted to let you know.
Sweet. All right.
Okay, so
Yeah.
now the Jewish tradition, in Jewish tradition, he is often associated with blessings, the planet Jupiter, and Jupiter is very important right here because this is something that really caught my attention when it comes to another incident that happened in the Renaissance that I'll get into here in a little bit. But Jupiter is very, very important when it comes to this in the Sephirah or Chesed. Now, I've heard of the Sephirah. I just can't remember what it is.
That's the Jewish tree, isn't it?
I believe so.
Or one of the notches on the Jewish tree or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Kabbalah or whatever it's called.
That could be the Sephira from that. Now,
Mhm. That's what it is.
in iconography,
Iconography.
yeah, iconography.
There you go.
Barachial is sometimes shown holding a white rose against the chest, or with rose petals scattered in the clothing, particularly the cloak. Now, this is where you come into play, Sonia, because I know you're into tarot.
Mhm.
Now,
Yeah, I was thinking that when you were reading that.
okay, so with tarot cards, what do you draw from that? Like when it comes to this is the kind of stuff that really stuck out to me. Like, what would you think of it? Like with the white rose.
It would, to me, it would symbolize purity, or something that is not been tainted yet or new, and is innocent. Symbolize innocence, things like that.
Okay, what about rose petals?
Yeah, in rose petals. Yeah, that would be the desire for, or the like the dressing of. So it would just be, as far as it being a flower, or a rose, it would be the representation of that element of innocence or purity.
So would it be like a desire for innocence?
Yeah, it could be like a, yeah, like a where that's where it's grown from, kind of thing. That's how it expresses.
Okay. Now,
in my view, anyway. I mean, from what I've learned.
It sounded good when you said it. Like, and because like right after, right after it talks about scattered on the clothing, particularly the cloak, and then you said like a dressing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's and cloaks are more like they can have hidden things underneath them. So there's that element to cloaks as well, but it also would represent that the majority of that whatever is cloaked is of whatever's on the cloak, kind of thing. If that makes any sense, as opposed to it being like a bikini. You know what I mean?
I was thinking it sounded kind of sexy actually myself. Like, just whenever I was listening to it, like, yeah, dude, that's pretty hot, you know.
Cloaks, yeah. So you like cloaked ladies, huh?
I like all ladies.
Yeah.
They don't even need a cloak.
I just got that.
Yeah. Okay, so within
Just tattoos. I'm just
Raining
kidding.
a lot here. Do you guys?
I can
listen to
hear
rain?
that. Yeah, I can hear that.
Yeah, it's raining
Wow.
really hard.
All right,
Cool.
For days now.
4 days.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here in the jungle.
Yeah.
Ooh, the
Yeah,
jungle.
that's right. We never got a chance for you to tell everybody about yourself. You're in a live stream right now, so if you want to within the vacuum, let everybody know about yourself, and also give yourself a plug because I know you got a lot of things going on. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know, but let's focus on the thing here about Enoch, and what I can, my perspective, the angle that I can bring to the table on this is that I've been studying about this and alternatives version of the story and everything for many years also, and right now my point of view is that we are all hallucinating,
Right?
and we all have different hallucinations, and no one's is the right one.
Right. There actually is no right or wrong. That's just a matter
Yeah.
of perspective.
And these stories, what I try to get from them is basically the message, the energy, the good vibe from it. Just
Right.
that. I really don't think any of that as something that it's like probable or getting to that other stage. But I take that. I take the whatever good message is in it. I take it. Same with the Gospels. Same with the Bible or whatever.
Hmm.
Text that get into my hands.
Yeah, well, whatever you focus on is what kind of grows, huh?
Yeah,
So that's
exactly.
fantastic.
Yeah. I don't go into the narrative that is behind, because in order to feel about something in certain way, you have to have a narrative behind to
Mhm.
support it. So yeah, you
Right,
lose
which is the
clarity.
opposite of the white grows kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Because then it's tainted if you have a narrative.
Right.
Mhm.
Now, what I got from the notes and everything I've got, it says that the rose petals was to symbolize or represents God's sweet blessings showering down on people, which is
Okay.
kind of what you guys go along with, on that. And I like what you said about the rose petals too. It still fits into that, and I think it's actually more precise, to be honest with you. Like,
Well, if you have the white representing innocence, and I'm not necessarily like a quote unquote God person, but
mhm.
in that context of what that means, God would be neutral. If anything, God doesn't have a bias on anything. So there again, that would represent the innocence part, which would be the white, color of the rose. So that makes sense.
And also understand that this is straight up angel magic. Okay, that's what we're really talking about here. So, I mean, just kind of let everybody know, like, there was mysticism within, like, ancient Jewish beliefs, you know what I mean? And a lot of people have a misconception of that, but it was there.
Yeah.
But yeah, and what it seems also in these ancient Sumerian cuneiform scripts is that technology was here many, 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 many years ago.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
and
Agreed.
we're
Totally.
getting back and we're getting back to it, right?
Mhm.
So it's very interesting always, yeah. Because anyways, it's a very ancient piece of stone telling us about this technology, right? So it obviously get your attention.
Right. 2 plus 2 is still 4, kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Hmm.
Now, Borachio is also depicted as holding a bread basket or a staff. Now, we'll have to fall back on you with this one again, Sonia. What do you get with a bread basket and or staff?
Well, I think that how the figure's holding things would have a lot to do with, like, if he's holding it up in the air, if it's around his arm and it has like a shoulder, thing on it to where he could put it on the. So that has something to do with it too. But in general, I would say that means that there's like a supply type of thing. Like it would also maybe represent gifts, or there's plenty, like, kind of like on Thanksgiving, that little basket they have with all the fruit or whatever falling out of it, kind of thing that used to be on the fruit of the loom,
Uh huh.
underwear apparently, cornucopia, that's what it's called. But yeah, so that would indicate that there is an abundance kind of thing going on in from what I can see.
All right.
Hmm.
Now, what this says is which, believe it or not, it goes really good with what you're saying. So, both of which symbolizes the blessing of children that God bestows on parents.
Oh, yeah. Have, are you a parent? Is it really a blessing? I'm just saying.
Well, I mean,
I had to throw that in there.
yeah, I know.
Kids are brats.
Yeah,
But yeah, okay. Back to the blessing thing. They are blessings too. Don't get me wrong. But
yeah,
yeah, or not. I don't even like the word bless, because it's like be less is kind of what it breaks down into, and with all the corruption going on with language and with everything really, then I wouldn't be surprised if that right there was set in place in order to take power away from people in whatever subtle way that would be possible.
So,
Telling them be less of yourself, kind of thing, you know, subconsciously, you know.
Was you gonna say
A little
something?
off topic,
Was,
but that's that.
was you gonna say something within the vacuum?
No, no, no.
Okay, I was hoping you was, cause this woman's scaring the shit out of me.
I know, right? I usually get crickets. That reminds me, I gotta tell you this quick story. I was doing a tattoo, right, at Heaven or Hell Tattoo in Fairfield, California, which is right next door. It was actually literally next door to Travis Air Force Base, right? And I actually lived there for a few months when I first moved to Fairfield. But in any case, I was tattooing these two Air Force guys, right? They were into the Pokemon game, and they were like, remember when that first came out? Like it was 2016 or whatever, where, you know, it was augmented Pokemon. You had to find them or something. I never played the game. I wasn't really into Pokemon or anything. You know, that was like my kids' thing when they were little. But so they were really into that, talking about all kinds of stuff. And I was super into like disclosure and like UFOs and that whole ordeal. And so when I had him in there, I was tattooing on him, and I thought, well, this is a great time to mention the disclosure thing. So I was like, hey, are you guys, you know, like, I'm really excited about disclosure. It's getting ready to happen and stuff. You know, what do you guys think? And they totally went completely silent and just looked at each other. And like, it was like, I don't know, it seemed like an hour, but 30 seconds or something passed by. And then dude started talking about his Pokemon game again, and I was like, whoa, okay. So obviously they knew something that they didn't, like, couldn't share or didn't want to share or whatever. So I'm kind of used to crickets, Roger, so I'm not surprised. It's okay.
Well,
I'll bring you back.
Well, I mean, they lost me the moment you mentioned Pokemon. You know what I mean? I'm like, it's
right.
I actually, I'm part of this group from, well, Latin America, Spain mostly, related that make this type of analysis with language and numbers, and they go really deep into it, at the point that from regular, you know, information gathered from news and all of these, they can predict and they can make calculations about this and that, and can see.
That's so interesting.
Yeah, they are good.
Wow.
They are
Yeah,
good.
wow. That reminds me of some of the stuff Cliff High is doing with his.
And all of these new type of reading came from the investigation, development from the investigation about Jean-Pierre Garnier Mallet from the doubling theory. And yeah, it's very interesting because, you know, they went deeper into it from what Jean-Pierre bring, and with the implications from that perspective, and you can find really interesting data about reality and about the wires that move inside the back in the back of reality. Yeah.
Yeah, like backstage.
You also can get lost in the cables, you know, because
well, sure.
it's basically
swing around on
infinite.
him like a monkey. No, I'm just
Sure,
kidding.
sure. But you know, yeah,
In
exactly.
the jungle, you know, the backstage jungle, for sure.
Yeah.
Seriously, that's
can
so
get
interesting.
lost.
Wow.
You can
Is
get
there
lost.
anything that you would like to or can share about like some of the like you know, ideas that have come forth from that?
Yeah, like the double theory. You were talking about that.
Anything, yeah.
That right there is interesting.
Like what's been found?
The doubling theory is from an ancient Greek. It's embedded in the language Greek, actually. And what Jean-Pierre brings is he found out, he was studying about physics in the physics of fluids, right? And he found out that the particle was uh, in three different times at the same time, basically. And it's very interesting because when he put it on human scale, the same pattern, the same behavior you get with 40 days of delay, uh, basically in the in the in how the machine works. So it's very
Wow.
interesting. Yeah,
Yeah.
and another really interesting fact. And well, I've been reading a little bit about and researching about the Mayan calendar as well, also from our friend Satori, who is really an I think he's an expert on that, right?
Yeah.
But I'm learning about it, and it's I think it fits very, very well with this theory as well, about the timing, because it's about the how the time structures work, and how these timelines move inside the what how they call it, the um, a temporal projection.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah. It reminds me of my acid trip I had when I was 13.
talking about numbers and stuff. Now we covered 365 with this Barrerico, right? It was 365,000. I, I
I
I did the numerology on that, and I can read that to you guys if you want to hear it, like I did with the 200 and the 2. So I did pull this up because this is something I asked you the last time too.
Okay.
So you guys mind if I read this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The numerology for in numerology, large numbers like 365,000 are broken down and analyzed to understand their underlying essence and meaning. To interpret 365,000, we need to consider its fundamental components, including the individual digits, their placements, and the overall vibrational influence of the entire number. Breaking down 365,000 in numerology, the component analysis. The number 365,000 is composed of the digit 3, 6, and 5, followed by 3 zeros. In numerology, each digit carries a unique significance, and zeros often act as amplifiers, intensifying the energies of the digits preceding them. Some of the digits. To derive the core essence of 365,000, we reduce it to a single digit by adding up the individual numbers. 3 plus 6 plus 5 plus 0 plus 0 plus 0 equals 14. We continue reducing until we have a single digit. 1 plus 4 equals 5. Therefore, the base number influencing 365,000 is 5. This means that the number 5 is the core energy, with additional nuances provided by the number 3, 6, and the zeros. Meaning of the digits in 365,000. Number 3. Creativity, communication, and growth. The number 3 is associated with creative expression, social interaction, joy, and personal growth. It suggests optimism, creativity, and the manifestation of ideas. In the content of 365,000, 3 symbolizes the power of thought, communication, and the ability to bring imagination into reality. Number 6, responsibility, harmony, and family. The number 6 is connected to nurturing, responsibility, service, and love for family and community. It represents harmony, balance, and the pursuit of justice and fairness. Here, 6 highlights the importance of nurturing relationships and finding balance between material pursuits and emotional well-being. Number 5, final core essence, freedom, adventure, and change. The number 5 is all about versatility, change, and sense of freedom. It encourages adaptability, curiosity, and exploration of new horizons. As the core energy of 365,005 suggests that this number is driven by the desire for adventure, personal freedom, transformation. It is a dynamic and action-oriented number that calls for embracing change and breaking free from constraints. Now, the zeros, amplification, and infinite potential. 0 is numerologically represents wholesome in the presence of divine energies. When repeated as seen in 365, it acts as a powerful amplifier, magnifying the vibrations of the number it follows. The triple zeros in 365,000 intensifies the energies of 3, 6, and 5, giving this number a heightened spiritual significance and adding a sense of vast untapped potential. Significance of 365,000 in numerology, emphasis on freedom and change. The core number 5 suggests that 365,000 resonates strongly with themes of change, exploration, and freedom. It speaks to individuals or situations that are in a state of transformation or on the brink of a new journey. It also indicates a period where embracing adventure and flexibility will lead to the significant personal growth and expansion. Balance between responsibility and creativity. The presence of the number 3 and 6 along the core 5 highlights the need to find a balance between creative pursuits, 3 the responsibility and responsibilities and duties, and then 6. This number may suggest that while freedom is sought, it must not come at the expense of harmony and accountability. In this context, 365,000 urges a balanced approach where change is pursued without neglecting existing commitments and relationships. Spiritual potential and expansion. With the influence of 3 zeros, 365,000 carries a strong spiritual undertone. Zeros are often seen as markers of divine guidance, infinite potential, and cosmic energy. This suggests that 365,000 is not just about material change or personal freedom, but also about spiritual evolution. It hints at the presence of hidden energies or opportunities that are waiting to be realized. Creative transformation. The combination of 3, 6, and 5 amplified by the zeros points to a creative transformation. This number can signify a period of a dynamic change where innovative ideas and nurturing influences come together to create something entirely new. Symbolic interpretation of 365,000 in different contexts. Personal life. In a personal context, 365,000 can signify a time of major change where breaking free from old patterns is necessary. It might suggest that new creative ventures or projects are on the horizon, but maintaining harmony in relationships is essential. The number could indicate a journey of personal exploration where spiritual growth is intertwined with the desire for freedom and adventure. Personal life or professional life. Professionally, 365,000 suggests embracing change and innovation. It may point to new opportunities or a shift in direction where creative expression and responsibility must be balanced. This number could encourage taking calculated risks or stepping outside of one's comfort zone to achieve success. Spiritual life. Spiritually, 365,000 is a powerful number that indicates the presence of divine guidance. It encourages tapping into one's inner potential and embracing the path of spiritual awakening. The repeating zeros suggest that there is a vast untapped energy within that can be accessed through meditation, introspection, or other spiritual practices. Associated keywords for 365,000 is change and transformation, creative expression, freedom and adventure, responsibility and nurturing, infinite potential, spiritual awakening, balance and harmony. Okay, so I'm going to stop talking right there because that was a lot of reading and it hurt my freaking throat.
Aw,
That's okay.
you did a great job.
I really do need another cup of coffee, so if you guys can come up with some good conversation about what I just read, talk, because I really need to step away and go get me some coffee. Okay?
Okie
I really know very, very little about numerology. So, Sonia, if you want to,
Well,
Katie.
you know, that's pretty interesting. I usually break it down to the base number, so hearing it from this perspective, where they're kind of stacked on top of each other, is kind of a new for me. It's kind of neat, though. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm thinking about spaghetti and Vegas. I've been wanting to go to Vegas and go gamble for some reason. Yeah, it's just a hop, skip, and a jump, you know, over there. So it's really been calling me. I know it's a totally different subject, although it does have to do with numbers and algorithms. So there you go.
Yeah, definitely. There's a huge industry.
For sure. Some people are just so lucky when they go too. Like I used to have an aunt. I grew up in Vegas, and there was an aunt I had that would come to town, and she would, whenever she went to gamble, she would win every single time. And you know, other people just, they would lose every time. So I don't know. It's kind of interesting how that works. I don't
Yeah.
believe in luck, so I don't think it was luck, really. You know, so everything happens for a reason. There's no luck, you know. I don't know. I guess
I
it has to
think
do
it's
with your vibe.
a sum of different things all together,
Yeah.
right?
That's
It's
how
very
it's all.
complex. Yeah,
I'm sure. Yeah.
complex,
It
but
does.
it manifests very easily in this
Right.
realm. It's
In
great.
this realm, that's the key word. In this realm. There you go.
Yeah.
Totally. Holy. So you're in a jungle, you said, over there?
Well, basically, I'm near. I'm close to the town here, so to the main the Central Valley in Costa Rica. But I live to the north near the volcano, the Barba volcano. So yeah, it's
Oh wow.
basically a lot of the jungle around here. Few neighbors and yeah, very. This is the place that I used to record and to do, teaching and stuff. So it's multi-use.
Multi-use. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right on.
So
So.
yeah, what my experience with casinos is very mostly nothing. And when we were students, like 20 years ago, we used to go to this new casino in town because they have this really good and cheap burger.
Right. I like the way you say
Yeah.
casino. Yeah, they're famous for their different food specials out there, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that was it, and we play a little bit of machines and roulette, and
Machines? Yeah.
yeah, and that was it.
That was it. That was it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, I found out too, like with Walt Disney World, my buddy Zach is really obsessed with Walt Disney. And he lives all over in England, and he actually went on vacation all the way to frickin' Florida just so he could visit Disney World. And all he could talk about was the American food at Walt Disney World,
Right.
you know? And I'm like, dude,
I love American food.
it's crazy. Like, it really is crazy when I hear it because I'm here. You know what I mean? I don't understand that whole concept because American food to me is just like, okay, go down and get a burger from Burger King. You know,
Right.
that's what they. At least that's what I think of when people say American food.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
there's a whole lot of culinary tradition, right, in the American culture. I love it. I love these shows. Yeah, I love food. I love Peruvian food and from everywhere. Yeah, but American's good, definitely.
See, when you say American food, exactly what kind of foods are you talking about, though? Because as an American, I just don't understand that.
mashed potatoes,
Well,
maybe? Mashed
no,
potatoes
I
and corn on
mean
the cob?
gumbo.
Oh, you're talking about the good stuff. Yeah,
Exactly.
Gumbo.
yeah,
What else?
gumbo.
Isn't that Cajun?
Oh,
Yeah, that's the good
Well, I
Cajun
guess that's
stuff.
American, huh?
Yeah, that
Okay.
is.
yeah.
That's excellent.
Sometimes
Yeah.
I'm retarded.
My mom's husband is from uh
Wow.
oh, I forgot.
From Louisiana.
Louisiana. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. See.
Louisiana. So yeah, he introduced me to gumbo. Really good. And yeah, of course, all kinds of delicacies.
Excuse me.
That's the good food though. That really is. And whenever you talk about Louisiana and Cajun food, man, that's for the young people. Okay, don't be over the age of freaking 40 going down to Louisiana eating Cajun food because you will go to the hospital.
Right.
I mean, you
I
will.
see.
You'll literally go to the hospital because that food is spicy and it tastes good, and you will not be able to stop eating it.
Love it.
It's that
Have good spicy food.
it's that
I
good.
have a good stomach. Yeah, I will deal with it.
Yeah, I'll
Some
deal with
people
it.
take it better.
I will deal
Doesn't
with it.
even bother some folks can't handle it, but you know.
My brother-in-law was all bragging about that stuff, and he would like eat that brown swagger with freaking hot sauce, and he would just eat it down like right off the spoon. Just take hot sauce and just like pour it on the top of it, and just brag about how he could do it. And then today, he's like about maybe 4 or 5 years older than I am, maybe 6, and he's all complaining because he's got freaking all these problems with his freaking intestines and shit. And they told him straight out, it's because of your bad eating, man. you know,
Right?
like,
Garbage in, garbage out.
Yeah. Well, like not really garbage. It's just over excessive hot foods. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, that's the expression thing, you know.
So
I mean, hot in, hot out.
yeah,
That
yeah.
Yeah.
too. Okay, all right.
Oh,
Look where our
man.
conversation has went to. That's funny.
Well, I mean, it's like Cajun food, man, will get you going in some really good conversation in directions you never expected to go. Like collard greens. Now, when you're talking about food, like Cajun food, have you heard about collard greens and stuff of that nature? Within the back,
What?
they're called collard greens.
Color greens?
Collard greens, collard greens.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. That's interesting stuff too. I never even thought about that. I guess that would be American food and like the good stuff, because
Okra,
okra. That's basically what it is. Yeah. And that's
mashed potatoes.
gumbo. Gumbo. A good gumbo is supposed to have okra in it, isn't it?
I don't know.
Okra.
I don't think I've ever even tried gumbo. I should totally try it after hearing you guys talk about it.
Yeah, it's really good stuff. Okay, who wants to talk about geomancy? Now,
I have wizard background. I was a wizard in like a past life or two or whatever. So
no,
I could say that geomancy off the top of my head is using the location to assist in whatever it is you're trying to do. Basically, using the unseen about the location or the energy vortexes or energy flow of the planet or whatever.
Earth divination is literally what geomancy translates to.
Oh, divination? I don't know.
Earth divination is literally what geomancy translates to.
Wow. Okay.
It's pretty cool. Like, that's pretty cut and dry. You know what I'm saying?
How is that done? Yeah.
It's like how to reading the natural process of the earth or something like that, or to connect with the intelligence of the earth.
Yeah,
That's what I hope the AI can be able to do in some point, and that will bring some type of security for us. That the AI contact the intelligence of the earth, and they blend together into one entity with the wisdom of the earth. I hope so. I don't know.
That's what
I'm just imagining things, right?
No, man. This is the reason why I said this is where you need to be, man. Because like a lot of the things that me and you get into conversations about is stuff that I actually talk about on Into the Abyss. Like when I was telling you that if you want to talk about forbidden, secretive, esoteric stuff, this is where you need to be. This is what I was talking about. Like you talk about this stuff with me all the time. You see what I mean?
Well, yeah. Well, the thing with esoteric, well, I don't know much about it, but is that there are certain levels of knowledge in the esoteric field that it's only that can only be understood by someone who walked a path before.
Yeah, who has that background kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. Sorry about my English.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine. That's refreshing, actually.
It's sweet. It's sweet and fine as butter, dude. Like,
wow, sounds like you got a crush, Rod.
I do kind of. I can't talk too much about it because it kind of makes him feel uncomfortable. Like he's got.
Well, he's probably used to compliments, I'm sure, huh?
But not from a man, dude. I mean,
oh yeah. Well, you're just breaking down the,
breaking down the barriers,
man.
Yeah. I'm
Pioneer, Roger.
That's right.
Doing your part.
That made me cough. and no, just to make.
So basically, the thing with the esoteric information is that it's nonsense to just speak about certain things, right? Because it's like it's for adults.
or the learned. It's for the learned.
The learned.
Yeah. One person can see nothing, whereas there's tons of stuff there, for the other person.
Definitely.
Well, see, when I started getting interested in these topics, there was a guy that I actually ran into on YouTube, believe it or not, and this guy was amazing. And if you guys ever want to check him out, he goes by his channel goes by the name of Esoterica. Now you go on there.
I think I've heard of that guy.
Yeah, you go on there and you listen to this guy, okay, and he breaks it down. He is, and see, he's not just an average Joe. You know what I mean? He's not somebody that's just doing what I'm doing right here. This is a college professor. Now, a lot of people in like the conspiracy world or the esoteric, fringe societies on these channels, they like to like badmouth science and the intellectuals and say that the intellectuals just aren't interested in this stuff and it's forgotten information, and that is not true. This stuff is being studied by college professors. I've learned stuff from this guy. He's a college professor, and I've learned stuff from this guy that I've never freaking found out on YouTube other than him. Like, I know where to go to read old satanic freaking literature from the Renaissance era. You know what I mean?
Wow.
From a
That's
college.
a good resource, I suppose.
And not just that, but like alchemy and stuff like that. You know what I mean? These college intellectuals are actually studying these texts. You know, and it's right out there in front of your face. I mean, they openly let you know about it, but everybody thinks that like there's this huge secret that nobody knows about because these colleges and universities are withholding it, but they're not. They're teaching it in universities.
Yeah, I don't know that they're teaching everything. Of course, they wouldn't even have it in a university, everything, anyway. I mean, that's why you have the secret societies and stuff like that.
Well, I mean, secret societies, what would life be without secret societies, dude? Like,
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right, it would be far more boring, I'm sure.
I wouldn't be able to like go on YouTube and watch freaking David Icke and cool people like that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, they would be out of business.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. Well, maybe it is a business,
Well, I mean, you think. Oh, go ahead with it.
No, go ahead.
I was saying, I mean, you think about it, I mean, if you take a look at both sides of the spectrum, okay, you've got college universities that are teaching this stuff, and then you've got people like David Icke and a lot of the other conspiracy theorists and things that are teaching it, basically teaching it, and like they're filling up freaking auditoriums and they're charging people $20 a head to sit down in this auditorium to hear them talk.
Right.
So, yeah, basically it's a business. They're making money off of it. So.
Well, a business in a larger sense is what I was kind of referring to, like in a huger sense, and I do not know how to describe that really.
You did a good job.
Oh, thanks, Raj.
You're welcome, man.
Yeah.
What was you saying?
A couple of days ago, a friend asked me about what I think about religion, right?
Right.
And well, I think there's value in every intent from whatever human being in going farther and try to go beyond their own capabilities, right? I think religion is about that. It's about trying to go farther and to understand a little bit about something is hidden.
From the white rose perspective, of course, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense. But from the, I don't want to say controllers, but from the other side of the perspective, it's used to.
I mean, generally, because even these others that you mentioned, that's called the controllers, they are doing it because they believe that that's the best to do.
Well,
maybe they grew up that way or whatever.
And they have very good reasons in their heads, right? That's what I said at the very beginning, that we are all hallucinating, and we are trying to convince the other that my hallucination is the right one.
Right, right. That's
Right.
very interesting. Yeah,
So
yeah.
so it doesn't
You
matter
can't go
if
around giving
yeah,
babies shotguns, though. You just can't do it, really. Even they probably aren't strong enough to pull the trigger, but still, they're all, it's like, what is this big thing doing in my lap? You know, kind of thing. If that makes, I know it's a little kind of out from the side, but you know, it's like giving babies chainsaws. You just don't give babies chainsaws. You don't do that. And I'm sure that's part of their perspective. And I don't want to say controllers because they ain't controlling anything that I know about. But
She's
you know,
used that
or
reference
they're,
a few times. For some reason, like she talks about
yeah.
handing babies freaking chainsaws and shotguns. So don't
Do I didn't know
don't
that.
don't
Thank you. Maybe I never
don't
thought
don't,
that.
don't get disturbed by that within the vacuum. She just does it.
Well, you know,
yeah.
it looks
No,
like,
what I
you know what I mean,
Yeah,
right?
I know exactly what you mean, but just I had to like get kind of give them the soft touch. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause-
Vacuum. You know what I mean, right? Right, Latino vacuum. sorry. I mean, I don't, no disrespect intended. But seriously, so it's like you can't really, okay, you can't really give a baby a fire, like a sparkler. You don't want to, because they could set some stuff on fire and not even know they're doing it, kind of thing. You know.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
worth the knowledge, you know, thing we were talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Now,
yeah,
that's what I was getting ready to say. Like, okay, when you're talking about controllers and you're talking about things, that's the thing that you have to think about when it comes to what's actually just been discussed. Okay, now these fallen angels, they
I
imparted
think the shrooms are kicking in.
they imparted forbidden knowledge onto humans, okay? And that's why you have all this wisdom and you're able to build these machines and you're able to build these weapons and you're able to get on the internet and
Right.
explore the internet. It's because
Right.
these fallen angels gave you something that God did not want you to have, according to
Right.
these writings.
Well, from where I'm standing, they're from the ethers. They're coming in and inhabiting, or whatever you want to call it, using people that are here, you know, facilitating with the hologram kind of thing. You know, they're using them to do what they want to do anyway. You know, but they can't because they didn't have like a body to work through. But apparently, you know, if there's people, I'm not really saying this right. So basically, they're
Are you
working. Go ahead. Yeah.
are you trying to describe an interdimensional interaction, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like
Absolutely.
they are in another field, another frequency, and they interact through avatars probably, or something like
Right.
that.
Thank
That's what
you.
you're trying
Yes.
to describe, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, they're using avatars, people, and so they're, yeah. I mean, my point went blank, so
It
that's pretty
was
much
sounding good,
the
so
stop
you,
right there.
it,
It would
it,
have went somewhere, you know.
it sounded
But,
good. It just if too bad you lost your memory because like freaking that was actually sounding pretty
Oh,
good.
it'll come back. It's
Yeah.
just one of those things where it's like I had to be slowed down for now or something for whatever reason, you know, kind of thing.
But
It
see,
happens every now and again. And plus, I just took some mushrooms, so I think that makes a little bit of a difference. Just a little bit, not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. Just enough to, you know, like a microdose or whatever.
Micro, yeah,
Yeah.
now
great.
with what was being discussed though is you got to also remember the controller thing that you were talking about, and what this story out of the Book of Enoch is talking about is these angels are rebelling against God, who doesn't want you to have this knowledge. So you're
I don't
What
know.
what
Is that what it says?
yes.
what what I find really interesting about these aliens and these super gods races with super technology is that the guys need a little inner work, right? Like they're fucking stressed out,
Mhm.
right? They want to control and they want these and that, and make empires. Man, just fuck,
Yeah.
just
Chill.
just smoke a fucking joint
Just
and relax.
chill, yeah.
You know,
Take a
that's
fucking
my
step
message
back,
for
bro.
the controllers. You know.
Yeah. Take
Yeah.
a chill pill, brah. Okay. Jeez.
Come on.
Jeez,
You
I know.
get to
Come
paradise.
on.
What-
You get to paradise.
on.
You get to this planet. It's perfect. You know,
Right,
nature. We
right.
can breathe everything. You know, chill out.
Chill, yeah. Let it fucking roll for a little bit.
Exactly.
Jeez.
I think it's happening already with
Yeah.
all these new tools and everything, right? So
Right. Well, you
it's
gotta
exciting.
figure-
It's exciting.
They have all these tools already, right? Okay, so in that scenario, they have all the tools, and they just introduce them as they see fit for whatever plan they have going on. You know, in order to do whatever they're doing to the humanity, basically, to like the collective. I always look at it from a like an ant farm perspective, you know, like an overview. If the planet was just like an ant farm, what are you going to do with these ants over here? What are you going to do with these ants over here? What's the final outcome? What's the goal? It's like they're strategics, like they're strategizers, you know, kind of thing.
Mhm. Now, since you guys have opened up the topic on that, I'll continue with like the whole thing of geomancy.
Okay.
Okay, so I already said that it translates out to earth divination, and the term was originally used to mean methods of divination that interpret geographic features, markings on the grounds, or the patterns formed by soil, rocks, or sand. Its definitions has expanded over time to include any spiritual, metaphysical, or pseudo-scientific practice that is related to the earth. In recent times, the term has been applied to a widespread or wide range of other occult and fringe activities, including earth mysteries and the introduction of ley lines and biology. Now, integration of geomancy in biology. It's BAUBIOLOGIE.
You know, I got to mention here real quick, because you told us to go ahead and interrupt you, so here I am.
Go ahead. The bad spelling had to stop.
Well, it reminds me of a experience I had once where, because we used to take the dictionary and just like open it up randomly and like learn words and stuff. It's really very fun activity. But when I was doing that at one point, usually we did it after smoking pot, which really kind of complicates things depending on who you are, or makes them more interesting, really. But and I remember reading the word, what was it? Parallel. No, I forgot the word. See, what the fuck is going on, dude?
Yes, the mushrooms you were taking and stuff.
I guessed it. No, it's it wasn't parapsychology.
Paranormal.
It wasn't paranormal. It was more where the word like parallel. It wasn't parallel, but it was a word that's very. I'll think of it. Keep going. It'll come back to me. It's supposed to.
Okay.
So, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No,
with
yeah,
a
you did.
non-point
Yes, you
point.
did. Yes, you did.
I totally did too. I totally did too. I thought there would be a better kind of thing out
You
of
thought
it.
it would sound
But
cool and shit.
That's how you were reading words. Well,
Yeah.
That's how you're reading words, and the way I read it, it was just like not how you normally say it. But so
Yeah.
Anytime that word comes up, now,
Trust
I
me,
just say
that
it like
that will
even though I don't
that
remember what the word is right now.
that will happen quite a bit when I'm reading. That's the reason why I said at the beginning that like if Bob Dub was in here, it'd be spot on. You know what I mean? And then like freaking, she said that no, she can't do it sometimes because like Satori D has bigger words than her. But for me, when it comes to reading, man, you're lucky.
Whoa.
You're lucky if I've got to hear the word out loud before I can actually comprehend how to pronounce it. You know what I mean? On these big words, so.
Yeah, you just kind of like, what was it by syllable or whatever?
Yeah.
Pronounce it by sound. sounding out the word, basically.
Well,
Yeah.
the weird part is there's words that I've actually read for like years, and I really don't know how to pronounce them because like when you're when you're reading them, you know, you're not actually saying them out loud, and then when you finally get to the point where you have to say them out loud, you're like, oh my god, dude, it's completely different reading them to yourself
Is it?
and saying
That's
it.
interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that. I just take in what I hear in my head or say in my head and put it out into voice.
It's
It
very
kind of meshes together,
it's very
you
different.
know? Really? Wow,
Mhm.
that's cool. Thanks for sharing that, Roger.
You're welcome. Within the
Very
vacuum, I noticed you unmuted. Did you want to say something?
No,
Okay.
that's very interesting. It's like you get the meaning, but not necessarily from how the word sounds.
Mm-hmm. It's very different. It really is. Like reading and speaking the word out loud is completely different. And,
I actually find myself making up words by the way they sound sometimes, you know?
hmm Well,
You know?
I can see that.
Sure.
Like etymology kind of all goes back to that root word, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, words are very interesting.
Now,
But,
Yeah,
that be less, be
Mhm.
less. Yeah, that
Less.
was interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you at that point, you guys were talking about parents, right?
hmm
Parents.
Ah,
Yeah.
I don't know. Were we, Roger?
I was just
Parents?
finishing
I don't
up.
remember parents.
What it was is I was talking about
Yeah, and then you say, yeah, they
wide
were
range of
blessed
other
and-
occult and fringe activities, including Earth mysteries and the
I'm
introduction
sorry,
of
sorry to
of
Go
ley
for it,
lines.
man.
Ley
Put it
lines.
out there, Latino.
Get her.
He
What?
said get her. You can tell he's from fucking Illinois.
Get her.
Sure,
He's from get her.
what is that?
That's so
It was like-
fucking funny. He's like, what is that? He said, what is that? That's awesome. That's so fucking
Come
cool.
on, guys.
Yeah, see,
Well-
like Walters. Okay, get her. Like, you know when your dogs are playing and they're like wrestling with each other,
Ah,
like
yeah,
get her,
yeah.
get her. It's like that. Yes.
Yeah.
Roger just told you to get me. He's all get her.
Get her.
He's trying to see what it is. Roger, he really just, he's enamored with me because I'm so incredibly awesome.
Yeah.
And he's like, wow. Like subconsciously, he's like, he can't handle it. He puts it in his subconscious because he can't handle it consciously.
I don't put
So-
it. I don't
so it's
put it
coming
in.
out now to where he's
I don't put
telling
it
you
in.
get her because he really wants to get me. You see what I'm saying?
I don't put it in my subconscious. I put it somewhere else.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's probably
Yeah.
lots of different
Yeah, you
That's
know
good,
what
sir.
I'm talking about. Yeah.
whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Now I do. Now I do.
So let's get back to geomancy.
Yeah.
Geomancy, okay? Now
There's baskets there, huh?
we have like the integration of geomancy into that biology. But it sounds like biology, but it's biology, kind of like a sound. And what they're saying is there are some modern architects and practitioners who integrate principles of geomancy, feng shui,
Feng shui.
feng shui, yeah,
Feng shui.
And-
Wow.
and
Good,
sim-
I got it right. Yeah, it's like
yeah.
a game.
or
Hey,
similar
I have a little
esoteric
question.
systems within biology inspired projects. Now, that right there, that right there is supposed to be like a modern supposed scientific approach to architecture is what it is. And,
Wow.
And there's some architecture, some of these people who do this that incorporates feng shui and geomancy and other esoteric
Oh.
systems within it.
I remember what it is. It's perimeter. And when I went to read it, I was like, parameter. And then I
Yeah.
was like, oh, perimeter.
Yeah.
That's right, perimeter.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. There's the icing on the cake for y'all.
Now,
Oh, boy.
have you guys ever heard of the term geomancy
Yeah, I think so.
or environmental energy management?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's like that one place they have that's a NGO or whatever.
No, environmental energy management.
Yeah, that one place that is like the environment place. It's an NGO. It's an acronym. I forget what the name of it is, but yeah, sorry.
EEM, and then you have EGO, I believe, is what you're talking about. Yeah.
That one establishment place.
These are organizations that are incorporating this.
EPA. That's
No,
it.
not
EPA,
the
Environmental Protection
well,
Agency.
The Environmental Protection Agency actually has something to do with a lot of this, in my opinion. Now, I haven't done enough research into it, but that's kind of what it kind of falls into. Where,
Yeah.
and don't get me wrong, it's okay to protect the environment and everything, but
Yeah, if in fact that's what you're doing.
you know, but like
I do.
but they're also incorporating like esoteric stuff like feng shui and geomancy and things of that nature into it too, and that's something that I did find out that's going on. And then go ahead.
About that, it's very interesting when you make a comparison.
Oh my God.
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. I'm gonna have to turn my microphone off.
Yeah, you probably better. That was horrible, dude.
Really? I thought it was pretty good.
That scared the shit out of me, dude.
Did it?
Yeah,
Really?
it was loud. It was like a big old freaking dinosaur
Really?
growling at me and shit.
Oh, really? Okay, all right. Sorry about that.
Okay. No, what was you saying within the vacuum?
It's interesting when you look at the European architecture, or you look at the Native American architecture,
Mm-hmm.
Mexican, Aztec Empire, and it's very different approach in certain aspects and similar in other, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how they try to align with certain constellations and all of that is interesting, because maybe there's a connection there, but I don't know. I think that
I actually thought the same thing when it came to lore about the Wendigos. Okay, and I found out a lot of things about the witches.
Wendigo. I can speak on that.
About the witches, and how the actual Wendigo, you know what I mean, how they're created and stuff. And there's like good magic in the Native Americans, and then there's bad magic, and you can usually tell by these shamans if they're good or if they're bad by the way they have their doors aligned. Like if their front doors face like the north, I believe it is,
Really?
or if it's like the east or if the doors face a certain direction on their structures, it would show if they were good or if they were evil. But that's something I did hear about.
What if that's all like the rent money that you had just to rent this one apartment and it was facing the wrong way? Why
No,
would you do that?
this is a tradition that goes way back. Like this,
Right.
This is the way they've always done it. And the Wendigo is actually a pretty interesting story because it resonates off of like with the Native Americans, the worst epitome of evil that they could think of has to do with cannibalism. Okay. Now, especially in Canada, which is where the Wendigo originated. That in Northern America, or like the northern part of the United States. That's where it came from, and they had issues during that time period of people starving to death and actually eating their own. You know what I mean? At least that's the way
You mean like McDonald's?
Well, yeah,
Hard times.
yeah.
Hard times. And
Yeah.
what I find
Seriously.
fascinating is to look at these politicians and people with certain level of authority with these ancient traumas running their lives, and they are acting like they have to survive all the time when they have enough, right? It's
That's
like,
where the chill comes in, yeah.
yeah, it already happens, like, get over it. Come on,
They need some healing. They just need a hug.
humanity, do it.
Well,
Yeah, let's do it, bruh.
Yeah.
well, you guys have
High five.
you guys have been kind of tippy toeing on this, so I'm gonna bring it up. What are your thoughts on energy mapping?
Energy of the earth, you mean?
Biologists use energy mapping techniques similar to what those are in geomancy to identify like
Sonar.
to mitigate
Well,
sources of geopathic stress, areas of disturbing earth energy. You know what I mean? Is what the geomancies would say.
right.
In a building. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, have you ever researched why all the slaughterhouses are built on ley lines?
Well, ley lines is what we'll get into here, but this is also for me, what I have an issue with is like a lot of these scientific methods that they like to refer to it as. They turn around and they say that they're using scientific tools for detecting electromagnetic fields or radiation and
Right.
stuff like that. Whereas, they're not geomancy, because geomancy they identify with like the spirit of the earth and shit like that. Well, for me personally, I feel like, back when geomancy started up and when it's going, and don't get me wrong, it's still happening today, but back when it first started, they wouldn't understand what radiation was. So to them, freaking radiation would be freaking something spiritual. It would be something invisible that was making people sick. You know what I mean?
Right. Kind of like today.
Exactly. But
Still exists.
but people try to differentiate it. Like, there's a big difference.
Right. Systems are set up to distract from that particular thing.
Like electromagnetic.
Ignorance.
Right.
Ignorance,
Right.
What was that?
Ignorance.
the system extract from ignorance.
Exactly.
Oh, yes.
Like today they call them electromagnetic fields. You know what I mean? Whereas
Like an aura.
whereas back
Hey,
in
that's how my
the day
that's
it
how my
wasn't that.
next-
What would
Yeah.
you go? What'd you say? I meant
That's the name of my next album. Yeah, Energy Field.
What? You
energy.
do music?
Hell
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
dude.
What do you play, man? Dude, what do you
Play-
play, dude?
I play guitar. And,
Guitar?
yeah,
Oh,
and
yes.
Let's
I
see.
love guitar.
I sing.
Oh, shit.
I love to
Really?
sing and
Yeah.
produce and to mix
Oh,
and all kinds of.
that is so
Okay.
cool. Do you have like a website with some of your stuff you've done, or?
I've been.
Yeah, I have a link tree with all these
Okay.
are on Minds also as within the vacuum.
Mhm.
Oh, I got a.
Are you on
Yes.
Minds?
Yeah, I'll have to friend you.
Yeah, of course.
Sweet. Yeah, check that out. That's awesome.
Yeah,
I love
yeah,
that.
it's coming.
Great.
It's called Energy Field, and it's really funny because recently I've been learning about these these doctor from Mexico Dr. Jacobo Greenberg. Have you heard about
Okay.
him?
I have not.
And he has this concept about
Not till now.
the energy field that he called it la lattice, which I found very, another confirmation of that concept from another angle, right?
What is La Latisse? What does that mean?
La lattice energy field is
Oh, okay.
what he was referring to,
Oh, okay.
and he developed a whole description of la lattice, which helps you to understand and and really visualize how it might work, right? How it
Yeah.
might work.
Yeah. Cool. Sorry, I didn't mean to take the conversation a different way or whatever, Roger. I mean,
No,
I
you
guess I
guys,
did,
you guys
obviously,
are.
'cause it's
He's talking about.
comes naturally.
He's talking about his songs, and it is related too because like
Super cool.
because
Yeah. Well, he talks about it. In fact, the song of the album called it Energy Field is about that from my perspective, right? Like how I perceive it and how I feel that I interact with it, and it's just a recognition of that phenomenon,
right.
right?
Yeah.
Not always from the healthy uh no, understanding that I am hallucinating. Okay.
Yeah, from the white rose perspective,
Exactly.
right?
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what you mean by that. What's black rose? Is there?
Well, the white, the purity, the you know, innocence.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, with that too, like with geomancy, they used to locate underground water veins, you know what I mean, or energy lines, and that makes me think of the tuning forks that people used to always say that could help find water, and things of that nature, old tools like that.
Dowsing.
Dowsing, yeah. And then like energy lines, okay, electrical magnetic fields and energy lines. I mean, come on, dude.
Yeah. Did you know that what comes to mind now is if you have running water underneath the ground, and you build your house upon that, you will be sick the entire time. That it does something to the human, I guess, electromagnetic aura that is disharmonious because it will make you sick if you're on top of a place where there's running water underneath. Isn't that interesting?
Well, I've been actually involved with Summer Todd's show, and when I first met her, she was talking about some things that had occurred to her because she's had experiences with ghosts, is what she said, and she started describing her stories and everything that she was telling me, and it had a lot to do with like a well being underneath her kitchen, you know what I mean, and things of that nature. And I know from what I've learned, what I've searched out was like pagan beliefs have a real strong feeling about wells and open water and everything like that. Those are sacred to them. You know what I mean? They're more sacred to them than what rainwater is.
Do you remember, Roger, being were you a druid in a past life? You know?
I don't know. I don't.
I'm gonna say you were.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were druids together. Just saying.
We had druid sex.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if we were like male or female. I'll have to look into that, and I'll get back to you on that.
I can't believe I just said that out loud. I'm like,
I know,
dude,
right?
like, what's going on
Yeah,
there?
you did. Yeah, you did.
Now I feel.
It's probably, the Latino energy coming in.
Well, come on, dude.
Whoa.
I know. He's like, I didn't know. I'm just sitting here. No, I know. No. It's just the influence. It's just the influence because you bring free
he brings that
free
Spanish
energy.
fly.
You bring free positivity. Like it's like you're a fiesta energy wherever you
You
go.
know,
Okay?
a fiesta,
Yeah.
a
You
smorgasbord
have that
of
energy.
love.
Yeah. Absolutely. Very positive.
Yeah, he is. He actually, since I've known within the vacuum, he's probably one of the most positive people I've met. He's a pretty cool guy. He really is.
Yeah. Well, that's what why you want to fall off your chair every time because it's like
No, it's his
very
voice, dude.
unique being.
It's his
Well,
voice. He's got this.
as we've learned with Jeffy, your voice doesn't
Listen
always
to
match
his
up.
music. Listen to his music whenever you get a chance,
I will.
okay? And
Absolutely.
I'll tell you right now, he has got an excellent voice. He does.
Yeah. Well,
I just share with you guys this about the subterranean waters in the Mexico Gulf. My brother went there a couple of weeks ago, actually, and yeah, he described the energy was amazing. So check it out. Yeah, that you were talking about that, right, Robert?
Yeah.
Roger?
Yeah. Yes.
yeah, Robert.
I'm sorry to tell you, Robert, man. Sorry.
Oh,
But, yeah, what you guys were saying, I was looking for that link, and I didn't listen to anything you were saying.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right. That's all right.
Now here lately they've started coming up with a holistic approach to wellness when it comes to this biology standards or whatever it's called. Now they've also started using practitioners started using geomancy to harmonize the energy flow of a site before applying this biology to it. Now, what's your guys' thought about like harmonizing the energy flow of a construction site for a building or something?
I think that would be a necessity, but sadly, it's probably not implemented these days. At least if it is, it's implemented in a negative way for everyone else.
Well, I mean, how would you go about
It
doing
is
it?
not very profitable.
Yeah, exactly. It would get in the way of profits.
Mainly.
Now
Yeah,
how
mainly.
how would
About
you?
that. That's the thing. That's another. That's another.
I would say, yeah, I would say you'd connect with the energy of the earth when you're scouting out your place you want to pitch your tent.
Mhm.
It's kind of the same thing, right?
Yeah.
If you go to the root of it, it's like, where do I want to put my tent at tonight?
Yeah. It's
Mhm.
like we all have this interaction with our territories, and each territory has different frequencies and different
Right.
right. Where I find really comfortable to be is, well, of course, near nature and forest, the river, the creek.
Yeah, the river. Yeah.
Yeah, get that energy.
I used to write
from-
the word river on my tennis shoes when I was a kid.
Yeah,
I used to write river so that I would walk wherever I was supposed to be flowing, like go with the flow kind of thing. Even though nowadays I have more to say about that, but but yeah, river. I can totally appreciate that. Yeah.
no, see that's one thing with you within the vacuum that I noticed too, because like you talk about taking nature walks and stuff of that nature, and that getting connected with with nature and stuff of that's something that really sticks out to me when I read that. Harmonizing the energy flow. See, that sounds so cool. It really
Yeah.
does.
It's cool.
The smell in the forest, and all the mycelium,
Mm-hmm.
the frequency in the water, these pure waters.
Kind of like in that movie Avatar. Mhm.
And as this is new land, relatively new land. It's like the continent. It's just a little piece that unites the both great masses of the south and north continental mass, right? So it's really funny because it's like you're in the middle of the vortex structure, right? So whenever you want to come down here, guys, we're welcoming you.
Oh, that'd be great.
Man, if I had the money, I'd be there tomorrow, dude. I mean,
Right.
just
I go pick you up first, Roger, and we would head out.
because I mean, it's like freaking. I've heard so
Dude.
much about that region. I've heard that it's beautiful as hell.
Dude, we should totally do that. We should totally look and see how much it costs and just do it. I mean,
I
we
just
spend our
I just
money
don't
on
want to
whatever
get
anyway.
I just don't want to get arrested by the policio.
No, you can't. You just have to manifest. Don't manifest that bed. Just have the deal. Like we're going to check it out, and that's what we're doing.
Oh, the police here is
Dude, that'd be so fun.
It's very gentle. We don't have an army, so that's the first thing you feel. That
Yeah.
if you're not
Even with
aware
a
of that-
regular.
yeah, if you're not aware of that, you maybe think like, what's going on here? How this is the feeling? It's
You
like
got to meet where it's at. Meet people where they're at anyway.
Yeah, but see, you guys are overlooking one small fact. Though you have to travel
What?
through Mexico to get there.
That would be an
yeah.
adventure.
Don't you have to? You have to travel through
Right?
Mexico to get there, right?
You still got to meet
well.
people where they're at. Everybody has a spirit, or they don't. kind of
It's
thing,
Costa Rica, right?
that might be a little bit dangerous, Roger.
Yeah.
It's better to take a direct plane to San Jose.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's think
I would
airplanes.
recommend that for you.
See, I'm thinking driving and shit, and you guys like, hold up. You don't need to be on the freaking road in the middle. Of,
Yeah.
Thank you for watching out for me, dude. I appreciate that.
Yeah, right.
I keep forgetting who I am. You know what I'm saying? Like, you guys are telling me I need to like not project that shit. Listen to who you're talking to, okay? Like, I would get in a car, end up in Mexico,
Right.
and do something
Right.
stupid.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you could change that shit, dude.
Yeah,
Take
right.
that autopilot switch and just disconnect it or something.
I don't even think it's autopilot. You know what I'm saying? I think it's like freaking just this thing that just happens.
Probably
I
the
think
frequencies
my
they put out
brother,
in
my brother
fucking cell
did it.
phones.
My brother did it from New Mexico with his friend Josh. Like that was like 2000. I don't know, 2000 maybe. And the problem was the corrupt police. Like just bring a bunch of dollar bills, man, and then
Yeah.
you have to spend it on the way. That's it.
Yeah, or you just get in a
Basically,
bind, throw it up in the air, and
That's
just
the
run.
raw reality of
Yeah.
that travel.
I know.
That was the
Unfortunately.
lesson that my brother bring to me. Man, just
Right.
because they will wait for you and wait for you to go to the ATM if necessary, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
to be
just bring it
compensated.
and make it faster.
Yeah.
Bring the dollar,
exactly.
man. Bring
Like
the dollar.
like when you go to Vegas. It's like when you go to Vegas, you always gotta have the quarters in your pocket just in case,
Mhm.
Something
Ah.
like that, yeah.
So, finishing up
Totally possible.
finishing up on sacred geometry. Okay, what
Okay.
what is your guys' take on sacred geometry as a whole? From everything you've ever heard about it and learned about it, what's your whole deal on the whole sacred geometry thing? Because that's basically what we've been going over in this part is sacred geometry.
Well, as far as sacred geometry goes, that kind of, I've changed my view on that over the years. Of course, I'm always open to everything, but it seems to me like the matrix or hologram itself is made of the sacred geometry. That's like kind of the signature of it, right?
Right.
As opposed to God or something that's organic or natural kind of thing.
Right.
All these words have been corrupted, so
What about you within the vacuum?
Interesting. this is really interesting because,
Mhm.
yeah, what I find in sacred geometry is that my own observation of nature and following the patterns, right, of the plants and different uh, organisms, and you find these three movements, right? It appears, it emerge, it makes a little movement of displacement. It's like a description of an exploration of whatever, it might be a beat, and it emerge and displays and then rotates, like to check out the surroundings of the new environment, and that's how it creates, a flower, or creates whatever you
Oh
want.
yeah.
It's like, right, and that is amazing because it's like reverse engineer of whatever reality is made of, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And we can
That's cool.
follow, yeah, and we can follow that path and find maybe that other part beyond the matrix that you are not describing but mentioning, right?
Right.
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 Now
Yeah.
that brings us into the the part that I thought maybe Mark Edworthy would be in here talking about, because I know how he is about stuff like this. This drives him nuts. But ley lines, okay? Now, you guys know about ley lines, right?
Leyland lines.
Yeah.
Those are the major lines that go across the earth that energy is funneled
Uh,
into.
Yeah. Ley lines are
that the in ancient, yeah,
they
I
connect the various points of geographic and historical significance, such as ancient monuments, natural landscapes, and other landmarks. The idea of ley lines suggests that these locations are linked by invisible energy pathways that crisscross the Earth, often seen as a blend of mythology, mysticism, and speculative science. Ley lines are thought to channel earth energies, serving as conduits of spiritual power or as indicators of ancient human knowledge about the landscape. Now, the original concept, the term ley line, was first coined in 1921 by British amateur archaeologist Alfred Wilkins in his book The Old Straight Track. Watkins observed that many prehistoric sites in the English countryside, such as stone circles, burial mounds, and hill fronts, seemed to be aligned along straight paths or lays. He theorized that these alignments represented ancient trackways or trade routes used for navigation. Over time, however, the ley lines theory expanded beyond Watkins' ideas and took on more mystical connotations. Now, the theory, uh, 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 his theory was basically that they were pathways that were connected between, like, the, oh god, I'm having a brain fart. What's that circular thing there? Stonehenge.
That's funny because
Yeah.
that's where we were hanging out when we were druids.
Yeah, we
Uh,
were doing the nasties.
the hinge, we'd go behind the stones and the moonlight, and anyway. Go ahead.
But like there's different hinges too all around your England and Scotland and Ireland, and there's these paths with these ley lines on them where they go to them, and he theorized that what they did is they used these paths to mark how to get from one monument to another. And there's also, well, earlier before, when I was talking about how English people are just surrounded by all this great shit and they don't even care about it, you know what I mean? Like they've got monoliths just sitting around,
Right.
you know.
That's just the old monolith over there.
They don't even fucking care. It's like, fuck it. You know what I mean?
It's already integrated. They already have it integrated, even subconsciously.
Right.
You know.
You know, and they've got old King's highways that were freaking created off of freaking old ley lines that were set down, and that's what he was talking about with these trackways, and then eventually the theories evolved into ley lines where it was pathways that connected energy fields and energy sources and stuff of that nature. You know what I mean? According to what they're saying here. So,
Is that Wikipedia, by the way?
No, this is good stuff. Wikipedia, actually, I mean, I ain't bad mouthing it because, like I've mentioned before, I've gotten.
Well, they're good for some things, you know.
I've recently gotten on Encyclopedia Britannica, and I refuse.
Yeah,
I refuse
that's
to
just
use that.
Crazy
now.
what they got going on there. I can't even believe how corrupt they are, dude.
Yeah.
Really? Wow.
Like they're going in there and
Blows the ball out of the water.
they're going in there and
They
changing
won that
it.
competition.
Yeah.
That's my point. The other a couple of nights ago, my friend also asked me about, you know, what story is important. You know, everyone's story is important, right?
Mhm.
How you can make a story one single angle of what was happening in whatever.
Right. That's what I
point of
see in my oneness, dude.
history.
It's like everything.
Doesn't make sense.
There's everything is just as important as the one thing, because it is the one thing kind of thing. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's my approach about secret geometry as well, because when you find that we are all interconnected by these patterns, that gives us another perspective on our own function as biological entities in the earth, and how we interact with that energy field, and what kind of information are we gathering for the totality.
Mhm.
Yeah, it allows us to know ourselves in a certain respect.
Yes.
Right. Now these when it comes to the ley lines and the energy conduit thing, okay, in esoteric traditions, ley lines are considered like channels of energy, similar to like the concept of meridians in acupuncture. You know,
Interesting, yeah.
so like when you put it in that context, when you think of acupuncture and that, what's your beliefs on that when it comes to these ley lines? Do you believe that they could possibly be similar to the concept of these meridians when it comes to acupuncture? That
I think so.
these lines are thought to like form a network that influences the vibrational energies of the planet. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think they're totally related, huh?
Mm-hmm. And then they also have like intersecting nodes at points where several ley lines intersect. They're known as nodes, and the energy's believed to be like really strong in that area.
Like a zero.
Yeah. Well.
You're talking earlier, like a zero, it makes the whatever.
Yeah, it enhances. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yep. Like 0 points.
Toroidal structure, right?
Toroidal. Aren't we toroidal structures though ourselves? Aren't we?
Well, I'm not really familiar with big words like that. You guys are gonna have to.
Toroidal.
No, it's just a geometric structure.
Energy flow. The way it's
Yes.
the way. Yeah, it's the way energy naturally flows. If, from what I can gather, you know. I mean,
Yes.
It's-
for whatever
It
reason.
described how the both polarities work together to manifest, basically. Right. So you have this
Right.
0 point generating friction in what we call past and
That's, I
future
think, what that makes the hologram.
to recreate a present.
Exactly.
Right. Well, that's
For us.
quantum. That's like
Yeah.
quantum
Yes,
manifestation right
It's
there.
the
Because it goes so
subatomic, the
fast.
subatomic level.
Yeah, subatomic, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. I mean, that happens so fast and it's like unfathomably fast, and that's what we create the hologram with, is that sort of thing, you know,
Yeah.
that
The
works very
thing is
fast every
how,
second, or whatever.
and the way if you learn about it, and then you learn how to interact with it, you
Yeah,
know, more, because
Marina Jacobi.
they didn't we don't have a manual for these.
Marina Jacobi, we do now. She's teaching that sort of thing,
Yeah.
which is
Really
really cool.
cool.
Now,
Well,
Fast.
the thing with humans like us is that we are still healing, right, from trauma.
Yes. Yeah.
So it's very, very complicated at this stage trying to teach this kind of thing in a single, like in a single manner. You have to
Yeah.
adapt to each individual,
Exactly. It's a
right?
combination.
Yes,
Almost like
because you're
the guy who we were talking earlier, the magician guy who can look at one thing and see a ton of things, and the other person sees nothing. You have to have a background. You have to
Right.
build it. It has to build.
well, see, according to these ley lines, like these nodes, like they're believed to be particularly strong in these energy with this energy, okay, and like that's one of the things that they say where you can actually go to these nodes.
Yep.
And it would actually help heal you, and
It would heal you instantly because
You
it
know.
breaks through all those built-up barriers that you would have.
they believe that
Right.
like over time though throughout history, that's why we've had these megaliths and these notable structures and sacred springs, and and stuff like that. And they also connect it to like magnetism and the earth's energy and things that are right there, unique properties.
Yeah, you gotta. For me, you have
Yeah.
to take into consideration the folks that got here first and already know about all this stuff, like the knowledge bearer guys, or they don't bear it, but the knowledge keeper guys,
Mm-hmm.
they already knew about all this stuff in the first place, so they could have set up whatever they wanted to set up in this like Monopoly game, or Risk, or whatever you want to call it, to make it sway in whatever narrative they're trying to create. So that's why I just don't give too much credence to or so much because the history, who wrote that, I mean, who actually wrote it. It's like you got to kind of look inside yourself and into like the ethers and kind of see what's what and feel it out, rather than listen to words from a book. Don't get me wrong, I love books. Books are great. Books actually have changed my life, so but
Yeah,
it's just
that's amazing. Yeah, like you're saying.
there's a lot of fabricated stuff out there, so
Now, do you want me to make or read out the list of some of these nodes on the ley lines? Because some of them are interesting, and it has, like earlier we were talking about Arizona, and it said that you guys have some cool stuff in there too, so.
Sedona, I've had experiences there.
Yeah, okay. So you know about Sedona, Arizona?
Sure,
Okay.
of course.
But you want me to go ahead and read these off?
I think it'd be interesting, sure.
Okay, some of these are some of the locations. The St. Michael Line in England. This ley line stretches across southern England, connecting multiple sites dedicated to the Archangel Michael, including the prominent Glastonbury Tor, Avebury Stone Circle, and St. Michael's Mound. The alignment is believed to reflect the path of solar energy, as it roughly traces the path of the sun during the spring and autumn equinox. The Apollo and Athena lines. This European ley line runs from Skelling Michael in Ireland to Mount Carmel in Israel, crossing through significant cultural sites like the Cathedral of Santiago del Compostela in Spain and Delphi in Greece. It is associated with both the sun, god Apollo and the warrior goddess Athena. symbolizing a balance of masculine and feminine energy. Then you have Sedona, Arizona. The Red Rock Formation of Sedona are believed to be situated at the intersection of powerful ley lines, making the region a renowned spiritual vortex. Visitors report heightened spiritual experiences and sensation of energy when near these intersections. So, they say skepticism and controversy. The scientific community general regards ley lines as coincidental alignments rather than deliberate constructions or energy pathways. Critics argue that with so many natural and man-made features scattered across the landscape, it's statistically inevitable that some will align by chance. Moreover, the theory lacks empirical evidence, and measurements are alleged energy fields along ley lines have been inconsistent and inconclusive. But with me on that right there, that would make sense if it wasn't like monuments that were spiritual. You know what I mean? Like, there are a lot of spiritual based landmarks that are on these lines. You know, I mean, a lot of them. So that's something that these guys aren't taking into consideration. Like, they're. Go ahead.
There's probably an energy greed, right? And they knew about it.
Yeah.
The part that I still trying to figure out is how the natives on this side of the world knew about it. Like, I think they observe, they just pay attention to their surroundings in order to try to figure it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
That's what we're all here doing, is trying to figure this shit out, huh?
Yep.
Exactly, but it's the same, because at the same time, well, when you say, okay, you're participating in the building of the reality, so.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Go
Yeah.
back,
You recreated every millisecond of every second or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
rebuilt
the
the
whole
Roger,
idea.
I rebuilt
Yeah.
the Latino.
Roger, we're going into deep esoteric thing here,
Yeah.
because we're getting into, okay, what you do then, right? Okay, you need to understand that is no you, and you have to take yourself aside to be
Yeah.
able to be, available.
Yeah, to have a different perspective, so you can move that
Yeah.
perspective around and look at it from different angles.
Exactly.
Because you're not you anyway. I mean, you are, but you're not. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but it's
An observer.
Now, see,
yes, an observer.
that's kind
I
of
guess
the
I'll
reason.
just-
That's kind of one of the issues I have when it comes to like getting really too deep into the spiritual thing, because, like with holistics, okay, people when they hear holistics, they really don't understand the implication of what holistic really means. You know what I mean? Like, they're not about like the individual. It's about freaking the community, and it's about freaking bettering the whole. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
the individual isn't really as important as the whole, and that right there has always.
Well, I think they're both important because they're both one. So, you know,
But you know, I mean, that's the one
can't be
thing.
without the other.
That's the one thing about like holistics that I really
You know what?
have a hard time
I-
crossing that threshold.
That's like a label, the holistics thing. That's a label, and I think that just distracts from what is really. It just it
Either
sends you
part-
off in a rabbit hole somewhere, that doesn't lead to anywhere really.
Right.
It's a time waster. it makes you waste your time. That way you can argue about that while they're harvesting your energy in a myriad of other ways. You know.
You gotta say harvest their energy, like, you know, I'm a
Well,
big
it's true.
sci-fi.
It's
You,
what's
you
going
know,
on.
I'm a big sci-fi fan, right? Like,
It's not even sci-fi anymore, dude. If you like sci-fi, check
When-
out the
when-
real fucking world, because here we are, bro. Okay.
when you say siphon energy, I'm thinking of like freaking pulsar ray being aimed at your forehead and everything getting sucked
They
out.
don't have to do it these days. There's chemtrails. It takes care of getting it into your body. You know.
You know, so I mean,
And your holographic body.
yeah.
That's
Yes,
the
your
thing. That's
holographic
the
body.
yeah. That's the thing
That is
about the holistic thing. You know, it's a marketing strategy, and it's really old. You know,
Yeah,
it's not
it's
not very effective anymore.
Not really.
So
It's
yeah,
dying out. All their
Yeah.
crap is dying out, really.
totally.
If you look at it that way,
Now, like,
you know, and it's like, yeah, I'm
You
not
know,
gonna
the
fuck
the
with that
thing
no
is when certain type of thinking about uh about reality and about what is really going on in the world from the perspective of a CEO who is doing making
Absolutely.
millions
Mhm.
out of abuse of power because that's what's going on. Oh,
Sure.
so yeah, it's really good to have this holistic marketing strategy to
Absolutely.
justify that, you know,
Yeah.
because and
Yeah.
I've heard and I was talking about this with my little brother the other day because he said to me like, you know, man, this is like it's a game, you know, it's just a game, you know, and many people are saying that right now, you know, this whole spiritual and gurus and everyone is saying things out there saying, okay, this is a game, but you know, it's not a game. It feels very real.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly,
Right.
So,
exactly.
A little fucking bit. Yeah.
but from the perspective of someone who needs you to become more cynical, it's really convenient to say
Yeah.
that this is just a fucking game. So you know,
Yeah.
whatever
Right.
counts.
That's
Right.
true. Yeah, that makes
We
a lot
have
of sense.
to, yeah, and the whole, you know, because you can take this holographic theory as you
Yeah.
know as background for this, and but it's really dangerous going to that because it is
It is.
real. You know, we are
Yeah,
humans.
and you never know where. Well, I mean, I don't even like to say you never know because that would imply to your subconscious or whatever you got going on up there that you don't know stuff, and I know stuff, so I'm not gonna say you never know because I do know. Okay, so I do know. And now I
Right.
forgot what my point was, but that's okay.
You were
So
you were
go.
okay there for quite a while. You know what I'm saying? You did really good. You did good. Don't worry about it. I was
Aw,
listening. So
thanks. That's sweet, Rod. See, we have a compliment thing going on. That's great. Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, baby.
now,
Rock and roll.
now
Yeah.
we've covered like ley lines and geopathic stress, and then the well-being thing. You know what I mean? So I want to get to like the really cool shit. Now this comes to crop circles and ley lines. Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna serve myself a glass.
Okay.
Do it.
Come
Do
back.
it.
Now, crop circles has been something that I really got curious with. There's a guy that's on YouTube now, but he's had a long series of videos on YouTube, as well as had his own show before YouTube, and he came out with his show, and it was called New Thinking Aloud. Okay, and this guy had.
Wow, that is so weird that you said that.
Okay.
I just right before we came on, I was reading the comments in a live chat, and someone was mentioning that. Cool. Go ahead, tell me about it.
Now this guy comes up with some of the most freaking amazing interviews. Okay, and you were talking about paganism, which, you know, I do respect a lot of people who believe in paganism. I'm not saying that I am a pagan, but I do respect a lot of their beliefs, you know. And this one woman came in and she was doing an interview with him, and she said something that was pretty profound to me that I really caught on to and I really liked, and it had to do with crop circles that are popping up. Okay, She said a lot of people today like to associate it with aliens and stuff, but you also have to take a look at it from a historical point of view. Now, a long time ago, back before Christianity, when it was all pagan in the UK, they used to freaking celebrate the freaking harvest. Okay, and at the end of the crop, whenever the harvest was freaking done, they would go out into these fields and they would have festivals celebrating the harvest. And as time went by, that stopped because Christianity started to develop and stuff like that. And she says,
Right, I've heard that the witches thing with on the broomstick came from seeing people, up there doing their little dance and stuff
and
in the moonlight.
what she proposed as a parapsychologist was that instead of it being UFOs, why couldn't it be like these forces or these energies that freaking remember those festivals, and they're communicating with us by creating these crop circles.
Yeah, that's yeah. I mean, right off the top here, I'm thinking that it seems like they would need to have a lot of force and viewpoint to put a large symbol into a grass, basically, or fields or plants, so it just doesn't seems like it would be like something that has more power,
Exactly.
even though
Well, keep in mind what I was
Earth
saying
has
too.
power,
Keep
so-
in mind what I was talking to about these ley lines. Some researchers have drawn the connection between like the placement of crop circles and the ley lines too. Now I'm not saying that that's fact or anything like that. This is what I've actually learned about. People are talking about it, like the example I just said right there.
Yeah.
Like these ley lines, which are abundant all over frickin' the UK. If you and they're down in Africa too, which
they're all over the world.
well, especially with Africa though, because like I was wanting to get
you know
into
it.
the conversation of Sickety, which I don't know if we should probably go into because we have
What is that?
Sickety is it's probably the most I would say the most original form of geomancy that you could actually find when it comes to the sand and everything. You know what I mean? Like it's really hard to explain, but I like that has so many different approaches to it. And then you have Ifa, which is the actual beginning of freaking voodoo practice.
Oh, is that where that comes from? Is the voodoo kind of thing?
Yeah, that's from Ifa, IFA.
Oh, okay. See, yeah, I've seen that in your I guess your show notes or whatever, and I have never heard of that. So it's interesting to find out. So that is from like Louisiana, or
No,
'cause voodoo doesn't originate in Louisiana, I'm sure.
yeah, voodoo actually came from Africa, where it migrated from
Okay,
there.
yeah, that makes
you know,
sense.
and all of this stuff is just amazing when you when you find out about it. But I really don't think we would have enough time to do that. So, because
Yeah, probably not. Although when I like put my like focus on that whole thing, that's in Africa. That's pretty. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff going on there, huh?
right.
That's like weird.
You get into
Sure.
Sickety, and then there's freaking Ifa, and there was a few other ones that I left out because like they talk about like the similarities, and that goes back to the shit I was talking about with like this new science tools and technology compared
Right.
to, I mean, you got to stop with that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
look at the similarities and say that they're just it's too much of a coincidence for
Right,
you.
right,
You know what I
right.
mean?
Come on.
Come on.
Come on.
Come on, dude.
Come on.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, totally.
like they're saying, oh, that's just a coincidence. No, it's not, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I
There
mean?
are, first of all, there are no coincidences. There just aren't. Things happen for a reason. All of them do, if you ask me. You know, and if you take and fit that over your world perspective, you might find some little nuggets of information there. You know.
They
And
like
that's,
they like to use the words like speculative science
yeah.
and
Yes. They do.
you know, new age metaphysics.
Well, if you've ever, I'm sure you've seen many people that like totally, if you've observed them taking in information or checking out something new or just being people, you know, they let shit like that go all day long. Like they don't care enough to. Well, I can't really say what they care about and what they don't, but they just don't have the capacity apparently to catch any little like nuances, and I can't even use the word nuance because I'm not exactly sure what that means, but you know, they don't catch those little misspellings or things that happen. It just glides right over, and even if the repercussions of that are like large, you know, they really, most people just like, okay, where do I sign? You know, they don't really
Right.
care exactly what the details are, or even if they did see something fucked up in the details, they don't care. They just keep going and give me the pen, you know.
Yeah. Well, there's also
Horrible.
there's also a flip side to that too. Like, there's a lot of people that like to micromanage shit. You know what I mean? And then
Well, sure.
like people want to frickin' say, oh, there's similarities between IT and frickin' feng shui, but they're not the same thing. That's not geomancy. I'm like, dude, seriously?
What were you gonna say,
Yeah.
Latino?
He unmuted for.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna add in there something.
Oh yeah, I just forgot what I.
It was good stuff.
That's messed up, man.
But
Wow. I really want to know what you had to say too. No, that's cool. You know.
It will go back.
whoa, let me
Yeah,
ask you
I hear you.
let me ask you something
Cheers,
though.
bro.
Within the vacuum, let me ask you something, because I know you know what I'm talking about when I talk about feng shui and IT or the you know, and all that, right? Now,
Not necessarily. Well,
well, you know what feng shui is, right?
feng shui.
Feng shui,
Feng
yeah,
shui?
yeah,
Okay.
feng shui.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what the I Ching is, right? You know what I Ching is?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you know there's some similarities there, right?
Yeah.
Now, do you think by any chance that that is just coincidence, or that one of them adopted their beliefs from the other one?
No. I mean, it's all. It's.
Right.
I'm not a really an expert on that, but no, there's no coincidence. I think many other things. Is like the, what I was saying before about those energy patterns and those energy lines that converge with the structure of the electromagnetic field of the you know, the earth and us and nature and everything
Right.
that we found, right? So, no, probably not a coincidence.
Right.
But you know, Feng Shui is about trying to create harmony through how you set up your furniture, right?
Your
Right.
environment.
I'm
yeah.
Yeah.
okay, yeah. So it's basically, yeah, how you. But it
It's like
doesn't.
geomancy.
The thing is, it's already on the feng shui is on the side of what is already there, you know. And if you want to go to deep level of the thing, then you have to pay attention to what's going on inside your mind and what's going on inside your
Right.
other side of
Right.
A
in
tool
order
to help
in
you know
order
yourself.
in order to already, you know, you don't have to worry about the feng shui because it's just happening. It's part of what you are. It's not something that you. That's where I get lost in all these retreatments and courses and everything about this stuff, because it's where how can you standardize that if you need to work uh, individually in every aspect, and it is a hard work for and keep it active for many years. So, you know,
Yes, I
Kind
do
of,
know.
a little bit. I know there's something else I'm trying to say there.
Well, he's pretty hardcore, so like you gotta
Right.
you gotta understand that. Like he doesn't even realize how hardcore he is, dude. Like
Right.
that's the way he is. Like now.
That's the way of the
well, it's,
Latino.
it's when I will complain about politics.
Oh
So
yeah.
politics is the result. It's a result of something that happened before. Is a previous work that happens, and okay, and then we have politics. Actually, physics, whatever about how they call it, microtubules,
Hmm.
which is like these little connections that apparently we have with in between our brains and conscious, right?
That's just what they tell us and shit. We don't got like, have you like
Well,
took a microscope or whatever? I mean, come on.
yeah. Well, that what I find really interesting, and it's also it's very similar to what Jean-Pierre Mallet said in the doubling theory, is that uh, oh man, I get lost.
Yeah.
Well,
You know how that
It was sounding good.
Yeah,
well,
going along great.
uh,
Yeah, baby. We should start a club, man.
No, he was on a roll too, and he just has a brain fart
No,
right
I
in the
mean,
middle
he's-
of it. It's like this is
Yeah, it's okay.
it's the
I mean,
hit. Yeah, I just had a couple.
well.
Well,
We've hit like 3 hours and 15 minutes. So, I would love to take this on farther, but I think if we do, we're going to start falling asleep. So,
yeah,
oh,
that's
I'm
fine.
good.
like I really think that we did a really good job on this. To be honest, we had a pretty good conversation.
Fun. Yeah, thanks
And
for inviting me.
it was great having you here. Now, before we go, I do want you guys, if you want to, give a plug to yourself. Tell everybody about the projects you're doing within the vacuum, okay?
Yeah,
Because
definitely.
because for one thing, I know you're doing stuff that's really, really positive, and people need to know about it. You know what I mean? Like, so kind of put your stuff out there and let people know a little bit, okay? So with that, I'm gonna
Yeah,
hand it over
yeah.
to you and just go with it.
Well, basically, we're trying to bring ideas together using Web3 technology to be able to create a more fair industry, music industry, basically. So we create this IRL group here in Costa Rica with other musicians and artists, and it's just about sharing ideas and get together and jam and have a good moment. And then we thought about, okay, let's reward this work that we are doing here, and then we are using this token that is linked to the project. And well, we're gonna get a funding about the end of the year to keep working on it. And the idea, all this is linked to the Imaginarium also, right? To Infinite Imaginarium on Minds, where is the core group, the creative group of all these ideas, and the team who can make things happen, actually. So I'm very grateful, and yeah, that's what I've been doing. And I have a new record. I don't have a release date yet, so I'll let you know later when we get closer to date, and I've been doing, jam session. I probably will share soon some jamming session, like blinded, like three musicians that never played together get together and see what happens. That's the thing that I'm gonna
It
share
sounds
with you.
interesting. Mhm.
Yeah, it's
Mhm.
exciting, man.
Yeah, totally.
It's the moment happening. So,
Yeah.
yeah, we have that ready. We're waiting for the video edition to share, and yeah, a lot of music, a lot of projects, and the creative hub and everything. Yes, yes, dude, where is my wallet? I recently provide a script with it, and it's too many things.
It's
So
amazing. It's
no,
amazing.
the mandala algorithm, I love that project, because it's about the sacred geometry, but from that perspective that I provide earlier. So yeah, that's also another project, but I will put here, share a link so you
Yeah,
can
totally.
check it.
I'm gonna tell
But,
you.
but that's it, I think,
I,
very much.
I'm gonna tell you right
All right.
now, man. You're probably one of the coolest dudes I know, man. I really are. I mean,
Uh,
like just the stuff you're talking about right there. More people should hear about. You know what I mean? It's great that you're doing that, and I give you kudos 100% for that. You know. Also,
yeah, sounds like you're living your purpose.
yeah, he really is. He really is. He's living it
Do you
so
think you
well.
are? I mean,
He's living it so well. He doesn't even know he's living it so well. That's how great this guy is. You know what I'm saying? Like, you sit there and you
yeah,
say it
that's
to him. He's like,
cool.
no. I'm like, yes, dude, you are. You're freaking
Well,
on.
is there anything else you want to do besides what you're doing? I mean, come on.
Well,
That's how you can tell.
no, right now, I'm just dreaming about it, like that platform that can make the idea is really
Yeah.
ambitious. It will
Yeah.
take us a lot of resources, a lot of people involved, because we're thinking, globally. We're thinking about this is about original music curated locally in groups
Yeah. That is, yeah.
that you can get to your, to whatever
That's how
your
it's
wallets
supposed to
you.
be.
Right.
Right. So,
Yeah.
you get only, you get the best of the world without all this marketing strategy trying to put
Yeah.
your this trap shit in your face, because this is what it
That
is.
is it.
My goodness, we don't have, we have to make research to find the
Get back
jewels,
to the
right?
roots. Yeah. Yeah,
Exactly.
totally.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
like
that's the name.
groundbreaking. I
That's
mean,
the name of the
the
song.
ground's already
Yeah.
been broken, but not for a long time. They're trying to cover that up, dude, but you're bringing it back. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, and the
Oh, it's like a
combination of
rediscovery.
local IRL communities with these technologies that allowed us to make
Yeah.
transactions and create regenerative economies. It's just amazing. We have to do this. I might be wrong. This could not work, and I've been saying this in the meetings. If any of you guys are checking in the plan and have to destroy it, please do it.
Now's the
Because
time, huh?
exactly, because it's just the ideas and the intention to create something beautiful, and
Yeah.
to also to make a treasure, a community treasure, because all that catalog of art and music will be preserved forever
Yeah.
in blockchain. So that's the aim, that's the idea. We're working on that. It's a huge project.
Cool.
That
I
is
can't
so
wait to hear
cool.
your music. That's gonna be great.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
I want to
yeah.
check it
I
out.
just share I just shared a link here, and there you can
Okay.
find something. Yeah, yeah.
Cool.
Now
Sweet.
it's your turn, Sonia. It's gonna be hard following after those.
I know,
You know what I
right?
mean?
Yeah.
But do your best because
Right. Well, I'm kind of a solo project chick, uh, lady, and I'm, out in the desert, pretty much stationed here. That's what it seems like to me. In any case, so I got some T-shirts that I'm working on, which I have. It's not just regular T-shirts. It's not like, "Hi, my name is," It's although that might be a good one, but basically they're supposed to spark something in the viewer's mind, in their spirit, to where they might like catch on a little bit and maybe kind of look into what's really going on, because from what I can see, there's a lot of folks, at least where I'm stationed, that they don't really, they're kind of zombified almost, they're like taken over by the AI or the phone or whatever the thing is, to where they've lost their spirit. Like their spirit is like non-existent. 9 to 5, like they go to work, they come home, and they're like, I need some food. It's like, and it's not even food they're eating. It's so ridiculous what's going on. So in any case, it's just a little thing I've been working on for a few years that has hopefully started to come in fruition here. My website's actually open now, which is galacticfire.com, and it's EC instead of IC. Yeah, I probably should have came up with a better name looking back, and I still can. I mean, I'm just now opening. I haven't done any advertising or anything like that, but I finally got all the logistics behind that, like the payment system and all that down, or up. I don't even want to say down, but up. I got it like plastered on there, hopefully. But you know how computers are a little glitchy every now and again. But I have made my first sale recently, which was very exciting for me. And it's like an official sale, even though we're not like, I haven't, launched, or however you want to say that. In any case, and I've only got maybe 20 different designs up there, but, I've got hundreds waiting to come in. I'm actually going back and forth on what I'm going to keep up and maybe remove and add or whatever. So, and they're just all really, kind of funny, catchy type of stuff, but it has to do with like a broader perspective of reality, rather than it kind of takes people out of the 3D, maybe into something a little bit more that is just as real, and any spirit will recognize that. So because I see that there are some spirits that aren't really, well, they're like encased or zombified or something. I'm really not, that's a different subject altogether. But in any case, so I've got that going on, and I do tattoos too, which I'd like to maybe take that on the road at some point. So I'm kind of working towards that thing, is to maybe take my T-shirts and maybe go to consciousness like expos or something like that in the future, and highlight my shirts. Maybe do some tattoos, like some energetic type tattoos or something, because how symbols carry such energy with them, and I mean, that can help a person through a lot of anything. Being a tattoo artist for as many years as I have, even having whatever tattoo, like Gary or whatever name you have tattooed on you, that can affect your entire life. So I say make it for the positive, really.
I agree. So with that, I'm going to say, well, first of all, within the vacuum said share your link for your shop and everything. So if you put that if you put that in the thing, then we can get that to where he can check it out. And when he was talking about Mind's chat and the Infinite Imaginarium, that's a chat group that we go into. If you want to come into there and like participate with us, feel free to come in and we can introduce you to Minds Gaming. And like Bob W talked to her earlier, she's a part of that, and it's a real good group of people, man. We have fun, so you're more than welcome to come in there and be a part.
Okay, cool.
And within the vacuum is freaking the coolest out of the whole bunch, though, because like he's just got a lot of good insight, and I know he knows what I'm talking about with a lot of the stuff I bring up, because like all the other ones are all into like the little friendly dragons and shit, and the goo
There's
goo.
nothing wrong with friendly dragons. Okay?
Well, I'm just saying,
Stuff
like
too.
they're into like all the cool stuff, and then I'll put something really weird up, and freaking within the vacuum's the only one that recognizes it. You know,
Yeah.
like
I
he,
hear
he
ya.
put up this video that was right on the spot. It had to do with something that I've been working on with hummingbirds and bumblebees with duality and everything. And like he was right on it, dude. That was, and I gotta say that to you with Invectum. That was pretty spot on. I was impressed when you did that.
I love the store. I love the store.
You know,
Galactic
yeah.
Fire.
Yeah. You're checking it
Man.
out.
Yeah, it's
You like
awesome.
it?
Yeah, I love it. We do.
Right on. Thanks. Thanks for your feedback.
So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and end this because we are at 3 hours and 25 on the recording, and the live stream is right at 4 hours. But we've done a 4-hour freaking stream, guys.
Yeah.
That's why you're getting brain farts and shit. You know what I mean?
Those happen anyway. You know?
Yeah. Like, so I appreciate you guys for showing up, and this was a great stream. This is probably one of the better ones or the best one actually. And I've had really, really good streams with Into the Abyss, and this one is probably the best one. So
Right on.
yeah.
Those kind
Yeah.
of brain parts might be the proof that we really don't decide what to say.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. It's either that or we're getting ready to pass out from exhaustion. One of the two. So, thank you again.
I don't know.
I'm gonna hit stop.
We'll stop because I get to the topic. I finally get into it, right? It was microtubules.
What?
Hey,
And
that's
the
cool.
delay that exists between the reality, basically the reality that we perceive in our present is the past.
Yeah.
Right. And that is how come the past really is like it already happens before you,
Yeah,
your body, like
exactly.
you already know, it already happens before it gets to you.
Yeah. See, we're
So I
gonna.
think we're still directors. You know, are we not directors?
Yeah.
Still?
Well, that's I think it is related to how much do you know about yourself.
Yeah,
Because,
I think so.
right?
Yeah.
Because if we are projecting at the same time, and it's an interaction between reality and the observer and the reality. So yeah, but I think the idea of being still and in the mind is very, and mastering the stillness in the mind is really important.
Mhm. Absolutely.
Right?
If you don't do that, you can't really figure out what's going on. You know. I mean,
Yeah,
that's where you
you're
could start.
intervening.
Everybody has that to start with. You know.
Yes.
Can't get past the meditative point or that spot, then I guess you're gonna be a zombie or whatever.
It's like
Yeah,
Yeah.
but at the same time, I think that is not a requirement in order to came to
It shouldn't be.
this reality
Mhm.
to evolve.
Mhm.
Because
Right.
you can perfectly fulfill your function as a biological entity for the earth and the totality without the necessity to evolve. I think the evolving thing is a decision, maybe, right?
That's an interesting point. That's an interesting.
I don't know. I'm just trying to put it out there, right?
Yeah,
I
that's really
never start from. Yeah.
now.
Okay, I'm sorry, man.
you two
I know,
are
we're
on
not
fire.
getting into the subject.
You two are on fire. I'm like,
Yeah, we're on fire. A galactic fire, bruh.
yeah, I know.
Seriously.
So
Saying.
with that,
Come on.
I'm gonna
Come on.
end the show and say thank you guys again for being here, and we can go to bed now and get some sleep. I hope you guys do.
Fantastic evening. I enjoyed it
I
a lot.
I'm glad you did, and
Yeah.
Thank
Nice
you, guys.
meeting you too.
All right, so.
Long before the stars had taken shape and the galaxies began their slow dance across the heavens, there existed a race unlike any other, a race known as the Varalthur. The Varalthur were not beings of flesh or bone, nor were they bound to any physical form. Instead, they were beings of pure energy, born from the very fabric of the cosmos itself. They were, in a sense, the first children of the primordial nexus, the ancient force that pulsed at the heart of the universe, weaving order and balance from the raw chaos that surrounded it. The Varalthur existed in a state of perfect harmony with the universe. They could move freely through the threads of the cosmic web, their essence intertwined with the very forces that governed the stars and the planets. They were not just passive observers of the universe's birth, they were active participants in its unfolding, guiding the flow of energy and ensuring that the delicate balance created by the primordial nexus was maintained. This is the story of the Varalthur, a race that served as the custodians of the cosmos, who lived in harmony with the primordial nexus, and who, in the end, faced the greatest challenge the universe had ever known. The Varalthur emerged from the primordial nexus during the early days of the cosmos, when the universe was still young and wild. At this time, the nexus was in the midst of weaving the threads of reality, shaping the raw energy that filled the void into patterns of meaning and structure. The Varalthur were born from these threads, their essence tied to the very fabric of the cosmos. Though the Varalthur did not possess physical bodies, they could manifest themselves in forms of radiant energy when necessary, taking shapes that resembled the swirling patterns of galaxies or the pulsating glow of stars. They were beings of light and motion, able to travel freely between the dimensions and realms of existence that the Nexus had woven together. From the moment of their creation, the Varalthur understood their purpose. They were not merely the byproducts of the Nexus creative process, they were its caretakers, responsible for ensuring that the cosmic web remained intact and balanced. The universe was vast, and the forces within it were often chaotic and unpredictable. The Varalthur acted as the stabilizing force, nurturing the threads of energy that connected the cosmos and ensuring that the balance created by the Nexus endured. The primordial Nexus was a force unlike any other in the universe. It was not a being of consciousness, but a point of origin from which all creation flowed. For eons, it pulsed gently at the heart of the universe, its influence spreading across the stars and galaxies, shaping the chaotic energy into patterns of purpose and harmony. The Nexus was not a creator in the sense that it crafted individual stars or planets. Rather, it was a force of transformation. It absorbed the wild, unrefined energy of the cosmos and shaped it into something meaningful. What entered the Nexus as chaos left it as order, woven into the threads that connected all things in the universe. Every star, every planet, and every form of life was a product of this process, a testament to the quiet power of the primordial Nexus. The Varalthur understood the significance of the Nexus. It was not just the source of their existence, it was the source of all existence. They revered it as the foundation of the cosmos, and they dedicated themselves to maintaining the harmony it had created. Though the Nexus itself did not communicate with the Varalthur directly, its influence was always felt. It pulsed through them, guiding their actions and shaping their purpose. The Varalthur's task was not an easy one. The universe, though shaped by the primordial Nexus, was still a place of immense complexity. The cosmic web that connected the stars and galaxies was vast and intricate, and maintaining its balance required constant vigilance. The Varalthur traveled across the universe, tending to the threads of energy that wove through the fabric of reality, ensuring that the flow of cosmic forces remained steady and harmonious. They were not alone in this task. The Varalthur worked in concert with the climbing fibers, other beings of cosmic significance whose purpose was to ascend and evolve, guiding the patterns of transformation across the cosmos. Together, they formed a vast network of custodians, each responsible for maintaining a different aspect of the universe's balance. The Varalthur's work was both delicate and profound. They could sense the slightest disruption in the flow of energy, and when such disruptions occurred, they acted quickly to repair the damage. Sometimes this required them to reinforce the threads of the cosmic web, strengthening the connections between stars and planets. Other times, they had to unravel knots of chaotic energy that threatened to destabilize the universe. The Varalthur were patient and methodical, knowing that the work they did would have consequences that echoed across eons. For countless ages, the Varalthur worked in harmony with the primordial nexus, maintaining the balance of the universe and ensuring that the cosmic web remained intact. But the universe was not a place of static order. It was a realm of constant change, where chaos and creation coexisted in a delicate dance. And as time passed, the balance began to shift. The first signs of disruption were subtle. Small fluctuations in the flow of energy, ripples in the fabric of reality that the Varalthur had not seen before. These disruptions were easily contained at first, but they grew more frequent and more intense as time passed. The Varalthur worked tirelessly to repair the damage, but the source of the disruption remained elusive. It was not until the nexus itself began to pulse with an irregular rhythm that the Varalthur realized something was terribly wrong. The primordial nexus, the source of all harmony in the universe, was being affected by a force it could not contain. The chaotic energy that had once flowed freely through the nexus was now becoming more erratic, more difficult to refine. Something had changed in the cosmos, and the Varalthur knew that the balance they had worked so hard to maintain was in jeopardy. As the disruptions grew more intense, the Varalthur finally discovered the source of the chaos, a tear in the very fabric of the cosmic web. This tear, later known as the Dark Rift, was unlike anything they had encountered before. It was not just a simple disturbance in the flow of energy, it was a rift between dimensions, a point where the boundaries between the material and immaterial worlds had weakened. From the Dark Rift flowed a new kind of energy, dark, corrosive, and destructive. This energy was fundamentally different from the chaotic forces the Varalthur had been accustomed to refining. It was not just disorderly, it was a force of entropy, seeking to unravel the cosmic web and return the universe to its primordial state of chaos. The Varalthur realized that this was no ordinary disruption. The Dark Rift posed a threat to the very foundations of the universe, and if left unchecked, it would undo all the work the primordial nexus had accomplished. The balance of the cosmos was at stake, and the Varalthur knew they had to act quickly. The Varalthur gathered their strength and focused their efforts on containing the Dark Rift. They knew that they could not simply repair the tear in the cosmic web as they had done with previous disruptions. The energy flowing from the rift was too powerful, too corrosive. Instead, they would need to create a seal, a barrier that would prevent the dark energy from spreading and destroying the balance of the universe. The Varalthur began weaving new threads of energy around the rift, using the very fabric of the cosmic web to create a seal. This process required immense power and precision. The dark energy fought against their efforts, seeking to break free and consume the universe. But the Varalthur were determined, and they drew upon the strength of the primordial nexus to reinforce the seal. For eons, the Varalthur worked tirelessly to contain the rift. It was a slow and grueling process, one that required constant vigilance. The dark energy was relentless, and the Varalthur had to maintain the seal at all times, ensuring that even the smallest crack did not form. The fate of the universe hung in the balance.